for us and on the dry as well.
Great stuff, best of luck. Right, we're going to meander back to the front of the grid because it's time for one of those very important things in any international race, which is the national anthems. Now, of course, we are in Catalonia, so we have the national anthems of both Spain and the Catalonia region. And it will be brought to you by the group called E Strings by Gio. And I'm not sure whether I cue them in, I point to them, I just say go, off you go. They're being announced by the PA, and then there'll be E String by Gio will be playing us the two national anthems.
Tak 3, 2, 1, zapínám.
Hello everyone and welcome to the final round of the European 24-hour series. We are here in now sunny Barcelona for the final round and it is the 24-hour long race.
Taky zdravím, jsem tady s Jasmínkou, posledního závodu 24-hodinové série vytrvalostních závodů cestovních vozů. Máme tady poslední závod 24-hodinový v Barceloně. Jsme na startu, ve 12 hodin začínáme a co nás vlastně čeká? What do we expect?
Well, this time we have 5 drivers in the car. We have Adam, David, Alia, Jarek and Jirik. And we had a very rainy qualifying yesterday, so it was very interesting to make a good time lap. And we'll see how the weather conditions are going to be throughout the race, because on the weather live, it showed a little some, but we'll see how it's going to go.
Je pravda, že včerejší kvalifikace dopadla výborně. Déšť nám přál trochu štěstí, klukům se podařilo za neskutečný časy dohromady, takže jsme vlastně na startu 24-hodinového závodu přímo v první řadě, to je pomyslný té naší kategorie a kluci i děvčata už se nám tady srcujou. Já si hned Adama vemu za chvilku na rozhovor a všechno je nachystané a za chvilku startujeme.
Yep.
Co je důležité říct, že vlastně je to poslední závod celé série, celou tu skvadru, kterou teďka tady můžete pozorovat, tak dělí od prvního místa pouhé 2 body, takže si myslím, že to bude velmi dramatický závěr sezóny a budeme samozřejmě sledovat, kdo se s tím nejlíp popere.
Yes, we are starting on pole position. 2 points in the championship behind our main rival, also AMG. But we have 24 hours until we'll get the final results of the season. So we'll see how it's gonna go.
Teď můžeme pozorovat krásný pohled na celé složení, celé posádky, i včetně malého juniora. který za chvilku se pustí do 24-hodinové závodu. Ten závod bude rozjíždět podle posledních informací David Vršecký, který včera právě s Jarkem Janišem a s Jardou Jiříkem vzali výborný měřák. Počkáme, až tady kluci splní své mediální povinnosti a já si hned vyspovídám jednoho z nich. Jak je vidět, tak do Barcelony na vytrvalostní závod přijelo spoustu diváků. Tak se můžete podívat, to roště přímo narvaný lidma. Takže tak já si jdu dělat taky fotku. Pavle, vysíláme živě, jak se těšíš na ten závod?
Já jsem tak nervózní.
Jsi nervózní?
Nervózní.
Z čeho nejvíc?
Za všechny. Aby jsme předjeli ty blbce před sebou.
Jedeme opravdu živě, takže budeme mluvit hezky, slušně.
No tak to máš říct, počkej. Tak jsem nervózní za tím, protože jedete poprvé 24 hodinovku a myslím si, že to je pro všechny zážitek.
Co myslíš, že bude nejdůležitější v tom závodě?
Nejdůležitější bude, aby nám technika vydržela. Hurá! Takže tak.
Tak já jdu tady chci vzít Davida na rozhovor. Davide, můžu poprosit na krátký rozhovor?
No, jedem.
Ty rozjíždíš závod. Jaká je strategie hnedka do závodu?
Hele, v klidu to rozjet, je to dlouhý závod, takže bez jakýchkoliv kontaktů prostě se propít ideálně mezi těma oranžovýma vortexama, ale v podstatě oni jsou rychlí, takže uvidíme, kdo v tom sedí. Je to takový trošku pro mě stěžení, že startuju mezi nima. No.
Jak se těšíš na noční jízdu? Včera jste si to vyzkoušeli v tréninku?
Včera bylo mokro, takže se jakoby, řekněme, prášilo nebo šla ta drť z té vody, takže myslím si, že za sucha to bude daleko jednodušší a daleko jako příjemnější, ale nicméně i včera za toho tréninku jsme byli poměrně rychlí, takže ve finále, kdyby zapršelo, asi by to bylo pro nás jako jenom dobře. No.
David, držím palce, budeme sledovat.
Díky.
Čau. Já tady hnedka ještě odchytnu jednu legendu. Mám tady Pepička Macháčka. Ty jsi se přijel podívat?
Ano, přijel jsem se podívat, protože to je závod takový výjimečný. Je to závod, který BUGGYRA jede poprvé, takže samozřejmě u toho chci být.
Takže jsi přijel fandit a pořád držet palce.
Fandit
Ty víš, že to vytrvalost vlastně má s tím Dakarem hodně společného.
Vytrvalostní závod prostě. Sám jsem se zúčastnil několika 24 hodinovek, tak vím, co to obnáší a budu rád to sledovat celých 24 hodin.
Na co se nejvíc těšíš?
Ano, takhle jsme vyhráli, na tu oslavu, až vyhrajeme, na to se těším, ale samozřejmě to bude těžký, ale celý ta 24 hodinka, to je probíhání mechanici, to je ta jízda, to je to tankování, to je všechno okolo, to je ta elaborace, pak když začne pršet, tak to je další prostě taková změna pro ty jezdce i pro ty mechanici, je to prostě, je to ruch.
Ty máš zkušenosti s jízdou ve tmě v dunách. Ono samozřejmě jízda ve tmě není vůbec žádná sranda, viď?
a není, ale tady to je něco jiného, ty kluci to mají nacvičený, ty auta mají jako velký osvětlení jako a přes ten den, přes těch 7 hodin, co jedou za světla, opravdu se na tom okruhu to nacvičej, takže v té tmě je spíš problém to předjíždění a jak ten jezdec předjíždí, jako to je takový, aby se neudělala nějaká chyba a nemuselo se montovat.
Pepičku, díky, já si tě pak ještě vyspovídám, co tomu říkáš dál. Čau. Tak tímto se zatím rozloučíme, přepínáme na živý přenos a budeme vás dále informovat. Sledujte, uvidíte záběry z dráhy, zajímavosti ze zákulisí a budeme tady s váma 24 hodin. Tak zatím.
One car and we'll move forward and try and get the...
They're a very close team over here, isn't they? Now, we will be speaking to Shane later because Shane's let us down, but we'll talk to him later about that because we've got 12 hours to fill about how he's let us down, hasn't he?
Yes.
He has let us down with his sideboard, but we have a whole little thing planned for that later, so don't worry, you won't miss out on the Shane Lewis sideboard problem. Right, so moving down, as you can see, many people are kind of tidying up and getting out off the grid. They're kind of waving. Let's see if I can capture... Somebody I do want to speak. This walking backwards. There we are. There's the man I want. This is the man I want to finish my final grid walk in Europe for Creventic for this year. It's Gary Williams, the man behind Creventic. Gary, it's the end of the European season. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic. Always the start grid is one of my favorite moment, and the last round of the championship. So exciting moment.
Yeah, I mean it's been a difficult season with some problems, obviously, where we had some problems earlier with events disappearing when they should have been arranged. But how do you feel overall the season went? I mean, it started brilliantly with Mugello and Spa, didn't it?
Yes, of course, Mugello was great, Spa great, but I think we had a great season. We had a lot of competitors coming back, so we have a strong championship. So this has to be decided for many classes. So we are happy with the season. Yes.
And of course, we've got the Middle East season coming up next. We go to Kuwait, then Dubai, and then Abu Dhabi, then back into Europe next season. So talk to us about next year's European season.
Okay, but first we hope all to see you all, of course, in Kuwait, Dubai, and Abu Dhabi. And next year, yesterday we announced the calendar, so we are really happy to have again a championship of 5 rounds, starting again in Mugello, 12 hours race, then Spa, we have Portimao, and we have a new track, Misano, and we finish in Barcelona. So 5-round track with 2 24-hour races and 3 12-hour.
And there's a mystery track, isn't there, as well?
There is, but that's not of the championship.
Yeah, but you must. Apparently, Joey, we asked Gary for about 20 minutes. Yes, he wouldn't tell us where it was. Can you give us like one extra clue?
No, sorry, I can't. But it will be exciting. What I can tell you, it will be announced within 2 weeks.
Fantastic. Okay, so I think they are now clearing the grid. There does seem to be a couple of spaces here, so but maybe a couple of cars still in the pits. We'll check that out as we go. But now, with about 4 minutes, it rolls off. I'm going to pass you back up to the booth to Ben and to Joe.
Thank you very much, Nick Damon, on the grid there, in his shorts, all the energy, all the passion. And the grid is now cleared of all the fans that were absolutely making Nick's life very tricky. They've all got themselves onto the roof, by the looks of things, above the garages. So they're going to have a great vantage point on this fantastic facility here in Barcelona. A wonderful circuit, a wonderful place to go racing. And with those changes that we saw on the track map, and Joe described a much better flowing circuit, especially in that last part of the lap. The grid has been formed in the GT class by a single qualifying session for the amateur drivers. So it's going to be very mixed up. 76 IMSA LS Group Performance Porsche is on the pole position, and it's the best 992 Red Ant 903 car that lines up alongside with the 296 GT3 Ferrari in third, and Car Collections 23 fourth position and second in the 992 category. Then we go to Willy Motorsport by EB, third in 992. Look, we've got more 992s than GT3s right now. GT3 Herbert Motorsport on row 3 in 6th position. Haas RT in 7th, and then Richardson Racing on their debut in 992 AM, 8th position and best of the AM category ahead of their rival in GT3, Hoffer Racing. the best of the GTX ended up being the KTM Crossbow in 10th position of Razun Northern Racing. Jutta Racing GT3 Pro-Am in 11th. And then the local team E2P Racing in their 9.9. Oh, they're in the GT3 now. So they're in the GT3 AM category in 12th position. Shera Sport PHX in their R8 LMS GT3 in 13th. And then CP Racing with the collision down at turn 1 in that sole qualifying session, only 14th for the Mercedes. Jutta Racing's 72, 15th. And then NM Racing in a GT2 Mercedes in 16th spot. Then we have the Huracan Super Trofeo, which is in GTX in 17th. Red Camels, 992 down in 18th position, work to do for them. A 992 AM car, 19th for MRS GT Racing. We think that's one car that's missing from the grid. Then 930 HRT Performance, 992 GT3, 20th. Radant 904, 21st. Land Motorsport, 22nd for the Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff team, number 34 in the Audi. And NKPP by HRT in 23rd. Seb Lajou Racing in 24th in their 992 GT3 as well. And then we have VDS Racing Adventures in their Mark II V8 in the GTX category, ahead of an older generation 992 GT3 car. That's why the Escuderia Faron sits in the GTX category. Then we have Orchard Racing and HRT Performance on row 14. HRT and Vortex, the first of the Vortexes, on row 15. Row 16, we're still in the GTX class, is in 31st position, the last, I think, of our GT cars, and that is the Vortex 702. Then BUGGYRA Racing tops the first qualifying session. So that was a qualifying session that was full spread of 3 sessions. They are ahead of Atlas BX Motorsport, then Hoffer Racing by Bonk in an M4, an old GT3 Cup car of Tracy Crone did not set a time, so they're going to start on row 18. Curiously though, ahead of, kind of in the mix of the GT4 cars, I'm not sure exactly why. And the TCE category, Holmgard ahead of Wolf in their 2 TCR cars, with Baz Kooten also in a TCR Cupra in 3rd position. Just 3 TCR cars fighting it out in TCE.
Well done, Ben. 39 cars qualified for this 24-hour race. We'll see. We'll get a report from the pits as to whether those gaps on the grid will be filled with cars starting from the pit lane. The Firmin Velez Trophy is what we're playing for here this weekend in Barcelona. Who's Firmin Velez? Well, he's one of Spain's most famous racing drivers, well known in sports car racing. We've got a slow starter, just getting a push start. That's the 416 car, just going to be helped to be...
Is that not BUGGYRA?
It's BUGGYRA, yeah.
So that's our pole GT4 car.
And also one of our championship protagonists. Firmin Velez, class winner at Le Mans in 1987 in the Spice Engineering C2 class car, and renowned also in America, the Doyle Reese Racing, another first place in class in the WSC class in 1998, sharing Ferrari 333 SP, would you believe, with Eric van der Poel and Wayne Taylor at Le Mans. So 2 class wins at Le Mans for Firmin Velez, and in this part of the world, he's a local chap to Barcelona. He's still honoured in this way every year here at the 24 Hours of Barcelona.
Nice and slow on this warm-up lap. See the very kind of pale coloured tarmac we have here at Barcelona, almost white in colour. It gets baked so hard over the summer months. But we are expecting decent temperatures today in racing. Just having a look at the tracker, we definitely have 988 in the pits. So that is the MRS GT Racing Porsche that sits in the AM category of 992. That doesn't seem to be a starter for the moment. I guess there's BUGGYRA who's been pushed into the pits. So they have had a failure trying to get off the line in GT4 category. So drama before we even get underway here.
Now, this
Barcelona.
has got championship connotations, of course, not just for GT4, but for the overall GT European trophy. BUGGYRA only 2 points behind the Atlas BX Motorsport team in the GT4 class, but BUGGYRA 3rd place in the European Trophy Championship. Again, only 2 points behind the leaders, who were Atlas BX and RD Science, both on 164. We'll keep you updated as to how the championship, the European Championship, is looking as we go through this 24-hour race, but already significance to that with the BUGGYRA car into the pits. I think it's been restarted, though, Ben, looking like it's crawling to the front of the pit lane and will start from the pit lane, so not really losing too much ground as long as we get that car going.
Just not going to be quite as up to temperature on that first lap. Likewise with Anti-Ramo at the end of pit lane. Looks like the 988 will get going, but just at the back of the field. And the car's now getting very close to the end of this lap. It's quite a quick end to the lap once they've got that down to that big braking zone at turn 10, because we don't have the big chicane that we used to have. A great display there of what it looks like a Cup car versus a GT3 car. They are both 992s, but on the left-hand side is the 992 category car, which is basically the Cup car, the one-make Carrera Cup or Super Cup car. On the right-hand side, on the pole position, is the GT3 spec.
The GT3 just looks like it's been in the gym a few more days of the week, doesn't it? It's a little bit bulked out, wider track, flared wheel arches, but here we go, Ben. We are being brought nicely down to the line by Gregory Gilbert in the pole position, number 76. The red lights are on, and we're about to go racing.
Gregory Gilbert gets the 24 hours of Barcelona underway from pole position and has a clear advantage. He's going to tow the Ferrari of WTM Rinaldi. Jochen Krumbach going down the inside, stronger on the brakes, and already side by side for the lead. Krumbach desperately wants to establish a rhythm at the head of the field. He's going to go round the outside at turn 2, and that's going to give him the inside line for turn 3, and Ferrari take the lead here after 3 corners. Confidence from Krumbach, and he gets ahead of Eindhoven. Of course, different class of car, we'd expect that. But there was a door open. Ferrari leads Porsche in 3rd position. The 23 of Alex Fontana, a very aggressive Porsche racer. He's also in the GT3 car. He's a pro in a Pro-Am category car, and Haas RT up to 4th position. So they've really done very quick work of those outlying 992 cars.
Yeah, some very, very aggressive driving from Max Hofer in the number 21 Haas RT, the Audi R8 going down the inside there and overtaking about 4 cars. I was a little worried, Ben, about how they would sidestep that 992 class car, because it just hasn't got the speed and acceleration or the traction of the GT3 class. Well, everybody has gone through, and we're already onto the infield section, heading towards turn 10. We know how quick that 296, that brand new Ferrari WTM, debuted at the Estoril 12 Hours and had a very, very successful weekend. We know how quick that car is, and right now it's showing us exactly how quick it is by pulling already a couple of car lengths.
Gregory Gilbert does not have the experience of driving a Porsche like Alex Fontana does behind. 2nd and 3rd in the race. You can see the confidence that Alex Fontana has in 3rd versus Gilbert, who doesn't seem to have the front end as yet in that black LS Group Performance Porsche, and is already losing a little bit of ground to the Ferrari. It is WTM by Rinaldi that leads. A small gap then to LS Group Performance. And now Alex Fontana looks down the inside for 2nd position. Further back there is also a battle. Mercedes defending from Audi. That's Alex Prince and Baz Schuten, I believe. And Alexander Price holds on to what is a 6th spot.
So great first lap there. Ferrari, Porsche, Porsche, Audi, Porsche, Mercedes, Audi, Porsche, Audi. That was your top 8. As we are going about this, it's a bit like, it has the look of a 10-lap sprint race at this point, Ben, with people jigging around and looking for position. It's a 24-hour race, boys. You need to just maybe, you know, be a little bit more conservative. Of the WTM Rinaldi Racing going off and pulling out even more of a gap to that number 76 IMSA LS Group Performance Porsche.
I guess that's what happens when you have so many cars out of position at the start. You need to be aggressive to clear them as quickly as possible, because you can easily lose 2, 3, 4 seconds. You can lose touch of the group if you're not that aggressive. Max Hofer getting up from 7th, I think it was at the start, up to 4th position now. He has behind him Alfred Renauer in the Herbert Porsche, crawling all over the rear wing, and then a little bit of a gap to the first of our Mercedes, Alexander Prince in the 11. Bas Schouten then follows on, and then is the first of the 992s. Would you believe it is Willy Motorsport by EB Motors that's the first of the 992s, which means that Huub van Enhoven was very cautious at the start from the front row and has dropped to second in class there.
GTX being led by the KTM Crossbow Razoon. More Than Racing Dominic Albert 11th overall, leading GTX. And looking down the order, we've got a car being pushed back into the pit lane. We've now got Dinah Binks in the pit lane. Di will be able to tell us exactly who that is, but that looks like David Vasecki in the BUGGYRA ZM Racing Mercedes, the GT4. Again, we saw that car being pushed into the pit lane, so still those problems remain, and that's going to have a massive effect on our championship battle going forward.
That's a real shame they haven't been able to get that car. He's obviously been able to leave pit lane, but it's instantly failed on him again. Maybe as he felt trying to leave the grid, now it's being pushed back. The great thing about Creventic Racing is it doesn't mean it's all over for them. You can get assistance back to the pits, you can rebuild that car, but they will now be relying upon incidents from the other GT4 competitors to get themselves back through the field. There are points awarded for both the 12 and the 24-hour points of this race.
TCR class, the TCE Championship Touring Car Endurance Series, being led at the moment by championship leader Holmgaard Motorsport, Magnus Holmgaard, at the wheel of the 102. They're way down the field, but the TCE battle will continue throughout this 24-hour race. And Holmgaard Motorsport, they just basically have to finish to win the European Championship. So they are on probably quite a conservative strategy already. However, they are leading TCR and TCE. So all good for them so far with leading the class battle. I do like the current configuration of the circuit at Catalonia, that the finish of the lap, we moved to that kind of Mickey Mouse chicane configuration for some years, didn't we? And now we've gone back both in all categories of racing, and it's a much more progressive way to finish the lap, and much more back to the character that was created when this circuit came to prominence, with two sweeping right-handers to finish the lap, and you then plough down this, I think this straight is 1 kilometre long, Ben, so we do see optimised speeds going into turn 1.
Running on board there with Rick Broikers, who starts the Red Camel Jordan machine, third in class in 992, and we were just getting a quick look at the rear end of the Mercedes-AMG GT2 car from NM Racing, the local team here, running a GT2 Mercedes, and it's a very interesting piece of kit because it's got a lot of grunt, but it's a lot slower through the corners, making it hard for these guys to try and get past it, because as soon as it can open its doors and get the power down, it's going to sprint away from the 992 category car. But when it gets to the corners, it's quite a heavy machine. It doesn't have the downforce, and it's a bit lumbersome and cumbersome to get through the tighter parts of this track. HRT, Max Hofer, under pressure here from Alfa Romeo for 4th position.
Yeah, that's the Haas Audi. The 91, the Herbeth car, here with a change of livery. It's now in red and white. I'm all for cars being red and white for obvious reasons, if anybody knows me. Meanwhile, down in the pits, I think Di might have something for us, Ben. Let's head down to the pits now. Diana.
Lots of work to do to diagnose what's going on with BUGGYRA, the GT4 Mercedes, sorry. And Diana will be across exactly what needs to be changed there. Got to be something in the drivetrain for sure. Having got that car started and then instantly stopped twice, I'm suggesting that it's something, either a weird electrical thing, which is very hard to diagnose, or something a bit more mechanical and drivetrain related, which could be a little bit easier. Normally you can tell if it's a drive shaft because it goes click, click when you're pushing it along the pits.
Yeah, that I'm not sure. I can't hear from here.
No, we can't hear anything.
I can't hear from here.
God,
So,
no.
I mean, it's not good, Ben, because we're already, 8 minutes into this race? And being 8 minutes down over 24 hours, all right, you may get that car, you will get that car back into the race, but certainly out of class winning contention. And another slow-moving car. Would you believe this? That is the car that is in contention for the European trophy. The GT leader of the championship, joint leader with Atlas BX, the slow-moving RD Sainz Lamborghini, car 720, tying at the moment on 164 points, is now moving slowly. Is this championship going to be handed to the Atlas BX Motorsport Mercedes? Unbelievable drama in the championship, not just the 24-hour race, but the championship already with just 10 minutes of racing, and already the championship coming to the fore.
Palis Blaskovic aboard the Super Trofeo Huracan Lamborghini. Said one of many teams that have got 2 cars in their garages to be able to pilfer parts. He had some drive to be able to get up the hill to the top point of this circuit. He's pretty much at the highest point now. He does have to go back up again at turns 10, 11 and 12 before then it's a very curious issue, and he's going all right. He's moving, he's fine. And he's going to come into the pits and check, but it's going a lot faster than it was at turn 7. Diana is down in the pits, and we have BUGGYRA with bonnet and boot up.
Yes, they've taken the car into the garage now. They think there's an issue with the fuel cell. They're not sure. They're just going through all the diagnostics at the moment to try and work out what the problem might be. And I may try and speak to someone, but if you give me 2 seconds while they're having a look, but they're definitely got the laptop plugged in and checking. I just quickly asked one of the crew, and he said, I think it's the fuel cell. So they are looking at all that information now.
720 Lamborghini seemingly had...
What's the...
Actually, we don't know yet. Most likely...
Well, it's one of those things where it's either working or it's not. It kind of,
Is it something that kind of would die? No, but I would expect a fuel pump to overheat because it's pumping a lot and then die, not sit on the bridge for
that's what they do. You'll put the car away the night before, you'll come back the next day, you'll pump into it, you'll don't start it, you'll pump into it. You know, it's that kind of component. You
I'm paying the budget. No,
yeah, exactly. Unlucky, unfortunate things to have happened. It's not that hot, Ben, for it to overheat. It's only, 25, 26 degrees now? We'll get half of 20. That's the forecast. It's only hot.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
But Stefano Monaco in the 967 HRT Performance Porsche was not in that battle at that time, and is now up into second position. So maybe a slow lap last time through. And that last camera shot we just had was absolutely evidence of what these guys are going to contend with. So we're sitting behind the GT2 car. Look how soft that Mercedes is. I was explaining to you yesterday. Yeah. It is so soft because it sits so high to give it a decent balance of performance and to try and get it to work rather than just understeer everywhere. The 992 car is super well set up, would be so much faster through the corner if there wasn't a Mercedes in the way, but once you get to the straight, the Mercedes with so much more power just jets off. So the Porsche can sit alongside, but then can't clear, and is being compromised on lap time event overall because of the situation they find themselves in.
I have a bit of an update here as to what's going on. I'm sorry, I've forgotten your name.
Martin,
thank you. We did speak yesterday. Yes. You've been looking at the situation here, but you've got a bit of an update as to what's happening now.
Actually, we can expect the same trouble to happen to many competitors here, because the fuel supply and fuel we're using here is extremely dirty, and it's clogging up the fuel filter and then burning the pump. Yeah, so more of this happening will come throughout the race, for sure.
Just one of these unexpected things. It always seems to be like that, doesn't it?
So we cannot do much because we have one fuel supplier. We cannot choose the fuel. But since yesterday, we know that fuel is extremely dirty. And that's not really good because it's affecting the competition.
The team are working on it. You're working as quickly as you can to get back out to rejoin.
Yeah, in a couple of minutes we start again.
What to do then? Because the lap
It's a panther.
Big cap was called
big black cat. Yeah.
Big black cat. There you go.
BUGGYRA Racing.
Which are most famous for truck racing and their Dakar exploits. Ali Kolik, the female racer aboard that team, is unique in that she's taken multiple championships in off-road truck racing. But they've been with us all year, and it's great to have them with us. And they're looking for a great success at the end of this season, the end of this race, because the end of the 24 Hours of Barcelona concludes our European part of the championship. And we might be even establishing champions at midnight tonight, because points will be awarded at that point. Therefore, gaps may be established that are unclosable before the end of the race.
Half points at midnight, double points at the 24 hours. So big points haul available. The 910 Porsche, Laurent Cochard in the Sebelgio Racing with Duo, just pulling back onto the track after a little bit of an excursion. I think that's that's between turns 3 and turn 4, so just coming out of that sweeping right-hander. and then easy to do, just getting it a little bit on the dirt, perhaps having a bit of a pirouette onto the grass on driver's right. That car resuming, not causing any problems for anyone else. Continues to lap just ahead of Barcelona in the Unit Racing Audi R8. Alex showing great pace there in the series. They're 7th overall, Barcelona in the Utah car. Take a look at this. It's, I use this term a lot at this stage of any endurance race. It's a high-speed game of chess by any account, isn't it? Some drivers forgetting that part of the script. It's a GT3 car, but it's amongst it all, isn't it?
Well, the problem is this GT2 car. And it's allowed the GT3 cars, the final 2 GT3 cars in the field, to now catch up. So we've got Volonskis and Ingo Borghi in the 2 GT3 cars, and then control from
It's a cork in a bottle, isn't it? And then we've got the 902 entry, the Red Camels, with Breukers stopping that car collection Audi going. It's got a lot of power, but not as much. It's very quick on the straight, not as quick through the corners.
Might have the opportunity to get past. Side by side though, for 3rd position overall. Second, Renault and Fontana going side by side because Greg Gilvert has dropped behind this lot. Gilvert's now down to 5th position in class.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
Battle there, the number 11, Mercedes with the 7th.
It does seem as though the NM Racing Mercedes has now been cleared by at least 2 GT3 cars. So they're still struggling to tour Mercedes.
sure I'm familiar with, to be honest. Ben, Manuel Grubov will be in the car sometime over the course of this race. Battle for second, they're still raging in the foreground. The Haas RT Audi coming through, so car collection Porsche still second. Alfred Reinauer in the car still third. Haas RT having a bit of a lonely drive in fourth there, not really. Car ahead, and then behind Haas RT car in the that's the same as Porsche of Alex Fontana that we just mentioned. And we've got development in the pits. Let's head down to Diana. Diana, more development with the 416.
To repair that car, they think it was the filter, as Martin told you earlier on, but the car is out on the apron, fired up and away back to rejoin the racetrack. A really superb job by the crew here. They were working as quickly as possible and got that car back out, so we just have to see how it gets on in the next
Well,
couple of
hopefully that is all the bad luck over now for BUGGYRA Racing's Mercedes. And we'll see David Vasecki get on with the race, which he'd be very, very eager to get on with, having had that car stifled from the start. So it's already, just check, 12 laps down, of course, from the leader. The cars around it for the GT European Trophy, the Atlas BX car and the RD Sainz Racing Lamborghini, they are the two cars, and it's ground to a halt, I'm afraid. That fueling issue, they assessed that to be dirt in the fuel, causing a fuel starvation issue. He looks like he's fired it up, Ben, and got the car moving again, but he only got as far as the outside of turn 2 there, towards turn 3 in the BUGGYRA Mercedes. We'll monitor that as he makes his way back around. Has he got going again? He has, so he's moving. He's already through turn 4, staying on the outside though. He's not up to racing pace there, is he?
Well, also, he's got a lot of very fast cars around in the GT3 category, leading 10 cars trying to get past. So actually wise to try and stay as far away, whilst you also are not up to speed yourself. Get out of the way of all the fast GT3 cars, because you could easily find yourself being rear-ended. And yeah, there we go. Alexander having to find a little slither of a gap to get through there at turn 7.
He doesn't know where he is in the rhythm of the race. No. He's just joined in. He doesn't know where the cars are in the field. When you start the race and you get going, you expect a bit of a breather in a GT4 car before you've got the GT3 cars coming round. Well, David Vasecki there, he's joined the track. He doesn't know where anyone is, and right now he's on a voyage of discovery as to where he is in the playing order and in the pecking order, I should say, as he begins to get up to speed in that BUGGYRA Mercedes. Hopefully that car will not have any further problems and we can race for the GT European Trophy, which is what I was hoping for. Straightforward race to the flag tomorrow afternoon at midday. And that looks like as it comes through turn 14, that sweeping right-hander, high-speed right-hander, and on to the 1 kilometre straight, long straight here at the Circuit of Catalunya. He's got that car up to speed now. That's the first racing lap he's about to start now.
Yeah, and everyone else up to lap 14, so a good, well, basically half an hour behind rivals. Lots and lots of traffic to contend with here. Again, it's the Mercedes GT2 car still ahead of the GT3 Land Audi.
We've got a change for second. The Herbert car has finally made the move on Alex Fontana in the car collection Porsche. So a change of Porsches into that second place. Alfred Reinauer in the 91, ahead now of the 23 of Fontana. And already a gap of 2.6 seconds, is it? No, sorry, just under a second. So just beginning to establish himself in that second place. Now the question is, Ben, the Herbert car, now having got into that second place, 13.7 seconds to the leading Rinaldi Racing Ferrari, the DWTM, the Vauxhall Team Monschau Rinaldi Racing Ferrari, the 296, brand new GT3 from Maranello. 13.7 seconds was the gap. Let's see if Alfred Reynauer can reduce that and begin to give us a race for the overall lead.
Come back just over the line now to complete 17 laps. So count from about 5 seconds ago to see exactly the gap, 13.3. So it was a faster lap then from Reynauer, taking half a second out of Krumbach. We are still expecting these GT3 cars to go at least another 30 minutes. Ingo Vogler shows the nose to the NM Racing Jorg Viban. But look how the Mercedes disappears when they get their foot down.
It must be really frustrating. You've got a lot more aero grip in the 34 car collection car. And there you close the gap, to the back of the GT2 Mercedes. And then burst of power, the Mercedes pulls away. You've got to really roll the dice and go down the inside. I mean, I'm sure the Mercedes drivers in that car are aware of
nice
performance levels. Has he got through?
Yeah, that was very nice. He held the inside line, and with the ability, with the Mercedes took to the outside and the track clear, he was able to hold on. Now down the inside, having to be really squeezed through there was Harley Horton in the 992, sixth position for the 929 car. That was very aggressive, and I think the Mercedes is happily going to be turning in and claiming the apex of 13, but the Porsche was alongside enough. What are we about to see? Oh, round goes the KTM crossbow.
Harmless spin for the number 714.
Leader in class. Now wait for the Mercedes to come past here, and Mercedes will move into GTX lead.
It's not as slow as it looks. And the 714, the KTM, has gotten underway and is back in the race, just trying to get back. Dominic Oibert at the wheel has come. BUGGYRA, ZM Racing Mercedes, still with fueling issues. We'll wait to see if we get anything further from them, but it's one of those fuel starvation, fueling problems, causing the engine the Segi just can't quite get this race underway for the BUGGYRA team. Back in the pits, more time being lost.
Carry a lot more speed. Turn 2 is then going left, and there's a lot of camber. I always cast my mind back to Antonio Pinzoglia in a road car Jaguar. Go onto YouTube and watch Antonio Pinzoglia Jaguar Barcelona. Legend has it. 75 meters. Iconic shot of Senna and Mansell going way down there in the zone. It's quite open from where we're sitting. When you're at speed going into that corner, in anything. Spanish Grand Prix visited here at Circuit de Catalunya, and already a lot of history surrounding this track. This race. 24H Series took it over. It was reverted back to 2017. So it takes the track on. There's a huge grid of touring cars. in Montmello, which is literally the industrial estate across the road from this circuit. So they haven't had to travel particularly in this iconic local mainstay, really. A little bit of an edge when they come racing here against the very strong karter. Never really had the results in car racing that he did in karting, but has formed his very
And of course, becoming a big name in car racing, you need a banking a grid for a bit of insight as to the difference in the GT2 class. And it is when you see the GT3 and GT4 logic sort of going back to the days when it was. And we are 20 laps in with Jochen Krumback still leading as he did from, I think, about lap 2. This brand new GT3 spec Ferrari 296, it does look absolutely gap of 12.3 seconds, so it has come down ever so slightly to Alfred Reynauer, who now holds that second place in their Porsche, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Alex Fontana, Alex dropping back 4 seconds off the rear wing of that Herbert car in third. So that's your first 3. Let's head back down to the pits where Diana's got something for us.
It's doing what it's doing, so that's they're really obviously not happy that the car is in the garage at this early stage of the race, but they're still working hard to make sure they can do what they can to get it back out. Drivers are waiting, ready to jump back in, but I think it could be a bit of a longer time here. I can see they're working frantically at the back of the car. I still think it's the fuel pump issue.
Yeah, we've just seen a brand new fuel pump being removed out the back of the car there. So they've had an old one, put a new one in and have the same issue.
Dave, úplně asi to nebyl start, který jsme si představovali, viď?
Samozřejmě jako ve chvíli, kdy už padne minuta do startu, dá se nastartovat motor, všechno klapne, já si chci rozjet a ono to nejede. Samozřejmě člověk ví, že má pár vteřin jenom na to, aby se mohl rozjet, aby byl v závodě, pak mě stáhli do depa. Samozřejmě není to úplně nejlepší start 24, ale je to dlouhý závod, takže budeme bojovat a jsme furt na.
Jsi schopen mi trochu popsat, co se vlastně stalo?
No, vypadá to, že tady je problém s palivem, spává nám to filtry, takže je problém s přívodem paliva do motoru. Ten motor přestane jet, takže poprvé mě museli přistrkat, poprvé jsem jak tak přijel v podstatě bez tlaku na liště, takže prostě je problém s přívodem paliva.
Takže to je vlastně palivo, které tady dostávají všichni centrálně.
Je to palivo, co dostávají všichni centrálně, přesně tak, takže pak jenom záleží, kdo má jaký auto, kdo má jakýho dodavatele, třeba filtrů. My samozřejmě jsme vázaný na filtry a na pumpy z Mercedesu, takže samozřejmě v tuhle chvíli nemůžeme říct, co je přesně příčina, ale evidentně tohle není první problém, který tady máme za víkend.
Věříš, že to dáme dokupy, že ještě aspoň ten závod bude moct pokračovat?
Já v to pevně věřím, myslím si, že teďka dáme v podstatě odjetý věci, které jsou vyzkoušené a které jsou jakoby značkovější, ale mají mileage. Ale víme, že prostě...
Second, there is a battle on for GTX between the Mercedes and the KTM Crossbow recovering.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Energy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
Only one of our 15-minute segments for AM drivers establishing the grid to start this race. So as we expected the car to do, it's settled in. Still leading 992, gap of about 10 seconds for the Red Ant car number 903. Second is the number 967, HRT's Porsche of Stefano Monaco. And then they've got a gap of about 7 seconds, or actually it's 12 seconds, before the third place 992 class car comes through. Sabino De Castro in the Vili Motorsport by EB Motors Porsche, and then just 4 seconds behind them, Rick Breukers, the driver that started the Red Camel car, the Red Camel Porsche, here as ever, stalwarts of the 24H series, and Rick currently 15th overall and 4th in the 992 class. Always a great race with these Porsche Cup cars. And we expect that to remain as tight as that all the way through to tomorrow lunchtime.
On board with the RPM Krone racing machine, which had an incident in practice and therefore didn't do qualifying, but because the GT qualifying was only one session, well, I suppose it still ended up at the back of the pack regardless. Patrick Huisman is driving that machine, a very, very experienced campaigner over many years. And actually, if you look at that driver lineup with Tracy Krone and Nicholas Jonsson, it's a strong lineup for RPM Racing. They sit 9th at the moment in 992, but actually are second in the AM class because Mark van der Aar is the leader in that class, and he's only a couple of positions. He's only about 10 seconds up the road.
We've had a response from the leading Ferrari, another fast lap put in there, extending the gap to 12.7. So Alfred Renauer, we're getting towards, we're not that far away, Ben, from expecting these GT3 cars to require a bit of a top-up of fuel, probably in about, what, 15 minutes or so? So we have still got a bit of time left before we change the Hankook tyres and maybe have a top-up of fuel as we continue to watch the GT2 spec Ferrari 715, Ferrari, Mercedes. I'm looking at a Mercedes and I said Ferrari. I've got
silver as well.
I think I'm in love with the 296. The 296.
Don't tell your wife.
They've managed, I think she already knows. I think they've retained that elegance that we saw in the 308. If you look at the body shape of that 296, they're clearly hanging on and understand the history and heritage that the Ferrari name makes.
That KTM crossbow in the hands of Dominic Olbert a lot stronger than Jörg Wehlbein, because already the whole start-finish straight between the two of them. Haas RT here with a little bit of actually getting past Alex Fontana there for third position. So Audi ahead of Porsche. This is the time where the Porsches might start to fade a little bit if they've been overdriven in the early part of the stint, but that's good work from Max Hofer. Haas RT Audi up to third position. Ahead of them, Renauer, 11.5 back from Jochen Krumbach in the Ferrari. So it's Ferrari, Porsche, Audi at the head of our field.
Brilliant, isn't it? Ferrari, Porsche, Audi, Porsche, Mercedes to give the rundown to 7th spot. So the gap's come down to 11.5, so that is remaining in that area of just over 10 seconds for the lead. But we are interesting to see the Haas RT Audi R8. Max Hofer at the wheel of that car. A little bit of a driver change on that car than what we've seen this season at number 21. We've got Milka Panu, Mathieu Detry, who's a driver we've seen in that car. Max Hofer, I think we've seen Max out in this car before, but two other drivers, Gavin Pickering, the British driver, onto the driver roster for the number 21. And we've got a car off, Ben. Who's that?
Facing the wrong direction. It is one of our 992 class cars. The spotter's guide never came through, did it?
No.
Out of memory. And so I think, and we're about to find out because it's actually going to get closer to our camera. 910. So that is Laurent Couchard in the Seb Lajou Racing, and they are 6th in AM 992. So right at the back of the field, and here
13th.
is another replay of it.
Sorry.
Last.
No, 6th in the AM category.
6th in the AM, yeah.
In the Cup, yeah, but 13th overall in 992.
And he's just basically looped it all on his own. But he's running again. Couchard?
Laurent Couchard.
Couchard.
You live in France, how do you say that?
Yeah, exactly. Forget half the letters in it,
all right,
and you might be all right. Laurent with no T, even though there's a T. Couchard with no D, even though there's a D at the end. Basically, you would be Jo Bradley. Yeah.
Je Bradley.
Yeah, there you go, perfect. You're speaking perfect French, Joe.
Your wife's French.
I know she is. Even
Shall
her surname has a letter on the end that doesn't actually get pronounced as well.
Such a waste. Such a waste. Such a waste of letters. That battle for third isn't over, is it? SRT being hassled by the car collection Porsche. Fontana in the Porsche. Max Hofer in the Audi R8. Just in the foreground there, just going out of sight into turn 7.
I like what you did there.
Hassled, yes.
You didn't even realise it, did you?
I did, actually.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I'm glad you're awake. Yeah.
KTM GTX version of what is also a GT2 car. There is a homologated GT2 spec of that machine. There are 5 of them 4 hours down the road in Valencia this weekend. GT2 Series, European Series is running there. But we have the GTX version here, which actually has more power than the GT2 version. When you drive a GT2 car to GT2 spec, because they're trying to balance it with all the other random machines that are part of that particular category of car, there is a lot of limitations that you have to run to. Whereas when you get it to a GTX spec, as we do here, it's almost more open. Although, of course, 24H Series are trying to balance a Vortex with a new GT2 Mercedes. They're trying to make them as competitive to each other. But there is a lot more liberty in the 24H Series, which is a great thing, which allows us to see some weird and wonderful machines like the Vortex competing alongside the Mark II V8. We haven't seen that kind of Mustang-shaped thing very much. It's out there.
Yeah, it's great. I love those cars. The silver-liveried Mercedes of the Atlas BX Motorsport team, John Kim at the wheel of that car. That car currently leading the championship, and it's ahead of its other protagonists.
But not leading today, so far.
Leading the championship, but second in GT4 at the moment.
Yeah. Hoffa Racing by Bonk in their BMW GT4. M4 is 13 seconds ahead. And that, I think, is our leading TCR car, just ahead of us. No, that's the third TCR car, the 125. We've got 3 TCR machines. 125, 121, which is the Wolf Power Racing Audi, and 102, which is Holmgaard's Cupra.
The Vortex are here. Vortex bringing 2 cars.
3 cars?
3? Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
2 cars on the track.
Very exciting to see.
1 in the paddock.
Waiting to see Nick do a walk around of the brand new Vortex 2.0.
What a fab. Yes, so yesterday we had the launch of the brand new Vortex that will be used in the 2024 season. And with 2 cars out on track at the moment, Just going to give you where they are. 29th overall, currently 5th in GTX, and 31st overall, 7th in GTX. Philippe Bonnel in the 701, and Julien Boileau in the 702. The home guard car is currently leading TCR and leading the TCE Championship. And as long as the home guard car finishes this race, it will win the championship. In fact, if it's in the lead or finishes the 12-hour segment of this race, it will gather enough points to secure it as the TCE, the Touring Car Endurance Series champion for 2023.
I apologise, I pointed to that car thinking that it was shedding tyre, but actually it was just running over marbles down the start-finishing straight. It's a car that actually is also built here in Barcelona. All of the VAG TCR machines are built in what used to be the CEST Cupra factory in Barcelona, which used to produce all the one-make Cupra championship cars around the world. And now they build the TCR VAG machines, which began their life as a CEST Cupra. Then they got reshelled to be a Volkswagen as well, of course, as the Audi RS3 joined. All three of our TCR cars are built in Barcelona. There is...
I've got some Spanish heritage inside of them, so they would have a Spanish passport if they could, even though it's a VW.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
BUGGYRA laying some 11s, getting out of the pit garage for the second attempt to see whether they have fixed the issue with their fuel pump. Where is the blockage in the system?
Right, everybody.
Have they cleared it?
Yeah, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed as we see that number 416 Mercedes leave the pit lane, go out on track. We've seen this before. This is the tester, though. I don't know what components they've changed. I think they said they were going to change the complete fuel pump. Whether or not they're going to completely change the fuel tank as well, that's a bolt-in, bolt-out job. Not as hard as it sounds, especially on a race car. It's just basically a big box that they carry in the boot there, just under the rear wing, inside that rear hatch. And so far, so good. He's into turn 3 already, having just left the pits. Need to be getting those tyres up to temperature as well.
Is it a box or is it a bag?
It's a bag inside a box, actually.
There we go.
Yeah.
Because it is actually, it's not a solid component. It has an element of flexibility in it, so that if it has impact, it flexes rather than breaks.
Inside the box.
Inside the box.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have a floppy bag in the boot. The floppy bag goes inside the aluminium box. That protects it from mechanics sticking things in it. Like
also that, yeah.
Resting your cup of coffee on there. Great for resting your cup of coffee on, actually. Fuel cell. That's a great battle that's been going on from pretty much the start. The number 11 Hofer car, Hofer Mercedes, circulating in the hands of Alex Prince in 7th, and then just behind them, Baschuten in the Jutta Racing Audi. They've been circulating nose to tail for pretty much the whole of this race, making their way through traffic as they do, and just circulating together, the number 11 and the number 71. It's Mercedes and Audi, two of the German marque's finest examples, and they're currently 7th and 8th, those two. Not making any kind of challenge by Baschuten, quite happy to sit there in the wheel tracks of the Hofer racing car. And another car from Audi, currently 5th overall. Elia Earhart continues, and Elia Earhart now coming up behind, putting a lap down actually on that car collection R8. Thought that was for a move. So we have got a car collection ahead of it, but it's a Porsche. I'm not used to seeing the car collection Porsche. But Earhart, he's got a gap of, well, he was right on the tail actually of Alex Fontana, but having just got through traffic, he's dropped back slightly, so a bit of a there.
Willie Motors losing another position to the second of the HRT Performance Porsches. That's now dropping to 4th position in 992. Lucas Sandel's been working on that for a while. Sabine De Castro at the early stages of this race leading 992 with a great start, but has now faded down to 4th position in that class. They don't need to pit as frequently as our GT3 cars, as we've got, that's the same,
yeah,
it is the same
That's
Porsche.
the 910 Porsche has another pirouette. Laurent Coulthard finding this stint a bit tricky. It's a couple of spins that we know of, and that's out to turn 3 again. Wasn't it turn 3 that caught him out before?
I'm saying that's 12.
Are you? Yes, I think you're right. Yeah, it's the arena section, isn't it? So turn 12 this time for Coulthard.
It's a very odd view of turn 12. I don't think we usually have a camera position in that spot, or certainly in other forms of racing we don't. So it makes it look a little bit, I think it's usually a bit further round, but gives us a good view, a different view. I like it when you get different views on the racetrack.
I absolutely do, yeah.
Mighty confusing for a commentator, but...
Yeah, once we get into it though. We've got that number 910 resuming. We've seen him do that a couple of times. He's now back in the race. He's still down there in 35th overall, and he's dropped to the tail of the 992 class, down in 13th. So a bit of a struggle for Laurent Coulthard in the Saint-Leger Racing by Duo Porsche. Now we have the battle that has been running pretty much from the start. Alex Prince and the Hofer Mercedes, the Audi of Jutta Racing, Baschutin just dropping off from underneath the rear wing, giving himself a bit of air, I would think, is Baschutin. So just dropping off a few car lengths. So that not really looking like a change is about to happen for that 7th place. Alex Prince just making his way through the 992 class cars there ahead of him.
A few questions on our YouTube stream about the Vortex 2.0. Is the 2.0 smaller than the 1.0? No, it's a completely different car. It's a carbon fiber version of the Vortex that we see on circuit right now, being a space frame, so big steel frame with fiberglass wrapped around it. It is a fully carbon car built by McGill, using the same engine at the moment, big chunky V8. But if you hang around with us, then we will explain a lot more and hopefully give a chance to have a look at it, because it is it's not a particularly visually very different car to what we are used to seeing, but actually the build of it is totally different. There is the Mark car. There's another unique machine. I love the look of that.
Yeah, styled a bit like a Ford Mustang. Got a Ford engine in it, 5.2 litre 4-cam V8, 615 brake horsepower at 7,000 revs. And it's Mark Cars Australia that produced these cars. They look as well as they sound. And right now, where is he in the order? I thought I did spot it there. Yeah, 3rd in GTX, currently down the order. 3rd in GTX and 25th overall.
And the reason he's 3rd is because we've got our first visitor to the pits, and the pesky NM Racing Mercedes GT2 car is the first one into our fuel boxes, interestingly followed by the KTM Crossbow. So GTX needing fuel earlier than our GT3 cars in this first stint. We are usefully positioned directly above the fuel bays, so we can see exactly the kind of availability and what's going on down there. Yellow flags at turn 4, which is at the end of the first sector. Somebody facing the wrong direction, potentially. Who is that somebody, however? We will have to wait a few moments to find out. Oh, no, it's Laurent Coulthard, and this time he's in the gravel trap. This could be the first code 60 of the 24 hours of Barcelona here as we click into the 2nd hour of the race. That is not going to be driven out, I'm afraid, and the door is actually open by Laurent Coulthard, trying to get some air into the cockpit. We haven't gone purple yet. The marshal's got it in his hand. We have now. I think that's a great time to hand over to the 2nd of our teams. Joe Bradley, thank you very much for joining myself, Ben Cotson-Juris. It's Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer who will guide you through the next 2 hours.
Well, thank you very much to Ben Constanduros and Joe Bradley. The seats are still warm as we climb aboard. 26 degrees outside. Tomorrow is going to be hotter still, but I think 29 is the peak of what we'll see. But for Laurent Coubard, who've been going very well in the Porsche Cup class, obviously a little bit of a setback down at turn 10. That's the left-hander at the end of the infield straight, and that little slide wide, very, very frustrating indeed for all concerned. Code 60, just at the point those first cars were coming into the pit stop, Johnny. So, you know, it's that classic case of scramble and all your plans suddenly get thrown a little out of kilter.
Yeah, and it's also about when you manage to get into the pits. Some cars possibly manage to pit just before the caution. Others will not have done and therefore have to adjust their stops accordingly. What a queue. I mean, those that don't want to get into fuel, and why would you at this stage, actually can't get by the end of the queue that's stretching out towards the pit lane itself. So then there's a fight as the Villi Motorsport car just about squeezes ahead. But we've only got...
We've got 5 pumps.
1, 2, 3, 4... Is it 5?
Yeah, the 5 pumps, unless one's been removed overnight.
Oh, yes. And
it just doesn't have an awning, the first one you get to.
4 canopies, which is the thing that's confusing me. But, yeah, so many cars, therefore, just waiting their turn, and mechanics, engineers will be on the scene. There's also the Ginetta that's parked up, I noticed, next to the first of those pumps.
Good point for clarification from Ben Constanduros. 5 pumps, but that counts for 10 refilling points.
Yeah, that's what was confusing me as well, because the Ginetta G56 was parked up against pump 1, and clearly the mechanics were working on that car. That's not the penalty box, which is further up in pit lane proper. So there is the scope to fuel as many as 10 cars all at once, but that's a question of whether you've actually managed to get beyond the queue. And clearly, plenty thought it's just not worth the time we're going to waste here, so let's go down, maybe do the pit stop in 2 parts, because if the Code 60, and generally speaking, an early Code 60 like this, will be kept out for 2 laps, the recovery of the 121 car is ongoing, but I think even if that gets going again, the Code 60 will stay out for at least 2 of the laps at Code 60 speeds to allow cars to come in. Maybe not at the first opportunity, but at the second time. So you may well do tyres and a driver change on the first pit stop, then come back in and do the fuel when things are quieter.
Bad news for Laurent Cochard as they're trying to remove the 910 Porsche from the gravel trap down at turn 10. Unfortunately for him and for the rescue crew, the pickup truck is rather bedding itself down in the gravel. So they've got to clear the pickup truck first. That won't take long at all. And then the number 910. So he's got the equivalent of going to the petrol pumps and finding someone not sure if they want to get some chocolate or some ice cream while they're at the till just in front of him.
One of the big delays then, as mentioned, was the 955 Porsche, as it was in 2 minds. Do I turn right to go into the fueling quadrant, or in fact just give up on this pit stop for the time being and head straight on? 955 did go down to the team instead, and Diana Binks now with Sabine De Castro.
I am with Sabine. He's just jumped out of the car. Sabine, we saw that you sort of hesitated to possibly take on fuel, but decided not to, come straight into the pits.
Yes, now a lot of confusion now in the pit. The refueling area is full. We want to enter, but there is full and lost maybe 1 minute to wait the other car entering the refueling area. We start very well, push a lot, but after 10 laps, the other driver, very difficult track, like in Mugello in the afternoon. The grip is less, but now 24 hours is a lot longer. It's only 1 hour.
It looks like it's quite tough behind the wheel, certainly within the car. You know, the heat is building, but the times on track are, it's settling in now, isn't it?
Yes, the track is not difficult to drive in because all drivers respect all. Now it's only first hour. We wait. The night is very, very long, but not bad.
Are you satisfied with your performance during that hour?
Yes. Now I think what is possible to change faster, to have less understeering, but work.
I'll let you get a rest. Thank you.
He's a three-time GT Italia champion, Sabino, so knows certainly GT3 and, in some cases, GTS machinery when he used to race for EB Motors, and I'm sure has done a number of laps around here. I mean, joined Vili Motorsports organisation 3 years ago, and there's that strong connection with EB Motors from the Romanian squad as well. But it's just been pointed out to me that they were not the only ones to be heavily delayed in the choice between fuel or not fuel. Code 60 is still out. There were 2 cars off the road. Certainly the 121 TCR car has been recovered. I reckon the 930 car is moving again now.
Again, little bit of front right damage, thank you for Koshar there. That possibly came when he was being pulled out of that deep gravel trap at turn 10. So circulating, but very frustrated. Probably shed about 3 laps there during that moment.
Yeah. So he could go back to green straight away, but as I say, I reckon the choice has been made by the race direction crew to keep this Code 60 out. There's under a minute to go till the end of the procedure. Have you had chance to come in on 2 separate occasions? It's not going to be far off that now. Ideally to do your pit stop in 1 slug, but there is the option to have done it in 2 parts.
Yeah, and the crews have sort of bided their times, and 6 cars are now out, 7 cars are now out, refueling 6. They're sorting and changing. Basically, the crews that waited decided not to risk getting caught in a queue at the pumps, have been able to profit, one would suggest. But as you say, Code 60 coming to an end very soon indeed.
Vortex rejoining. There's a good example of the blend line, so you have to stay well over to the right-hand side and not cross the white line before it runs out. Green flag is out again, though, now, and after a relatively short Code 60, we are racing again. Let's hope that from a distance record perspective, those Code 60s are kept at a minimum. The difficulty with this place is there's some runoff, but there's also a lot of wide and deep gravel traps. So if you do make a mistake, you're unlikely to get out of the stones and need outside assistance, and they'll always do that on the whole under a Code 60. So we will lose crucial mileage. Here's a glimpse of Harley Horton in the HRT Performance Porsche, 11th position overall, but leading the class of 992s. 929 ahead of Huub van Eindhoven, who slots in behind the Red Ant Racing car after its first pit stop, and NKPP with another HRT Performance prepared car running in 3rd in the 992s.
Yeah, and for Harley Horton has yet to visit the pits. That's why he's vaulted to the front of the class in 929. But now just a handful of cars in the refueling. CP Racing's Mercedes coming through to slot into position. But I think the teams have all done that rather well indeed. Harley Horton visiting, well, used to say high, wide and handsome. Brian Jones commentating at Brands Hatch. That was turn 9, which is quite high. Not quite so handsome racing line there for Harley Horton. Out way beyond the white line at the top of the crest there. But such a difficult corner, Johnny. When you go up the hill, you cannot see. It's a bit like a couple of corners up at the 2/3 of the way around the lap. At Donington, there is blind turning. You have to have faith, but at least there's plenty of runoff there. And then, of course, runs all the way down the slope to turn 10. Very, very tricky corner. But I guess a lot of the drivers here for the first time in this championship, most of their running yesterday was in very, very wet conditions, so they're learning as they go, and Harley most certainly be one among those ranks.
Yeah, that's really tough when all the early running has been hampered by the rainfall. All of a sudden, you know, in a GT3 car, there is a possibility of a 1:43, 1:44 second lap, but where do you find the time? Where do you want to risk it? It's a question of just chiseling away at those lap times as much as possible if you're an AM and you're still learning the behaviour of the car in these better conditions. Vortex working its way through the lingering right-hander at turn 3 with some traffic in sight. Often that's useful as well to have a car that you can monitor your progress with, although there are now laps between these cars. 7:01 with Lionel Amrouche at the wheel with the sister car behind it, in fact, on the timing screen. They both run in GTX.
Now, the vast majority of the runners have made a pit stop. The car in second place was not Antonio Suniera, who Nick made laugh so much down on the grid. E2P, big wink from Nick there in the back of the commentary box. Good humour, it must be said, down on the grid, but he is in second place over us. Overall, owes us a pit stop. The next highest driver who hasn't made a pit stop is Harley Horton, who we've been looking at, who is leading the Porsche Cup class, but they will have to come in very soon. And you know what? They can take their pick of fueling pumps. The last of the cars refueling has just moved away. So maybe for Harley Horton and for Antonio Saniero, that was a very good tactic indeed. Well, let's find out.
Jochen Krumbach due across the line in the next 2 seconds, and again it's a decent lap over 1:45.9, just working his way back up to full race speed. The incident involving car 76 and that 121 that was in the gravel trap to partially cause the code 60 is now under investigation. Ivars Valles is Wolf Power Racing Audi, in fact now in pit road for the cleaning up of that car, I suppose. I was going to say scheduled pit stop, but it'll certainly need a new set of tyres, and they'll be checking it over as well to make sure that no gravel has worked its way into all those awkward positions.
Could I possibly offer you some good news? After almost missing the first hour of the race, the BUGGYRA ZM Racing Mercedes in the GT4 class going very well, and with each lap it's going faster and faster in the hands of David Vasecki. But what a frustration for them, having to start from the pit exit, and then it wouldn't start whatsoever. An hour or the best part of fixing that. So the crew will have earned their lunch, and David Vasecki now is completely out of sync with everybody else. All they've got to do now is just plug away.
Let's grab another word with Diana Pinks, and more crucially from the Red Camels crew. You found Rick Breukers, Di.
I certainly have. Rick has just jumped out of the car after that first hour out there on track. First of all, Rick, how was that session?
It was really difficult. We're really struggling with the setup. We don't have any grip in the front, so we have to carry the brake almost to the exit of the corner, and yeah, it's just really difficult. We lose around 1 second just in the last 2 corners, I think, and it's really frustrating to drive, to be honest.
Conditions are just evolving here. Obviously, we're very early on into the race, but how much are you understanding your tyre wear?
I think the rear tyres are really good, and we don't have any oversteer. It's just that because of the rain yesterday and we missed some hours during the red flag, we thought we had quite an okay setup, but apparently it's not the case at all.
You said you're not really satisfied yet with the handling of the car. What do you need to do to change that?
I think we have to change the setup, but the race already started, so we just have to deal with it.
Will the car come to you at some point, do you think?
I think it will only get worse, because in the night the temperatures will drop. So I think the understeer will be even worse in the night.
That's where your experience comes in, isn't it?
Yes, but there is only so much you can do, and yeah, we tried to carry the brake into the corner to compensate for the understeer. But it still is too much to drive. It's really undrivable.
Thanks, Rick.
Oh dear, and I don't think they're going to be isolated in that respect, you know, because of all of the condition that we've had prior to the race that is then not replicated in the race. They're just struggling with rotating the car through the corners. If it's wanting to just drive off into the gravel at every conceivable moment, Rick Breukers is normally a happy chappy. I'm remembering only a handful of years ago when he was winning absolutely everything at the start of 2019, I think it was. He is mightily frustrated there. And I was going to say he's putting a brave face on it, but frankly, the brave face was probably thrown away into the bin as well.
You know, it's not often you get a driver actually saying, no, it's only going to get worse. Most of them go, we'll crack away. But last night we were talking to Red Camels, Jordan, and they knew this, they didn't know what setup to go with. But why would anybody else, with all that wet running beforehand and not enough track time for a lot of the drivers? But well, what we know, looking at the weather forecast, things are looking good from here right through till midday tomorrow. In fact, all of tomorrow. So all the rain we've had Friday here in Barcelona is behind us. One other little bit of information. We've got Herbert Motorsport in third place, effectively second, because the E2P Racing Porsche hasn't pitted yet. They've got a slight problem because they've got that split program this weekend with 2 of their drivers down competing in Valencia in the GT World Challenge Sprint Series. Ralph Bohn and Robert Renaud will be turning up, and the start of that race has been delayed, which won't help because unfortunately a Lamborghini Super Trofeo race, one of the drivers reprofiled some of the barriers there. So just when you're on the fine edge of really, really tricky logistics for 2 of your drivers coming back here, they'll be saying, well, thank goodness we got a 5th driver on board, bringing Patrick Kolb, so he can do a bit of the heavy lifting until Ralph Bohn turns up. And he's got to turn up because this will be his 50th race in the 24H series. So we're waiting for him and for Robert Renaud, but that means the heavy carrying will Daniel Alleman, who's just taken over from Alfred Renaud, and then Patrick Kolb will take it through to the evening, but it's just the arrival of the other 2 is going to be later.
It's Fabian Dance getting into the Red Camels car, by the way, and how much warning did Rick Breukers give Fabian about how badly the car was handling? Possibly the less the better for him to then find it out. But almost visually, I can tell that car is struggling to turn through the corners, and one or two have already got by. The 917, actually, is Fabian catching now the 917? They're circulating at very close quarters indeed. Porsche 917 being driven by Laurent Misbach of the Orchid Racing team. And meanwhile, the 24 Haas RT of Mikko Panu. Mikko Panu for one of 3 Audis that are together on the screen right now. So the Jutta Racing 71, Haas in 5th place in car 21, and then Scherer Sports PHX offering of Christa Jörns, car number 1, running in 6th. But they're all trying to catch a Ferrari, which is 40-odd seconds up the road in the hands of Jochen Krumbach, with Antonio Cenero for E2P Racing, number 90, looking to try and close in. Someone of note who is definitely going to be worth keeping our eye on, the young hot shoe, not so young actually these days, Julian Andlauer in the 76 car for IMSA LS Group Performance. So back with IMSA Performance, and has just set the fastest lap of the race there, a 1:43.886. Perhaps not a surprise, as Andlauer, I reckon, is going to start to work his way to really the sharp end from 8th position.
Yeah, that driver lineup for IMSA LS Performance, very, very strong indeed. So let's see how that one shakes out. Julian Andlauer, where is he in the moment? About 8th place overall, but that one should be on the advance. Already the lap times are looking very good with that fastest lap at the moment. His next target, not too far up the track, and it's Alex Fontana, Car Collection Motorsport Porsche, but at the moment it's Ferrari, Porsche, 3 Audis. So a real mix of cars at the front of the field. But for a lot of the drivers, as we just heard from Rick Breukers, they'll be going, we've clearly guessed at that setup a little bit, haven't we? And it's not quite working, and it's very difficult here at the circuit. It has a mixture of everything. That's why it was always such a popular circuit for the Formula 1 teams to come and test out, because you've got fast corners, mid-speed and slow-speed corners. But if it's not right, at certain points, if you let that mind worm get into your brain that all is wrong, I think you've got to just understand at certain points, 3 corners a lap, it might be good. The rest, maybe not so much.
Yeah, and, well, guesswork, you're sort of half joking there, but there will be a strong element of that, because you're having to see where the car was quick in the wet and then somehow adapt that in the dry. Side-by-side cars there, although in different positions within the race. The 955 heading to the inside in the hands of Papi Cosimo, and that car is in 25th position, although 10th in the 992 class. BUGGYRA, having had that big delay at the start, now firmly in the race and rounding the first corner. David Versecki, 4th placed in GT4. And there's the 76 Porsche of Julian Andlauer, 8th at the moment, but don't be surprised for him to have made a number of spots up at the end of what could be an hour-long stint. It might be even longer than that, depending on how long they want to keep the gold driver on board. Obviously, there are limitations, though, with Pro-Am lineups as to how long the 24-year-old can drive in one go.
It's amazing. You have a code 60 and people decide when to come in, when to get fuel, and then suddenly, just after that, you get a gaggle of 8 cars going down the start-finish straight, almost as tight as they would have been on the opening lap of this race. And in among those are those 3 Audis running 4th, 5th and 6th. Jonas Karklis, Jutta Racing, tucked in behind. Second driver in the Haas RT Audi, that's Finnish racer Mikko Panu, and just behind him, Scherer Sport PHX. Expect that number 1 Audi, Christa Johns at the wheel, to keep advancing. It's a very strong lineup in that one. Started by Elliot Earhart, did a great job. He's got Pierre Caffer we found in the pits. If ever you've got a Pierre Caffer in your pit garage, you've got to feel, yeah, there's a bit of a spring in my stride.
Yeah, he just has that influence on a team, doesn't he? And will have helped no end during the trying sessions yesterday. And he will, no doubt, be able to put together with the other brains trust within that team, try and put their heads together and think, right, how are we going to make this car quick in a session, in a track that we haven't yet experienced? They will have lots of data from previous years, though, as well, and that's maybe the slightly confusing thing about other teams that have struggled, because surely they can draw on setup annuals, if you like, from previous visits to this circuit. Through the left-hander, oh, a slight squirm there from the Kirchhoff-sponsored Car Collection Audi, and more so just a slight drift from the front. But that again would indicate to me maybe a touch of understeer from the 34 car, and it is definitely with company heading down that short hill between 13 and 14.
Just want to take my hat off, my metaphorical hat, to whoever decided about 18 months ago that chicane should be removed between the penultimate and final corners. So much more to talk about. Let's go down to the pits because Diana Binks has her next victim.
The 121 car is in the garage. Iva Valles is chatting to me now. Iva, what's happened to the car to bring it into the garage? I didn't notice it until I was walking up the pit lane and saw everyone working frantically on the car.
Yeah, the problem was that I lost the grip in the turn, I don't know, 5 or 7, I don't remember from the numbers, and yeah, there was just no grip anymore because my tires were gone. I killed them actually very fast because I was maybe a little bit aggressive on the front tires and didn't take the right line. So yeah, and went in the gravel. And if you go with a TCR car in the gravel, so you have to change the drive shaft definitely.
How tricky is it to manage the tires?
It's very tricky in this kind of temperatures. It's very tricky. It's very. You have to really be patient on the throttle. You have to be patient on the car. So, and as when you're driving, like I was driving all this season the sprint races, so I used to drive a little bit more aggressive, and yeah, just yeah, my mistake. Sorry for that. We lost, I think, a lot of time, but it's still 22 hours to go, so we will try to fight back.
A lot of cars out there on track. How are you managing the traffic?
Yeah, actually it is quite difficult because you all the time with a slower car you all the time have to watch the mirrors because the fastest cars try to pass you even in those places where sometimes it's impossible to pass. So you have to be really careful.
Okay, but it looks like they're nearly done and they're going to get the car back.
Yeah. Thank you.
Iva Valles there. I'm not sure what the record time of changing a drive shaft is on a TCR, but I would imagine it's going to be a little while longer, although suggestion is that the crews are maybe clearing the garage so that car can head back out into the race. But that, along with one of the Porsche Cup cars, the cause of our first Code 60, and keeping my fingers crossed as I say that, that is the only difficulty we've had in the early stages, and the teams would dearly just like some sustained running now so that they can get into a rhythm and work out also things like fuel consumption levels so that they know when they're most likely to need to call into the pits next time around.
It's that classic case, you know, the drivers did have time on track yesterday, but the track, you know, a canoe would have been a little more handy at certain times. It was so super wet, and yes, you have experience, but things do change from year to year, and if they missed last year's race, it's just coming here and racing without that final chicane. We were talking about it off air. You save a bit of brake life by not having the chicane and braking heavily into it, but therefore without it you're carrying more speed down the start-finish straight, and what happens at the end of that? Some drivers apparently brake into turn one. I've never met one yet who's owned up to such a heinous crime, but yes, so where you gain with one hand you lose with the other. But I thought very interesting from Iva Valles there to talk about just driving too hard too soon.
Yeah, it's more of a lift, turn one, surely.
Yes,
I'm joking, of course. But you are going to be reaching that corner at a higher speed. 991, or the 91 Porsche, I should say, with its red and white livery. Tidy little move there down the inside of the 9T car. So that is Herbert overtaking E2P Racing. And to be honest, Antonio Cernera not really making a big deal of that, perhaps knowing that the next time around he would be into fuel anyway, so pointless holding back a Herbert Motorsport car that is in a good phase of the race. You're only going to delay yourself if you continue to defend overly.
And he was one of the last cars, certainly the last cars in the GT3 class to come and make that first visit to the refueling. Still a couple of cars in the Porsche Cup class have stayed out. Another car from GT3 I've just spotted. Oh no, that's come in. Yeah, sudden change around on the order just outside the top 10, but certainly their decision was let's not get tripped up by anyone else. One person I quite like to talk about, he's doing quite well in this race, his name is Jochen Krumbach, WTM by Rinaldi Racing. Brilliant start from him, up from the second row, and he's just driven away. Just waiting to see what the gap is between. He's got 45 laps under his belt in that new for 2023, the 296 GT 483 Ferrari, which looks fabulous. The team has, of course, winning pedigree here just 12 months ago, but that was with the 488. But lap after lap, Jochen Krumbach is looking super comfortable in the lead of this race, while his rivals are lapping generally in the 1 minute 47s. He can do 1 minute 45, 1 minute 45. So the gap goes up and up and up. Very impressive.
Yeah, it has been from a bronze-rated driver, although really experienced with WTM through the years and with their link-up with Rinaldi Racing. Knows the Nürburgring Nordschleife like the back of his hand, but yes, having competed with the team, although not being part of that winning lineup last year in the 488, he has driven here a number of times and just knows GT3 cars. I think it's also important to know that you're not going to be one of the quickest compared to someone like Julian Anlauer, and it's pointless trying because you may well just ping it off into the scenery.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
But more importantly for these drivers, 5th and 6th within their category, also having to put a lap on one of the GT4 Mercedes as well, and staying in the 992 category. NKPP for Mark van den Aar has just come into pit lane, and that's on the 43rd lap. But for van den Aar, how far through his stint? It's about right, I reckon. To be now making a stop for the 928 car. Obviously this will lose it some ground, but I always like a sports car race where different teams get onto different pit stopping strategies nice and early, and we have to try and work out which is the best way of doing it and who's likely to take the win by the end of it all.
Yeah, and I think actually having that code 60 just as those first round of pit stops was coming up, maybe the teams would have had a more similar tactic, but most of them just didn't want to risk being at the back of the queue for the pumps when the first of the cars decided, right, we're in, because 5 fuel pumps, but that's 10 fueling nozzles, and there was quite a queue, and certainly you could shed 20-30 seconds there, and it takes a long time to get that back. So that rather split the field. Just double checking it, the highest round that hasn't pitted, still Harley Horton's up into just judging across, leading the Porsche Cup class in 8th overall, but he will have to come in very, very soon indeed.
There was a driver change for the E2P Racing Porsche, with Javier Morcillo taking over that car. So Morcillo now on an outlap in the 90 Porsche after a full season in the 24H Series. I say full season, he actually did one race, beg your pardon, last year, and funnily enough, it was here at Barcelona, so he's becoming certainly a specialist for E2P Racing to call upon. A regular in the Dutch Supercar Challenge prior to that in all manner of machines, including LMP3 machinery, which more recently has been allowed to race in the Supercar Challenge. So Spaniard perhaps more at home in the Netherlands, and that's probably where conversations were first had about the Creventic race here, or Creventic organised race, of course, with a much longer history than that. Very wide in the background for one of the Porsche Cup cars, kicking through the gravel there. and that may well have given a place to the Porsche alongside. I'm struggling to identify specifically which one that was, Bruce, but you'll get your spotter's guide out. We'll try and delve deeply.
Well, I could, because he was literally underneath our feet by the time he managed to rejoin the circuit. I was just wondering it was the E2P Porsche, but I don't believe it was.
On an outlap, perhaps.
Well, let's go down to the pits, because while we're having a dig around, Mark van der Aar has been caught by Diana Binks.
Mark has just jumped out of the car. Mark, we're an hour and a half into this race. How satisfied are you with how things are going so far?
To be honest, not really happy, because we lost the power steering after 6-7 laps. So I tried to communicate with the team and it didn't work. So then you lose time in this communication, and afterwards it was quite heavy, because you really need the power steering. But in the end I finished my session, so in that way we're still in the race, and I hope they can fix it.
I mean, it's incredibly hot behind the wheel, so that must make your job even more difficult.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's we had a code 60. I was able to drink a lot, so I finished the whole bottle. That helped me in the concentration, but it's durable, but it's hot. That's true.
When you came in for that pit stop and driver change there, the team were working very efficiently on that. It was a quick stop.
Yeah, but they train a lot for that, and HRT is a team with a lot of experience, so we hope that helps us to get a good result.
How much do you enjoy this race and the challenges that it brings?
Yeah, it's my second time in the Porsche, and then do the start. That was cool. I really overtook, I think, maybe 5-6 cars. That was nice, but then I had to try to find a rhythm, and then the power steering stopped. So it was a bit mixed up, but I'm happy.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
Well, the driver who's taken over from him is Guy Spesham, who was standing ahead of me in the lunch queue. All looked good and calm for him as he piled up a plate of salad, but clearly now he's going to have to work for his living a little bit more. But, you know, being a driver of the tall persuasion, he should have no problem at all. Doesn't need power steering.
No chance, all these mod cons. I don't know what you can do in the middle of a race about trying to fix that, because it will need a very lengthy pit stop to turn that around, and maybe even component change. It depends really what bit of it has failed, I suppose, and does the telemetry on the car tell you how to fix it, is the other question. But I mean, it's a 24-hour race and you have a major, as in power steering failure, in hour 2. These are modern race cars, but it just shows that it depends where they've been running recently, I suppose. They'll try and strip them down and start again from fresh each time, but sometimes things slip through the net, Bruce.
They do, and it's often a question of degree. Sometimes you have intermittent failure. It could just be a valve that's not quite clear. Other times it's complete, but again, it's different drivers would get in and manage the problems in a different way. But obviously the team will be thinking, right, how long a stop will we have to change? It's going to be a fairly comprehensive one, but you might be saying, tough guys, you just got to nurse it to the finish. But when you've still got 22 and a bit, nearly 22 and a half hours to go, perhaps a little bit of sympathy, because with every lap, if they're losing a modicum, but also if it's tiring the drivers in their stints, what happens when a driver is tired, Johnny? That's the moment at which they may just run a little bit wide on a corner, as we've seen already with the number 910 Porsche, just running a little wide at turn 10 means stuck in the gravel, lose immediately 3 laps, at the very least.
The problem with it being in the 992 class, or any one make category within the race, is that the cars are so close anyway. You're now fighting cars with power steering with a car that hasn't got it, and that is just huge. It's tiring on the drivers, yeah, but it's also, you know, it is virtually impossible to extract a lap time like everybody else is doing when you've got one hand tied behind your back, metaphorically.
Yeah, it certainly comes at a cost. Just spotted that the Harley Horton Porsche has come in to make a pit stop. I think that's pretty much, yes, everybody but, I found another, NKP by HRT Performance, but that has made a pit stop. It's shown as not having made one, but we've just heard from the driver who got out, and we've reported that Guy Spesham has taken over. So the 928 Porsche has made a pit stop too. So I think that's a clear round for everybody. The only one that hasn't really made a pit stop is BUGGYRA ZM Racing's Mercedes. That's because it spent the best part of 55 minutes in the pits before it got going with that fuel pump problem. And David Vasecki's been doing a very, very good job in that. But 18 laps down on the car in front, all they can do is chip away and enjoy the rest of the race as much as they can. Bear in mind, of course, Johnny, they were very, very tight in the battle for GT4 honours in this series. Only 2 points in it. Was it 164 to 162 against Atlas BX Motorsport? And that silver Mercedes is going very well, leading the GT4 class, still with the opening driver, JK as they call him, or Yong Kim, one of the Korean racers there, and so big frustration. You know, it's just unfortunately could strike at any moment in the season. It struck them just as they were coming round to the grid. So frustrating.
Terrific fight for third position and downwards in the 992 class, getting glimpses of Fabian Dance, very close indeed to Tracy Crone. The engine you can hear in the background is that powering the Crone Racing and RPM Run Porsche that had a terrible start to the weekend with a big off yesterday that then needed repairing, and that took a big chunk of the day away from RPM. HRT performance in this fight for Lucas Sundal, and Javier Morcillo in the GT3 car is on the same lap and only tenths of seconds away. So 4 cars in quick succession there, 16th down to 19th position. And now a pit stop for the 929 Porsche, which is Harley Horton. This is the one we were expecting, Bruce, and we reckon the last car to now pit after a lengthy opening stint. So yes, we had that good chunk of code 60, but an hour and a half just over of fuel mileage looks to be very impressive for HRT number 929.
Yeah, wait to see who takes over. I'll give you a choice. You could have Anthony Lees from Down Under. You can have Michael Pitamba from South Africa, and Julian Hanses, young German racer who was very, very impressive when the track was at its wettest. But a very good opening stint there from Harley Horton, settling down into this circuit. It's dropped the car down to nearly 30th position as it rejoins the race, but of course that will be the last one in next time around as well. Quite a few of the crews have kept their driver in to do a double stint at the start of the race, and most notably Jochen Krumbach continues to stretch his advantage. 1 minute 13 seconds in the lead of this race, but for 929 slotting back into the race, and that's running in, of course, the Porsche Cup class.
It was 7 minutes and 3 seconds to be exact under code 60, just the one caution to date, and otherwise we've been, well, nearly 40 minutes out of that code 60 now, because Bruce and I took over from Ben and Joe at pretty much that caution period. Very busy indeed through turn 5, and now there's some damage on the back of the 8th place Porsche, which is the 903. I think that's possibly bodywork peeling back from the rear right. Better view of it as it headed, there it is, down the main straight. That looks to be possibly side-to-side contact. Yeah, it's a bit of the rear wing, in fact, which is just edging away from that rear right tyre. Let's get to Diana Binks, who's in the pit lane for us once again.
I'm with Harley Horton, who you were just talking about, just pitted from the 929. Quite a lengthy stint out there, Harley. How was it from your perspective?
Very good. We made up a lot of places. We struggled to pit under code 60 because the refueling area was full. So we just made the stint go as far as we could, made up a lot of places, and now Julian's in the car. I think we're going to see where we really are.
How's the balance of the car developing? I know it's obviously an hour and 40 minutes or so, still quite early, but what did you notice?
Well, it's so hot out there. I mean, start the stint, balance, lovely, and you just feel the rear tyre start to slip. And as soon as you get that slide, it's gone, and you lose a second, 2 seconds. So it's really hard to keep the pace throughout the stint, loss of concentration, but it was really good.
How much are you understanding the tyre wear?
Well, through Wednesday, Thursday, Friday testing, we ran the tyre very far to check how the wear would be and what the time could be like. Now it's a bit hotter today, but we think we can take them an hour 40, maybe longer in the night, but we'll see. We're a little bit blind, but we did all our testing, all we could, so.
How important is it to have such a team behind you? I mean, every time, well, your sister car and yourself came in for a pit stop, very quick, very slick.
Yeah, I mean, last night we were here till midnight practicing driver swaps to get it on point, and it's paid off. Hopefully it pays off for the rest of the race. We'll see. I don't think you can be perfect throughout the race. It's such a long race. But yeah, we're looking good.
Thanks, Harry.
Thank you.
He became the youngest ever Brit to race in the Nürburgring 24 hours this year, and after a couple of seasons in the Ginetta GT5 Challenge in the UK with Eddie Ives' outfit Elite Motorsport. This is some step now up to proper international motorsport, but I think that stint particularly will have looked good to the rest of the paddock. Only 18 years old, and yeah, really spreading his wings in 2023 with Barcelona with the Nürburgring and a few other international tracks as well. Good interviewee.
Absolutely so. And just to clarify, he said Julian's gone out. We were talking about the other trio in the team. That's Julian Hanses, and it's one of 3 cars in the Porsche Cup entered by HRT Performance. So spreading that in spirits, but we did hear that one of the sister cars, the one that Guy Besham has just gone out, taken over from Mark van der Aert, that's the one that has the power steering problem. So a little bit of work to be done by the team, but very, very impressive from young Harley there. We saw him have one little off-track moment up at the crest of the hill at turn 9, but apart from that, neat, tidy, and very consistent. I was keeping a look at his time, and that's a very good sign. But, you know, at 18, to be out learning all these classic European circuits, it's a pretty good way to spend your summer, isn't it?
Certainly so, yes. So Julian Hanses is starting to turn green on the screen, so there's a bit more speed in that car that maybe they can continue to unlock. Hoop van Eindhoven in the Red Ant Racing number 903 is at the front of the 992 class and has the buffer zone now of Arimas Jablonskis in the Jutta Racing Audi, which is running in 8th place and sandwiched between the top 2 in 992. So it's Oop and then it's Stefano Monaco in the 903 and 967 Porsches respectively, as the race leader goes back across the line, and the lead's up to nearly 1 minute and 20 seconds now. However, Krista Jørns, the former Bentley factory driver, really applying the pressure now to Daniel Alleman, because the Herbert Motorsport Porsche and the Scherer Sport Audi crossed the line with just 0.3 of a second between them.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Better than the opening lap in so many ways, but you've got the clarity of that battle for second place. But here we are, Ferrari, Porsche, Audi, a fabulous mix. Just really need the Mercedes and GT3 to get up there, and at the moment the better placed of those is Charles Espenauer for CP Racing in 8th place overall. So very much, sorry, 7th place overall, beg your pardon, Charles. But certainly at the front, Jochen Krumbach is just looking super smooth lap after lap. He's sitting on a lead of 1 minute 20 seconds now, while the battle for second place is clearly very, very tight indeed. Worth pointing out, Herbert Motorsport, you naturally look for a black Porsche. Of course, they've got a black Porsche running at Valencia in the GT World Challenge, but red and white. Red on the nose, white over the roof and down the doors, red on the tail. Daniel Alleman pushing on, but in terms of lap pace, marginally slower than Krista Jørns, who's just starting to find his form in that black and yellow Audi. There it is, front of screen car between one of the Porsche Cup cars between him and the chaser Daniel Alleman. So I expect the advantage to go out in favour of the car in second place. Scherer Sport PHX, that's Scherer Sport combined with what was Phoenix Racing. We saw them effectively the retirement of Eric Moser, the boss of Phoenix Racing, at the Nürburgring 24 Hours. We saw someone being applauded in the garage. It wasn't David Pittard. He was out busy winning the race with Ferrari, but Eric Moser all those years with Phoenix and melding those teams. It's a super powerhouse.
Rafael van der Straten in the VDS car rounding the turn. That is the mightily impressive looking and sounding Mark II V8. Mark, a company based in Norburn, Australia, who have been racing Mark cars at the Dubai 24 Hours for a number of years in various guises. That is absolutely not a Ford Mustang. It looks just like one, but it is a Mark car that just happens to share 1 or 2 lines compared to a Pony from the US. But yeah, sounding glorious with their V8, and the 758 car running in the GTX category. A whole mixture, a melting pot of GT cars to be found there. And at the moment, the class is led by the RD Signs Cholet racing team for Paulius Pascavicius, number 720.
Yeah, very, very close for company with the Razzoon Northern Racing KTM. Very, very tight on times, half a second apart, but by far the best sound. So it comes down the start-finish straight. Underneath the feet of the tall grandstand is the rumbling Mark II, the Ford V8, and it just is exquisite. And you know what? When you do a pit walk before any of these races in the 24H series, that car draws as many admiring glances, certainly at Spa, maybe the Belgians. In fact, my parents lived in Brussels in the late 1950s, and there was a huge number of American cars. They've always had a penchant for American cars, so that was drawing a lot of admiring glances.
Yeah, and you can understand why. It instantly becomes a fan favourite, and the design process often sort of derived in the Ford designing board, if you like, because we've had previously the Mark car looked a little bit like a Ford Focus, but we also had the Mazda body shell that goes on top of a space frame chassis as well. So I look forward to what may happen in the future with Mark, MARC, well, it's Rafael van der Straten, who's been in the possession of one for a little while now, as you say, with those Belgian roots. But it's two Germans out front in the form of Jochen Krumbach and Christa Joerns. Problem with Joerns now is that he's cleared Daniel Allemann, and as you say, that gap starting to grow between Herbert Motorsports Porsche and the Audi of Scherer Sport. But Christa Joerns looks at the timing screen, or maybe gets a quick radio message from the team. He had 1 minute and 21 seconds to try and reel in Jochen Krumbach, which will be some task in the remaining drive time for both.
Now the pace of Jochen Krumbach suddenly drops away on that lap. He's been doing 1 minute 45, so he's dropped down to the pace. We've just seen the Haas RT Audi, Mika Panu, 4th place overall. All the top few cars are lapping in 1 minute 47. So I just want to see, is there anything untoward, or was it just being cautious in traffic for Jochen Krumbach, our race leader, W2M by Rinaldi Racing Ferrari? Let's look at his next lap time. Certainly his best lap time is the best part of 4 seconds faster than that. 1 minute 43.9 seconds for our race leader. But then again, doesn't need to take all the risk. Johnny sitting on an advantage last time I checked of 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Yeah, and a question of, in this early stage, I suppose WTM not wanting too much. They don't want to extend it, you know, beyond this and run the risk of throwing it away. Just be comfortable with what they've built so far.
Fear not, everyone. Fans of WTM back in 1 minute 45. So a bit of traffic, a little bit of caution from Jochen Krumbach in the lead of the race. Just, well, why not? There's no point taking a risk if you built such a sizable advantage.
And as we stay firmly focused on whether that lead battle is going to condense a touch, Diana Binks spotting more stories in the pit lane.
GSR Motorsports Ginetta G56 GT4 is in the garage at the moment. Just walked in to see what the situation is, and they said the fuel is too hot, the car is overheating, so they've had to take it into the garage to try and cool everything down. They were not able to get to a fuel stop. They had the far away fuel stop, so they decided to come back in here. So I'm not really 100% sure what happened, but the car is definitely overheating, and they're just trying to cool it down now before they get back out.
With ambient temperature so high, or set to become even greater, then you want to try and cure that before it starts doing major damage to the engine. Again, though, how easy is that to do in race? I would suggest not easy at all, and it might be the wiser decision, as Di's just explained, to just take the car out of competition for a little while, get to the bottom of it before you then push on. Otherwise, you're going to have a costly repair and probably a retirement.
Mind you, Johnny, this must feel quite chilly for you, having done the race at Aragon a few weeks ago, where 40 was sort of the mean temperature, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. 42, I think I arrived in Zaragoza with, and yeah, actually for Friday and Saturday it cooled off, but midweek, unbearable. This feels very comfortable indeed at Barcelona.
Yeah, shorts are not having to run for shade too much. But the drivers, we heard from Harley Horton there, of course, if you've been racing Ginettas in the UK for a while, he's more used to sort of less in a sort of precipitous temperatures, but anyhow, you all have to learn. But certainly my thinking about endurance racing in countries that get very, very hot in summer, I think Northern Europe might be the better place for them to go and play in the summer months, particularly because Southern Europe's had such an incredibly hot last month or so. But right here, right now at Barcelona, this is exactly the sort of temperatures we want. Still looking at that tattered right rear on the 903 Porsche. It's running sort of at a very decent pace. Huub van Eindhoven, who was one of the stars when the track got very, very wet last night. What we had in night practice was you had most of the teams have 5 drivers. They had to do 2 timed laps apiece, so an out lap, 2 flying laps in lap. So over a 90-minute practice session, having lost lots of track time earlier in the day because of the rain, it was very tricky. But right at the end, Huub van Eindhoven suddenly went second quickest. Why did he suddenly vault in that Porsche Cup car up to the top? Because they decided, hey, we got some slick tyres. So suddenly we had times coming down to about 1 minute 50 seconds flat. Best lap in the race today in proper dry conditions. 1 minute 43.893 seconds from our race leader, Jochen Krumbach. But Huub van Eindhoven showed a very strong hand last night.
He's a great driver. I mean, it really came to my attention a couple of seasons ago in the Porsche Carrera Benelux Championship when he raced with Team PGZ, and onward then into the Deutschland and Super Cup races on occasion as well with GP Elite. Fittingly, Huub van Eindhoven from Eindhoven in the Netherlands, but only 23 years old, and I can see why he's been plugged into effectively the same car. It's just that this one's set up to do 24 hours rather than about 40-odd minutes.
Yeah, I did a couple of commentaries on the Benelux series, the Porsche Carrera Cup, a few years ago, and it suddenly has been refreshed. You had a whole host of teenagers racing it. You know, many moons ago, you'd have one or two, but it was the vast majority, and it really, the fields weren't big. They're growing all the time, but it was the young stars coming through, and it's funny how you suddenly get these changes in championships, but that's because, as we know, Johnny, working in sports car and GT racing, it is a place where young drivers come almost directly. You know, Viz, Harley Horton down there in the pits at the age of 18. It used to be where people came a little bit later, but certainly it's the right place to be at the moment. And this is a very, very good shop window with a lot of AM drivers who need a quick young gun to sign up to race with them in series like the 24H series. So it's not a bad place to go out in this shop window, show your talent.
Well, heap praise on the shoulders of Olivier Aerts, who is the championship coordinator and has helped me a number of times for weekends covering that. But, yes, he's the coordinator, but he's also drumming up lots of interest from elsewhere within motorsport, recognises where the Benelux Championship is on the Porsche Carrera Cup ladder, but it's ideal for then maybe a following season in Deutschland or indeed Super Cup to support the Grand Prix. Yeah, definitely a rich vein for new talent. There are also Pro-Am and Am categories within that, but not surprisingly, there's some crossover then from that championship into the 24H series as well. 60 laps up now for race leader Jochen Krumbach for Wochenspiegel Team Monschau. It might be a brand new Ferrari 296, but it appears just to be as quick as last year's car at the moment.
It's always that crossover point when one GT model is superseded by another, and it doesn't always start winning in the first season. But the NLS, of course, more to the point, the Nürburgring 24 Hours provided a famous stage for a victory, a huge victory in the inaugural season, the 296 GT3, where victory in that 24 hours for the first of 296s was a springboard to the Le Mans 24 hours. And we all know that Ferrari did rather well in that in the centenary year, but very much the teams liking the 296. I mean, as soon as I saw the first images, I thought, ooh, it just looks a sharper tool than the 488. The 488 still a brilliant car with all those years of experience for the teams to gather and put into getting the car set up. But those that have embraced the 296 GT3 in the first season, I think, have been very, very impressed indeed.
It's all about the priority when you set down for the design process. Do you want to build a racing car that is also then a road car, or vice versa, trying to convert a road car to make it good on the track? And it just feels like the 296 is almost prototype-esque, if you can have that within GT3 racing. Some of trying to make a car supersonic is futile within GT3 because they're always going to get balanced at performance ultimately. But nevertheless, you want something that, where jaws are on the floor when people first see it in the paddock, and a car that looks to be going very swiftly when really it's just being backed out of the trailer is always a good start.
Yeah, and don't forget, of course, it's not just pros racing in GT racing. It's got to work for the AM as well. Having something that's a superb car in the hands of those with cat-like abilities and reactions isn't so good if you've got a 55-year-old businessman who's the AM part of that section, and they need to have something they can find confidence with. But talking to drivers who've been enjoying the 296 in the first season, it leans marginally towards the drivers, the AM drivers feeling a little bit confident, but certainly the pros can wring enormous speed out of it. But looking at the way that WTM by Rinaldi Racing have got their hands on this, I think they've found a compromise setup that really seems to work across the board. That said, of course, a lot of track time was very misleading with all that rain. Friday here, yesterday at Barcelona.
The other thing we should remind you is that the Ferrari has been entered as an AM car, so it has principally got AMs within it, not an AM Plus, in fact. The only semi-pro is Leo Weiss, son of Georg Weiss, who is the WTM part of the entry, Wochenspiegel Team Monschau. So what they will hope is that they've got consistency, right? Whereas it's, other cars relying on raw pace, but not at all times through the race. If they can roughly produce the same sort of lap time from start to finish, then that might be good enough. But there are theoretically quicker cars further down the order. For instance, the number 1 Audi of Scherer Sport is a Pro-Am entry with Christa Jörns in the lineup, along with Elia Earhart and a certain Pierre Caffer. We've got a Pro-Am car in the form of 21 Haas RT with their Audi Mathieu Detry and Max Hofer are the two semi-pros there. And then the IMSA LS Group Performance car is not a Pro-Am or an Am. It's got two semi-pros, the pro of Julien Andlauer, who's at the wheel, and then Laurent Hergon, who is the Am. So some teams are not necessarily showing their full hand right now, but no doubt about it, if Jochen Krumbach continues in this form, the early gaps that is building in this opening couple of hours almost might be insurmountable. It's possibly a bit too early to mention that, because I haven't even talked about the issue of reliability yet, and that does come as a bit of a question mark with a brand new car.
It certainly does. Always can be a little bit misleading in these, particularly if you've got 5-driver lineup. Of course, you've got to average out their pace across all 5 drivers. But looking at that lineup for IMSA LS Group Performance, the 76 Porsche, Julien Andlauer, Gregory Gilvet, who's won race after race in class in the French GT4 series. Simon Thurman was one of the coming drivers from the Alpine Europa Cup a couple of years ago, and Laurent Hergon, well, he's there as the Am because he's north of 50, but he's been the test driver for the Alpine squad and all those cars. He's got plenty of track experience. That is why you've really got to look for that lineup. And at the moment, it's sitting not at the top of the field, it's sitting down. In fact, it's just come out of the pits after the second pit stop. Julien Andlauer, just waiting to see if he has remained on board, but it's down in 9th place, but that should bob into the top 6 and stay there or thereabouts, I'd suggest. And certainly with Julien Andlauer, could sort of reduce the number in front of its name, so it could be going higher up the order.
Yes, every chance of that. He's only been at the wheel of the car for 43 minutes. The clock ticks by in the stint column, telling us how long a driver has been at the wheel, and that should not include the time in the pits either. So unless, I suppose, sometimes if a driver stays at the wheel, then automatically the pit lane is the pit stop is included. I'll check that to see whether the clock is effectively stopped as Julien Andlauer now rejoins. So he's certainly game for a little bit more, and the team will be grateful for his services as well.
It's very hard to explain how dire the weather was yesterday evening when the drivers wanted to go out on the track and all track action was suspended for a while, when you get a high shot looking out over the circuit to Barcelona, Catalonia, and just see the glorious hills in the background, the circuit looking supreme. And it looks all the better for the removal of that final chicane, the one that nestled between turns 13 and the final corner. It does give the groups of cars a wonderful sweep down from 12, dipping through 13, through turn 14, the final corner. We've seen a few drivers, Johnny, running wide in their attempt to try and get close to a rival to get a slipstream down the start-finish straight. It is a very, very broad gravel trap. We were talking this morning about how it used to be rather less of a gravel trap, but rather more of a tire wall just beyond the gravel trap back in the 1990s, and it certainly caught out a few drivers. But right now it's a wonderful sweep, all the better for not having that chicane, and it does lead to some really great little attempted moves down into turn 1. So far, I think the drivers have been quite sensible. A lot of them have read the manual that says you are in an endurance race, 24 hours is the required distance. So haven't seen too many daft moves down into turn 1.
No, sometimes, of course, you go for an overtake, assuming or hoping that the car you're about to pass has seen you. That's not always the case, and we've had some collisions earlier on in the weekend there, but yeah, better to have discretion as the thing most forefront in your mind, to keep all 4 corners of the car as straight as possible. So wonderful. I hope you're enjoying our coverage in both sound and vision, because there's some cracking drone shots from the top of the circuit that angles I've never quite seen before, frankly.
No, it's very exciting. I'll tell you what else is also exciting, but entirely predicted, that Jochen Krumbach would, with almost precisely 2 hours completed, come in from the...
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
categories are in. 2 separate races in one, remember, the GT Series and the TCE Series under glorious skies here in Montmelo, Barcelona. 22, car 22 for Wochenspiegel Team Monschau and Rinaldi Racing's Jochen Krumbach leading the way. We have only had one leader so far. It's always been the 22 after the pass was made into the first corner ahead of the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. In fact, both of those cars are actually getting fueled right now, so the bizarre situation, the 2 race leaders stopped in the pit lane, but it's all part of the plan. Third place is the 903 Red Ant Racing and actual class leader in the 992 class. Then it is the Scherer Sport PHX Audi, now in the hands of Christa Jörns, still in the hands of Christa Jörns. CB Racing's number 85 is running in 5th place with Charles Espenlaub in that almost all-American lineup. They're joined by Phil Quaife this weekend after Adam Christodoulou was part of the lineup last week at the Nürburgring. Haas RT's number 21 Audi with Chris Cools is in 6th ahead of the Lant Motorsport Audi of Tim Vogler, and then it's the Hoffa Racing Mercedes number 11 in 8th place. IMSA LS Group performance still with Julian Andlauer driving that for his second stint now is 9th ahead of the Car Collection Audi in the GT3 Pro-Am category. 11th position for the Audi of Jutta Racing, number 71, and E2P Racing, the Spanish outfit with an all-Spanish lineup as well. It's still Javier Morcillo driving the number 90 car in 12th. The second Jutta Racing Audi is 13th, number 72, ahead of the Razzoon Northern Racing KTM Crossbow, which is the GTX race leader now with Dominic Olbert at the wheel. 15th for Red Camel Jordans.nl 992 Porsche, and it's Willy Motorsport by Ebby Motors, 3rd in that category, 16th in GT. The 907 RPM Racing Porsche is 17th, ahead of the NM Racing team offering in GTX. That's a Mercedes GT2 car. Red Ant Racing's 992 Porsche for Jimmy De Bruyke is in 19th spot ahead of Lucas Sundal for HRT Performance. VDS Racing Adventures Mark car 21st. Another GTX car is the 701 Vortex just behind in 22nd, and then 2 more Porsche Cup cars in the 992 AM class is the 988 numbered MRS GT Racing offering HRT Performance at 24th in a 992 standard driver lineup. Orchid Racing Team is 25th, HRT Performance AM car 967 26th. Then it's the RD Signs Cholet Racing crew for their GTX Super Trofeo Lamborghini. NKPP by HRT Performance is 28th. Richardson Racing's Porsche 29th. The Atlas BX Motorsport Mercedes GT4 is in 30th position. And then it's the Hoffa Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW and the Scuderia Faroon GTX Porsche in 32nd. The second of the Vortex, 33rd. Seb Lajou Racing by Duvo, so it's a combination of France and Luxembourg. The 910 is in 34th position. GSR Motorsports, Ginetta, 35th. And finally, the BUGGYRA ZM Racing Mercedes that had all that problem at the starts, 50-odd minutes in the pits. David Versecki is now driving. And in the TCE standing, it's the 102 Holmgard Motorsport Cupra Leon that leads. And the leading margin is significant, actually, over the second-placed Jos Stevens Bas Kooten racing car, because there are a number of GT cars sandwiched in between the 2 leading Cupras. And the Wolf Power Racing Audi, number 121, after its run-off into the gravel when Ivars Valers was driving it, it got recovered and I believe is now running again in 3rd position. And we can take a flick back through time to have a look at the midday start and everything that's happened since then in this year's 24 Hours of Barcelona. And let's start this segment of the race. Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer up in the crow's nest overlooking things, and we have a change of voice in the pit lane as well. Welcome back, Nick Damon, with, up until this point, our only race leader.
Yeah, but Kromrak, you decided the 3 corners, you got it.
Yeah. Let's say, even we didn't start at the pole position this time, I had a really good start. It was a little bit hard in the first corner, that's a good fight. It was so short, but yeah, at the end we could go as we were in the first lap, but at this point only was the question of tyre management, because tyre management is the most important thing on this race with the new head.
This one, Code 60, did that work for you?
Yeah, honestly speaking, yes, because we were thinking about to do single stint, double stint, single stint, and then let's fill up, half tank. Then the Code 60 was over, and that for me was perfect. We could then go limit of the time. It was really good.
How long do you have a break now? You're going to rotate through all the drivers, or you're going to get back in quicker than that?
Yeah, exactly as we do. And of course, you remember last time, every driver who was okay can have ice cream. Yeah, you're welcome.
So if you behave yourself, if you've not thrown the car off into the wall, then ice cream is the... oh, speaking of which, near me, thumbs up from Jochen Kromback. You can bet that's not going to be the signal from elsewhere in the pit lane, though. So this is which particular Porsche, Bruce?
It is the one that was running in 22nd position. It was Patrick Luciano Bay. It's the MRS GT racing car facing backwards. Code 60 thrown very quickly because that was nose onto the track but deep in the gravel. So no ice cream, unfortunately, for the Spanish driver there for rotating it around. Kromback, though, very, very impressive, bringing that experience to the team. He's been racing in the Nürburgring 24 Hours for many moons. Since 2004, was second in the Dubai 24. So he's not just quick in that race-leading Ferrari, but certainly a very safe pair of hands. And Leonard Weiss, by the way, the son of the Weiss family, is the driver who's taken over the race-leading Ferrari. But Code 60, 2 hours and a few minutes have elapsed, so it's slowing down. And guess what? Suddenly quite a few cars in the refueling bay.
Yeah, so a second chance to not exactly get free fuel because there are limitations to what you can do under a Code 60. It's a little bit like in championships like the World Endurance Championship, when a safety car comes out, the pit lane's automatically closed for the first bit of it. These days in the WEC, a full course yellow locks you out of the pit lane entirely. You are permitted to make a pit stop, and actually Nick Damon's going to make a... Are you going to walk up? Yeah, you are, walking all the way up to the fueling area.
The great thing about on pit entry, and my new fabulous cameraman Peter, is we can show you what's going on. I think we have to stop at this cone because we haven't got fireproofs. But as Peter can show you what's going on up there, you can see all the cars up there. The first car to refuel actually is Daniel Alleman in the Herberth car. That's 91. Behind him we have the Lithuanian Audi. We've got just close past now, decided not to fuel. It's the Hoffa GT4 BMW. It's now all up to 5 bouncers, 10 hoses, all of them petrol. Do you remember the old days when there were diesel cars incrementally work? And all the diesel fuel came out of a big bar, basically. So there's cars coming, there's 2 spots clear, there's 2 clear spots here. We waved in. Now, what's quite interesting, I'm not sure if Peter can show this. Look at just behind that 24-hour, yeah, 24-hour. Well, basically, there's a gap in the fence, and prior to a Code 60, there's like a 40 refuelers all hunched up, ready to go. You know, they just leap out like ice hockey players wanting to replace someone, and they come running out, and they kind of spill out and go, oh, and it's like run around now, as Mike Reed would say, as they try and find a fuel pump, and then they go, oh, I've got a fuel pump, and they go, oh, our car's not coming, and so they have to run back again. Almost like the vultures out of bed, knobs and broomsticks. Go, oh, I've got a car, I've got a car. But now it's calmed down a bit. We've got 5 or 6 clear ones. You can see a lot of them have move back. But it's a fantastic thing. The artistry, the ballet-ness of a refueler who's held behind a cage, and then Code 16 is released to the world of refueling.
I hope there's some music playing in the background, and when the music stops, you better have found a fuel pump. Otherwise, it's time to get back behind the wall again.
I think it's like Nick went on supermarket sweep. Light on his feet, quick up and down the aisles. One thing worth pointing out there, Nick, was Shearer Sport PHX came in and Pierre Caffer handed that over very quickly to Michael Doppelmayr, the #1 Audi. I expected a long stint there, but obviously they decided Pierre Caffer, with all that experience and that speed, would just be in and out of that car. So we'll look at that. So they're getting a 4th driver into the #1 Shearer Sport PHX. Started by Elliot that really good stint. Pierre Caffer was there. A bit of refueling.
Yeah, good point. And that, I assume, is a bit of fluidity permitted in which order the drivers are going into. Probably valuable, very valuable, to have Pierre Caffer in. Definitely not as a Code 60. And if there's a feeling there's going to be a slightly more lengthy Code 60, get your absolute pro out of the car as quickly as possible and put it in. Very quickly indeed. Some reacting to that green flag quicker than others, and this is a prime time to do some overtaking when it is legal, and whilst those around you, without wishing to be rude, are somewhat asleep. So side-by-side action coming out of turn 4 and down. It's a tricky corner. It's the line 17 Porsche on the outside line there. For Orchid Racing Team. On an outlet and not too far away, Julian Hanses for HRT Performance in the 929, and also having just gone into the pits from the GTX category and running again is Manel Lau Cornago in his Mercedes GT2 from the NM Racing Team. But it is Leo Weiss taking over from the man we were just hearing with Nick Damon, Jochen Krumbach, who now pilots the Ferrari WTM by Rinaldi Racing 296. We're on lap 69. And the leading margin, I have no idea about under green flag conditions. 2 minutes 41 it was under Code 60, which looks horrible from a WTM perspective, but we'll wait for the cars to pick up speed and maybe complete the next lap as we learn of problems for a car very close to Nick.
It's the 928, the NKBP by HRT Performance, the Guy Bessem, Harry Hilders, Bob Herber, Mark van der Aar machine. Don't forget that Harry Hilders and Bob Herber have done more preventive races than anybody else ever. I think they only missed one, I think. The car's in. It's got that kind of dreaded thing where a man's plugged in he's plugged in an iPad rather than a laptop. There's a wheel off. There's a man rummaging around in the bottom of the car. Not quite sure who's in the car at the moment. I think it might be Harry, I think. But it's just not moving anywhere, and they aren't really giving any reason why it's not. I'm not sure I see. Do you find if Bob can tell us why it's not going? Let's have a quick word. Bob, what's the problem?
I think it's only the transponder. The rest is very good in the car, but it's a transponder. Let's see what happens. I don't know. Maybe put a new one in, isn't it?
Have you got a new one?
Sorry? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not so technical orientated, so I don't know. That is a terrible idea for just a small part. But
Let's try running yesterday. Is the car performing as you'd hope?
yeah, the car is doing very well. Very well prepared. We try to do all kind of setups. One good setup now. We have a very nice group of people. We try to achieve something. We have a lot of fun.
Great stuff, thank you. That's Harry Hilders. I miss it with that's Harry Hilders, the unexpected driver. Happy with the car, not happy with the ability to count laps.
Unfortunately, when it's a mandated part, it's a common part across all the cars, and it fails, there's not really much else you can do other than try and come in and fix it, or timekeeping, provide them with another transponder. But if it's meant to be probably not. rather than
is.
geese. So
yes.
Gijsbesser will go with from
And don't forget that Mark van der Aar was reporting power steering problems with that car, but clearly Gijs hasn't mentioned those. Maybe it was a temporary problem. But for Harry Hild as well, he's all smiles, apart from the lack of transponder to make that car work and continue course. So he's going to Porsche falling down the order, still with Gijs listed as the driver of that, but it's tumbling down to 12th position in the Porsche.
GT cars through the kink at 9, pulling through the gears now. Glorious sound of the cars getting not quite as fast as they will be on the main start straight. Very long run here at Barcelona, but also decent high speed, down to second gear. It's a great overtaking opportunity as well. Actually, that corner was opened out a few seasons ago, but it was a bit much tighter. That's where the giant grandstand is on 2 levels overlooks. Tonight will be flooded with people through till the early hours. It fits in perfectly with Spanish culture to watch the motor racing. It's a sort of crazy time of the day, really. But, as I say, 12 till 1 in the morning, very popular.
Well, it cools down a little bit. It's 27 at the moment. It's not dropping enormously, only down to 20 degrees through the night. 5 o'clock in the morning, still 20 degrees, and then the sun comes up, or the sky starts lighting it up just after 7 o'clock, 7 to 7:30, and you've... but this morning, of course, we had mist, all of that moisture, the heavy rain yesterday, that was burning off, but conditions perfect. What I really love here in the 24H series, the paddock is absolutely packed with people, but so many parents with young children coming at this time of day, when the vast majority of the crowd come to sit here late into the evening with something to eat, something to drink, to watch the cars. The age range will rise, but it was fantastic. You see so many children under the age of 10 really having a fabulous time getting up close to the cars, taking a look, and good to see the parents, of course, being fully responsible. Almost every single one I saw had a pair of ear defenders. That's the child, not the parent.
Yes, very wise, I would say. Luke Broiker's now going quicker than anyone else has done in the 909 Red Camel car. So is Luke able to cope with the understeer issues a little better than older brother Rick right now? He's just done a 148.655. The team, you can be sure, are trying to work to not necessarily a full solution for that, but just making the drivers slightly more comfortable for the remaining time, which is 21 hours and 40 minutes. Still a Ferrari leading after 72 laps, with Leo Weiss now at the wheel of number 22 WTM.
One thing I've just been looking at to see if anybody had continued from the start of the race, just spotted Lionel Amrouche, one of the 2 Vortexes, 7:01. 2 pit stops so far, but he's still circulating. Then at the bottom of our timing screen, it says car 7:01. Oh, that's his car. Team manager to report to race control. So we'll keep an eye on that one. And obviously Lionel, the most experienced driver in any of the either of the Vortexes, but maybe he's just run a little too long, or maybe it was an infringement under those 2 code 60s. We'll wait and see. No further information at the moment, but one to watch.
Indeed so. A variety of Vortex he will have raced through the years, even going back to the GC automobile that looked like a BMW saloon car in the mid-2010s, and then onward into the Vortex V8s in their various iterations. Has raced with Porsche Lorient Racing before as well. Hails from Nantes in France, and just loves his motor racing as much as possible that he can do around his business commitments through the rest of the year. But an exciting weekend for Vortex to launch their brand new car here at Barcelona. That happened yesterday, unfortunately in miserable weather conditions, although they did find some gaps in the rain in order to do that.
Yeah, they wanted to drag it out of the awning at the back, but then they didn't want to fill it up with water. But the most crucial element, when you look at the car for next year, much lower at the back, and They've removed pretty much all the metal bits. It's now going to be all carbon fibre with all the associated extra structural rigidity and therefore handling. So it was looking very mean, slightly damp. Oh dear, the race, number 22, our race leading Ferrari, has been damaged. It's sitting sideways in the track, and Leonard Weiss has dropped it coming out of turn 2. Was someone else involved? Got to see that was sitting on a lead of, well, the best part of 1 minute and 20 seconds. It's now reversing back away from where it's hit. It's gone off. Imagine going through turn 1, turn 2, where the track goes left. He's gone a little too far left, and now he's trying to avoid dropping into the gravel trap, but time is being burnt. But if he can tidy it around, he's got to wait for a gap in the traffic. You don't have a long line of sight from the exit of turn 2 to the exit of turn 1. He's going to have to spin it through, what, 150 degrees to point the right direction. And I suddenly think we could have the IMSA Porsche going into the lead any moment now.
Just about the worst car to be next on the road is Julian Andlauer, the quickest guy out there, and he hasn't crossed the line yet to complete 73 laps, but he does so now. So look out for the 76 all-black Porsche about to work its way into sight. Turns 1, 2 and 3. Still the Ferrari, no fire in the belly. Or is it just that they're waiting for a gap in the traffic? Now it can lurch forward and almost into the path of the CP Racing Mercedes. I reckon that was the Porsche that I'm talking about. There are the flashing of the lights, and it's a lead change at Barcelona for the first time today. Julian Andlauer knew exactly what was going on, I'm sure, because the team were on the radio. The driver, the car you're trying to chase down is facing the wrong direction at turn 2, and Andlauer needed to slice by as quickly as possible. That's a huge amount of ground gained back again, and just put your mind in the garage of WTM by Rinaldi now, having spent the first 2 and a bit hours building up almost a 2-minute lead. It is gone in 1 moment.
It was a minute and 18 seconds at the end of the previous lap, but of course only just started this lap, getting it wrong somewhere between turn 1 and 2, rotating that Ferrari. Leonard Weiss then had to have the odyssey, just waiting, first to turn his car around enough to then spin it back onto the circuit, but also just waiting for a gap in the traffic. And as I said, you've got such a short line of sight to see people. You can only see them once they've come past the end of the ball as the cars turn into turn 1. But how cruel for them, for that IMSA LS Group Performance Porsche to be there just as they finally got going, and it dived up the inside. Julian Andlauer didn't need a second invitation. Now he's going to be cool, calm, collected, pulling away. But what's the handling going to be like for the Ferrari? It's still stuck behind the CP Racing Mercedes that went through turn 2 just ahead of the IMSA Porsche. But how's the car going to handle? Did it hit that tyre wall on the exit of turn 2? Need to see both flanks.
I don't want to make light of this situation too early on, but there's going to be no ice cream for Leo Weiss after what Jochen Krumbach said. What we don't know yet is whether there was another car involved, because Leo Weiss is the semi-pro. That's the really weird thing about it. We've had just about 2 hours of bronze driving time where Jochen Krumbach didn't put a foot wrong, and then all of a sudden Leo Weiss, who is very experienced not only in this championship but also the Nürburgring Nordschleife, facing the wrong way, possible damage on the car. I can only think that another car was involved, but we haven't yet had a message on the screen suggesting that is the case. I would expect incident involving car 22 and another now under investigation, and until we get that, we have to assume Leo's gone off on his own. Well, which is very unusual.
Really hard to call, as you point out, when you regularly race this car on the Nürburgring Nordschleife for 172 turns per lap, and he hasn't put a wheel wrong in that this year. Anyhow, we'll wait and see. But the long and the short of it, leading the race by 1 minute and nearly 20 seconds, comfortable, building on the work of Jochen Krumbach, and something untoward happened into turn 2, whether off on his own, but it was just the period. He must have waited 40 seconds for a gap in the traffic. First 30 seconds were getting the car pointed the right way, but
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
brand new GT2 Mercedes, and we have code 60 number 3. And just want to correct a little bit of nonsense I spouted a moment ago. Of course, Julian Andlau is the second driver into the 76 Porsche. It was started by Gregory Gilbert.
So Gilbert, the semi-pro for the opening stint. Now we got a pro. We do still have to have a number of stints for Laurent Hergon, probably around about 6 hours worth, I would imagine, for the AM driver. But that has not been entered as a Pro-Am or an AM car. So that's the reason why generally the combination leans towards the pro side of things. But for Lau Cornago, NM Racing Team were leading GTX. There's something about GT leaders and the first corner here at Barcelona in the last 5 minutes, because a Ferrari, number 22, our only leader up until that point, a huge spin and then an even bigger recovery has been so costly for Wochenspiegel Team Monschau and Rinaldi Racing. But with a third code 60 of the race out again, this once more an opportunity to refuel cars, but not to the maximum amount of fuel that you can put in.
Okay, code 60, cars having to run at a bated pace. So going through turn 13, the penultimate corner of the lap, is our race leader, and only now exiting turn 12 with 4 cars between them is the car in second place, which is now the WTM Ferrari with Leonard Weiss at the wheel.
Getting very busy, Nick Damon in the pits.
Well, not as busy as you'd expect, actually. It's, you know, they say yellows breed yellows and purples breed purples, but this one hasn't been quite so popular as the others. There are a couple of cars already in, including the 23. We've seen the car collection Audi go past.
Dave, vypadáš docela unaveně trochu.
Ale je mi vedro. Jako mě úplně totálně dotavilo, ke konci bylo okolo 60, takže se jde 60, moc to nevětrá, takže všechno jak je rozhicovaný, tak jde do toho auta. A na konci toho stintu se jede na refueling, takže tam jsem jako to chtěl, radši chcípnout kvůli tomu problému s tím palivem. Takže všechno jak je to rozpálený, rozhavený, tak jde do kabiny. Takže jsem se tam doudil. Takže jsem teďka rád, že jsem venku. Za jízdy to není tak hrozný, jako prostě ten konec, no.
Hele, nakonec to ale vypadá, že po tom blbým startu, no po těch problémech, pak auto nakonec jelo. Jak se jelo?
Ale jelo se mi pěkně, jakoby byl to první jakoby stint, kdy jsem se snažil jakoby najít kompromis mezi tím jako hodně tlačit a šetřit pneumatiky. Takže mně se jelo poměrně hezky, samozřejmě ta degradace těch pneumatik tam je. A takže začne pak klouzat zadek, začneme to být v pomalých zatáčkách nedotáčivý, no, ale prostě tomu všemu se to dá přizpůsobit. Je tam mraky prostě belháků, který se tam prostě motají, jo, který prostě mám strach, že ať mě předjíždě, mě předjede na rovince, protože má rychlý auto, jo, v zatáčce to tam blokuje, div ho málem nesrazím, takže jako je to takový motání se v tom trafiku, no. Bylo to takové hledání to, kde já mám pouštět, kde mě to bude stát co nejméně času. Je tolik třeba nebudu brzdit, ale hlavně prostě budu být schopný i s tím, kdy mě budou předjíždět, zajíždět rychlý kola. Takže bylo to takové to učení se v tom trafiku na této trati.
Jak moc demotivující je startovat do závodu vlastně téměř hodinovou ztrátou?
Až takovou, jo.
25 kol, no, to vychází.
No, myslel jsem, že to je míň teda, no. Je to začátek. Jo, je to začátek a prostě 24 hodin je dlouhý, takže rozhodně bych neházel flintu do žita, je to dlouhý závod, budeme se snažit prostě tlačit, co to jde a vybojovat to zpátky. Může přijít jakýkoliv problém, jak nám, tak ostatním, takže rozhodně je to dlouhý závod.
Díky.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
In the GT World Challenge Europe event, and Ralph Bohn and Robert Ronauer are down there, and they're going to be flying up here as soon as they possibly can to race through the night. Not expect to arrive until 7, but I know the start of that race was delayed because of barrier repairs. That'll tighten their logistics, but the benefit, Johnny, of bringing Patrick Kolb along, not only a quick driver, but also it just means that we've now got the third driver in that rotation in. He's followed Daniel Alleman. Alfred Ronauer started the race, but they may be running a little bit longer into the night than they had planned.
Is the race in Valencia still going to be doing the full duration? How long is that? How long is the race?
Oh, from start to finish. It's a sprint round.
Very good. Nice way of answering the question. Oh, yeah, okay. They're only an hour long, but nevertheless, when you're in Valencia and you're also due to be racing in Barcelona, it is quite a bit of pre-planning, of which Alfred Ronauer knew absolutely nothing, because he said, I'm here looking after cars at this event. I don't need to know that stuff. Fair enough.
Yes. He's just trying to take the pressure off his shoulders. So just looking at the GT2 Mercedes pulled out of the gravel, a little bit of under tray damage, not surprising because it was right on its belly, deep down in the gravel at turn 1. Still under code 60, but now that's been removed from A, the gravel, and B, from the side of the track. One of the quickest drivers in that stint, the driver who took the lead, Julian Andlauer, he's as quick as Nick, because Nick has caught up with him.
Julian, that was a great stint because you ended up in the lead, but that was because the other car fell off. Did you know you'd taken the lead?
Yeah, I mean, I saw the car in the gravel, I mean, spinning. Let's say it was pretty tough, double stint on my side. We lost a lot of time in the pits because we couldn't pit under code 60, so we tried to take advantage on the second one. Pace was not too bad, but I mean, it's really difficult to drive out there. Traffic is tough, but also the car degradation is something to really manage. So. Yeah, that's what we tried to do at the moment, but hopefully we're going to be a bit stronger during the night. At the moment, we struggle a little bit with the rear axle and the entries and a little bit of top speed as well.
So is the degradation caused by the fact that the track got washed yesterday?
Yeah, also it's very hot. We know that Barcelona is a track which is pretty tough on the tires, first of all. But on top of that, it's pretty hot. Track temp is I think, 48, something like this. And yeah, I think it's the same for everyone. Maybe they struggle even more than us, but we have to make the best out of it and see where we can go through.
Now, I think, of course, this year we've changed the layout. We're not using the old chicanes, and you've got that much faster entry. Is that adding to the degradation, or is it actually making it easier?
I have to say, it pushed a little bit on the front axle because we're trying to carry a lot of speed in. But for us, I think in the car it's a little easier. So because we don't like stop and then come back and then take the curve. So I would say for us it's a little easier, and it gives a bit more rhythm into the in the car.
So, Julian, what's the strategy on drivers? Are you just going to rotate through all of you, or are you going to start going out of sequence?
Yeah, at the moment we try to see the pace of everyone in the traffic because it was a bit tough to see during the free practices, and then see what's the best option. Also, I think they're not very, very used to drive during the night, so I think I won't sleep so much during these 24 hours, but I mean, it's part of the game, so we're just going to push to the end.
Julian, thanks for this.
Julian Andlauer there chatting to Nick. That's the benefit of entering outside of the Pro-Am and the Am categories, if you like, because there shouldn't be too much of a limitation as to how much driving time Julian can do. He's a guy that came through I remember at Le Mans when he and Phil Hansen, I think, born on the same day, and we needed to go and interview both drivers to say, what time of the day were you born? We need to know who's the youngest in the race.
And they had to call their mothers. They hadn't a clue, frankly. They were very young at the time.
Yeah. But that doesn't feel that long ago, but it really was, because he's 24 now, and he was something like, I don't know, 14 at the time.
He's got a beard now and everything. Right, incident between car 22 and 715 under investigation. But So that's interesting. That's the Ferrari that was leading the race at the time. And fleetingly, I thought Jochen Krumback had been put on board, but Leonard Weiss has now popped up again, running in 4th place, the WTM by Rinaldi Ferrari, but that is under investigation for the incident with 715.
There's your race leader for the crew from, sorry, not the race leader, it was before the pit stops, but Haas RT are, strictly speaking, with Chris Cools now the race leader. Live standings on the screen for the 24H Series powered by Hankook. This is the Teams GT3 Championship with the order currently, but of course Haas RT are out front. They have a total of 126 points, leading by 10 over Scherer Sport, PHX and the Audi, with CP Racing, Charlie Putman Racing of the US in 3rd on 106. And there will be some other current championship positions we can show you in a moment or two, but these are going to chop and change a great deal over the next 21 and a bit hours, Bruce.
Oh, aren't they going to just? But just to clarify that situation, we were talking, it's under a minute to go until Code 60 will end. When I just cut out saying 715, I did mean to say the GT2 Mercedes that we saw in the gravel trap. But to my eye, we only picked that up with about a lap after the Ferrari went off at turn 2. But maybe it just hadn't been found at the time. It was so deep in the gravel trap. Maybe they did clash into turn 1. We've had a change of tyres on the Ferrari, so maybe there had been a puncture from a clash. But that is just trying to grasp at straws and find a story.
Scherer Sport leading in the Pro-Am category, so massive lead, 164 points over Herbert and Land Motorsport. The 715, we're going back to green now after our 3rd Code 60, but Nick, you've got some news on the NM Racing Mercedes, which caused the Code 60.
Yeah, just trundled down the pit lane past myself and Peter, and yeah, the rear left is flat. Now, obviously, I don't know what's cause and what's effect. Whether it was flat, that's why he went in the gravel, which you think might be, because he's so far in the gravel where you don't need to as a escape road. But yes, he's got a flat rear left, but the rear left has stayed together very well, so you managed to get back out again quite slowly. So the question is, what happened first, the off or the flat? And was he involved in any way with the Wochenspiel Ferrari? Let's find out later on.
All right.
Cars in the pits, by the way, and they're having to do a bit of work on that left-hand side.
Thank you. CP Racing are leading the GT3 AM division. These are on current standings, so by no means decided. We've still got a long way racing still to be completed before midday tomorrow. But CP Racing, top of the shop there, on 154 from the local crew, E2P Racing, and then the 22 Ferrari. Those point standings would have looked a lot rosier for the German crew prior to that very costly spin and even longer rejoin. But WTM by Rinaldi Racing, 3rd spot, current standings. And that car is now heading around turn 3. Certain camera angles suggest it's getting slightly gloomier out there, but actually up here out the window, there's still about the same cloud cover as we had an hour or so ago. In the 992 teams class, it's Vinny Motorsport by Ebby Motors with a 10-point advantage over Red Ant Racing with Red Camel Jordans.nl. Far from the ideal car setup for car 909, and they are 3rd in the standings, a further 4 points back, but that's very tight and set yet to change. Here is the 4th placed Ferrari then, in the hands of Leo Weiss, showing evidence of some of the front being taped up there, but that's nothing to do with the spin. That's from earlier on in the weekend. It's Chris Cools who leads then in the Haas RT Audi by a fairly big margin. I'll get you a gap in a moment over Patrick Kolb in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. RPM Racing in the 992 AM division, a massive lead of over 100 points over Red Ant Racing. They're on 60, but HRT are also on 60 as well. So 2nd and 3rd much closer, as Nick Damon's doing his Joe Bradley, frankly. This investigative work. I'm not used to this, Nick.
It's CSI Barcelona. I'm not sure if Peter can show this, but above the wheel arch, there's a big dent. Now, I don't know if that's cause and effect, where that dent was there before we started today, but there's also some scuffage there with sort of red and a light colour. So it's been involved in something on that corner where there was a problem. So you're kind of thinking there's been an incident, and it may or may not be in that Ferrari, but you think it possibly helped off, would be my definition of what's happened so far. They've just taken the undertray off, about 4.5 tons of the gravel trap's fallen out on the floor. Stefan Perrin's got into the car, But yeah, it's looking more and more like he didn't go off on his own, put it that way.
That's really quite interesting, but it can't be that the Ferrari and the Mercedes made contact, because the Mercedes was not there when the Ferrari had spun. Otherwise, it would have had a code 60 at the same time. Actually, Race Direction did a very good job when Leo had his moment, Leo Weiss, because they could have gone code 60 at that point. Had he been at turn 2 any longer, I'm sure the pace of the race would have been tempered.
Just had a thought. OK, it seemed like an eternity that we had Leo Weiss sitting there waiting to rejoin, but of course he then had a gaggle of cars between him and the new race leader, the IMSA Performance Porsche. Maybe it happened after he rejoined, going down into turn 1, because it certainly was, what, a couple of laps later, when we were sitting looking at the shot from turn 3 down to turn 2 to where the Ferrari was spun, we couldn't see in the background in that deep gravel trap the 715 GT2 class Mercedes. So we're still trying to put the story together for you. Still looking for any other warning on the screen, because there was this notification that the 22 Ferrari and the 715 Mercedes in the GT2 class had that clash, but we do not know any more than that at the moment.
It's an 18-point lead for RD Sainz Cholet Racing Team over Vortex V8 in the GTX team's classification. This is the season point standings, with 9 und 11 Racing, who aren't here this weekend, I want to say. They're not, are they? So that's not going to change the 92 points that they have for third position. GT4 Atlas BX Motorsport on 180.1 points from BUGGYRA ZM Racing on 162. So again, it's about an 18-point advantage there for Atlas. PCR Sport a long way back in third position. We'll continue to show the changing point situation through the course of the race, by the way. This ability to be able to show you live point standings. Also, the 24hseries.com website, very good at that as well. It's updating every 5 minutes according to the latest positions. In the TCR class for the teams, Holmgaard Motorsport on 120 versus Wolf Power Racing's number 121 Audi, which has already been off the road and into the gravel trap. So the advantage firmly with the Danish crew for Holmgaard Motorsport there. Through the gears we go, on board with, or in the background with Porsche, working its way now through the early part of the lap. Chris Cool's leads from Patrick Kolb, Haas and Herbert, and Simon Tehrman, who took over the IMSA car from Julian Andlauer, as Nick continues to try and get to the bottom of what the issue is with the Mercedes.
He came up very quickly on a Porsche and a Ferrari, apparently, that were battling. And I think, as we know, these cars have got tremendous top speed, and he was surprised by how fast he could come up, and he actually then spooked himself and did hit. He says he hit the Porsche, maybe hit the Ferrari, and therefore, as his team mates said, it was his fault, and that has taken out the rear end, as we know, and they're now replacing the wishbone. But they say that this car is interesting because it makes its speed very differently from any of the other types of car, and one of the biggest problems is they're losing the tyres after 30 laps. And they lose the fronts, then they lose the rears. So, you know, this car, the Hankook tyres, of course, are one size, one compound fits all. And perhaps the first outing for this GT2 car, they've not got it quite tuned into the tyres. So they're losing them quickly. It's getting more tricky. Also, it's very quick in a straight line. And suddenly you find yourself on top of other cars you weren't expecting.
Eek.
I am just discovering after that insight, and thank you, Nick, that at 2:36, and I'd actually missed this race control message at the time, it says incident involving car 715, the Mercedes, and car 22, the Ferrari, is under investigation. We'd said that we didn't actually get a blue backing on a message at the bottom of the screen. I don't think that was ever, well, there's been a lot going on, so maybe we did miss it. That's been called as the fault of Manuel Lau, and he just fessed up to it to Nick off air as well. So it's going to be a 10-second time penalty for the collision at the first corner. But now that takes away any blame from Leo Weiss, and I have to say I was really quite puzzled by the fact that the semi-pro got on board the car and then it's facing the wrong way. We didn't see the contact with the 715 Mercedes, which I guess ended up in the gravel straight away.
But it was so deep that it was out of the camera angle, I think is a simple question there, because the camera looking down at the spun Ferrari was looking down from turn 3, and maybe the Mercedes was so far into the gravel trap at turn 1. So we knew it was under investigation. What we didn't know was the outcome. And they've been very quick in ruling that. Just 10 minutes after the message went up, the blame, unfortunately, for Manuel Lau Cornago has gone his way. The team gets an extra 10 seconds, but they're hemorrhaging time as they sit down in the pit garage while that's being repaired, down to 34th position. Bas Kuten's Racing TCE class car should be going past them within the next few minutes. Up at the front end of the field, though, Chris Cools leading for Sandrine Haas's team. That's Haas RT with their number 21 Audi, the car that's entered from, yes, check your national flags, from Aruba. And good to see some local photographers have been brought over to take a look at what Sandri does when she's not living in Aruba. And her car racing here is sitting on an advantage of 20 seconds at the moment from Herbeth Motorsports' third driver in the cycle, which is Patrick Kolb has got on board in that number 91 Porsche. So that's second. And third place, Simon Thurman, not long into his stint in the Porsche that was leading when that took the lead when that sort out happened with the spin for Leonard Weiss in the WTM by Rinaldi Ferrari.
The other interesting thing is that Manuel Lau Cornago is a semi-pro driver in that NM Racing Team lineup. So you've got semi-pro colliding with a semi-pro. Not necessarily the thing that first comes to mind when there are incidents out on track. You tend to go for the lesser experienced drivers, although, of course, just because you're semi-pro doesn't mean you've necessarily driven GT4 machinery and know the speed differential, or indeed the sort of speed that you arrive down at the first corner. The cars with less downforce clearly have less drag and are at top speed down the main straight, quicker in some cases than a GT3 car. That's certainly the case when you compare a Porsche Cup car with a Porsche GT3. So no doubt really wishing he could go through turn 1 rather differently now, but that's the benefit of hindsight. We don't know how serious the damage or the collision was. The Ferrari has continued on, and I'm sure that damage was assessed when Leo Weiss came in for his stop, but I'm really looking forward now to what Leo has to say, because we've sort of heard one side of the story, although driver didn't actually want to talk to Nick. Leo Weiss may well be, I'm sure he will be, more forthcoming.
Yeah, well, in fact, just looking at the last lap time, not long has the field been released from that third code 60, and in fact, second place is in his sights, just 2.5 seconds down on the Herbeth Porsche of Patrick Kolb. So Leonard Weiss actually setting decent pace.
That's the message about Article 27 being breached in the sporting code, effectively. General Code of Driving Conduct. 715 judged to be at fault. 10-second penalty. But that will have to be served in the pit lane. So there's also the time it takes you to access pit road, stop for 10 seconds, and then head back out onto the road. Unless it is just added to the time, we'll have to wait and see.
Slight concern over our race-leading Audi, the Haas RT car. Its last lap was a 1:50. The chasing cars were in 1:46 and 1:45. So suddenly the advantage it had over the Herbeth Motorsport Porsche has come down to 15 seconds, and it's only 2.5 seconds further back. Slightly less to Leonard Weiss. So third is catching second, and second is catching first. Got to see what Chris Cools can do in that number 21 Audi, the Haas RT car. Why, you can lose a few seconds. Here we are, right, going through turn 9 behind a fellow Audi. That's one of the Juta Racing Audis, but I'm trying to look at the intervals. Are they looking quite respectable, being quite fine? So don't know if something happened in front of Chris Cools or if there is something wrong with that car. Race leader, stint length 52, nearly 53 minutes, so it's coming towards the end of the stint, and Chris Cools should be handing that over, but went very well in the hands of Max Hofer. You saw him picking off a few positions. The young Austrian racer Mika Panu, a Finnish amateur driver, managed to have a good little second stint, but at the moment just got to keep an eye on Chris Cools leading this race. If he does another lap in the 1:50s, no, his next one was a 1:48, so he's still losing time, but just not as much as before. And we have another faller, the 709 Porsche sitting side on. Scuderia Farion, and he's just as he's sitting sideways, talking about insult to injury, there's a message on the screen saying he's got a penalty as well for speeding in the pits. Oh no, actually out on the track, beg your pardon, during code 60. So he's gone a little too fast, and he's given a far worse penalty to himself by taking a rotation. And it's coming out of turn 4, a little bit too much right foot. Round he went to one side of the track, and then unfortunately reversed to the other, and then did that awful thing, go back across the track and then get it stuck in the gravel.
Yeah, so it is going to be a code 60. It's a code 60, the very reason why that car was initially given a penalty. So the Scuderia Farion Porsche of Agustin Sanabria Crespo, rear wheels in the gravel trap and going nowhere swiftly now. So our 4th code 60 of the race so far. That hopefully will be a very quick extraction for the all-Spanish lineup in that car. And it'll get back running again. A word on Chris Cool's average time. It does appear to be right in the middle of the 148s. However, there have been 2 code 60s already prior to this one within his stint. So that will have brought the average time up quite a bit. He is capable of doing a 146.7. That's his best lap of his current stint. So you're right to be concerned about a 150, 1 minute 50, but that could just be down to the odd bit of traffic here and there. Patrick Kolb, 13.8 seconds through the last split down on Chris Cool's. That probably was at green flag speeds as well. Leo Weiss, who's only a few seconds back from that. So if there has been any damage done to the rear of the Ferrari, and I'm sensing perhaps it was front of Mercedes into rear of Ferrari at the first corner, then hopefully the diffuser not too badly damaged. He may well be feeling it just a little in the setup, but principally that's still the Ferrari that he was given, or rather Jochen Krumbach was given at the start of the race, and that's the nature of a 24-hour race. You're going to get a car that is in perfect conditions at the start, less so at the end, and it's a question of how you deal with that.
Shall we take this moment to just run you through who's leading the classes? Obviously, outright race lead, Chris Cool's, the Haas RT Audi. Good to see that 709 Porsche who's back on terra firma and is now about to drive away from turn 4 and probably come back round to the pits. Porsche Cup class led by Luke Breukers. So despite Rick Breukers saying the handling's bad and it's getting worse, it's clearly good enough now. And Luke Breukers, younger brother, leading the Porsche Cup class in 10th place overall, not too far ahead of Sergio Nicolai, about 5 seconds advantage there. GTX is being led by the Cholet Racing team Lamborghini. We sort of have a little bit of an off-track moment to recover in the first half hour or so of the race, but that's sitting on a small advantage over the KTM Crossbow with Polish racer Artur Kvist, second overall in GTX. TCR is being led at the moment by Home Guard Motorsport. They've really been on top of form this season. They've got the Norwegian in the crew, Roy Edlund, leading that class in 28th overall. And GT4, sorry, I've skipped right past that, Atlas BX Motorsport is one position ahead of that in 27th. And that's the team largely crewed by Korean drivers. And it's Donggi No who's at the wheel at the moment.
Less than a minute before we go back to green. So if you haven't taken the opportunity early on in the Code 60 to get fuel in, probably the opportunity's gone now, because it will be a double whammy. You'll only get to take on board a portion of your fuel, and you'll be stuck in the pits as well whilst everyone else is going green. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars in the fueling quadrant. As we go back to green, there were 1 or 2 in the pits with Nick.
Yeah, we had not exactly a huge number of takers, and towards the end we saw people just going straight to the pit lane, including the 903 Red Ant and the 85 CP Racing. Now the interesting thing is they actually don't lose any time in doing that, and I'm wondering if they might make a tiny amount of time up, because the pit lane speed limit is the same as the Code 60 limit, and it's slightly shorter if you go through the pit lane than if you go around the whole of the last turn, was it 15 or 16? So a few of them did dive in and didn't just trundle down the pit lane. I think more because they thought the Code 6 wasn't going to last long enough. But yeah, quite a lot, but not a lot of takers, and some of those who came to the pit lane did absolutely nothing with it.
I thought it was a 40 limit in the pits rather than a 60, but
well, they seem to go in the scene. I think it's 40 in the fuel zone, isn't it?
I thought it was 20 there.
Yeah, it's certainly very, very slow in the fuel zone.
Well, what I would say is when they were going down the pit lane and when they go down the straight, it seemed to be the same speed.
Okay.
But I could be visually impaired. I mean, you're right. I think it may well be 40, but all I'm saying is it did seem that they didn't care.
But I think the inroad is still 60, and then you hit the white line just before the fueling area. But maybe that little bit that you can shortcut at 60 is worth doing when you add it all up. It's an interesting tactic. So
probably
sorry,
what it means is, Johnny, I think what it means, Johnny, is you can take the risk. You can say, yeah, come in, and we'll make a decision on fuel or anything else, because your net loss of trolling down the pit lane is only going to be like a second or 2 seconds at most. So it just throws open strategy options. Now, there's a car. Is that car actually broken down in the fueling area? Perhaps if you look out the window, you might be able to see it's one of the Porsches. Or are they lifting the bonnet to fuel
is
up?
that the car that caused the code 60, I wonder?
Yes, it is. It's 709, was it, I think. While that's been happening, though, Patrick Kolb for Herbert Motorsport has fallen to third place because Leonard Weiss is right back on it, now only 8.4 seconds down on the race leader, Chris Cool. So that battle was over about 25 seconds. Shortly after the code 60, it's down to 8.5 seconds, covering the top 3 runners. But Leonard Weiss trying to get the Ferrari back into the lead of the race to atone for what happened down at turn 1 that ended up with the GT2 Mercedes from NM Racing in the gravel trap and him facing the wrong way and losing a lead. What was it? About 1 minute and 18 seconds, we said.
Yeah.
Waiting for so long to rejoin before there was a clear gap in the traffic. Got back onto the track just as the IMSA Porsche came through and grabbed the lead turning into turn 3.
Yeah, so a little bit of all change out front. I also just noticed that Leo Weiss has got ahead of Patrick Kolb, and that happened just at the point where we went back to green flag. So half a second or so, and this is a really nice battle now. Patrick Kolb looking for a way in front of the Ferrari. So Chris Cool's leading by 8.5 seconds, but the second place fight is the one to keep our eye on, and grab a look at the rear of the Ferrari whenever we can, maybe here, to see whether there's any discernible damage to the diffuser. There doesn't appear to be, Bruce.
No, and I'm just looking, only 4 and a bit seconds further back is Simon Thurman in 4th place in the IMSA Porsche that fleetingly led the race, but certainly the hunted is Chris Cool's, the Haas RT number 21 Audi, leading the race by a diminishing margin down to 6 and a bit seconds, almost 2 seconds gained in the first 2/3 of this lap. So it's tightening up all the time, but the real move made there by Leonard Weiss to go by Patrick Kolb. So WTM by Rinaldi Ferrari up into second, Herbert Motorsport, Porsche back into third. Porsche's in third, 4th and 5th, with IMSA Performance in 4th, and Yannick Mettler for Car Collection Motorsport. It's the number 23 entry, red and white, and running, quietly but successfully up in that top 5 position.
As Bruce Jones, he's off for a bit of a break. I'll be following him fairly shortly as well, as we really enjoy this race that has been thrown wide open. I was a touch fearful that it will be very much a one prancing horse race, the way that the 22 Ferrari shot off into the distance, but it's very much been livened up. Certainly not in the favour of WTM by Rinaldi Racing, but as a spectacle, they are now going to have to work incredibly hard. They're reeling in the race leader, in fairness, in Chris Cool's. 6.3 seconds the deficit by lap 89. And Leo Weiss now having worked his way in front of the Porsche that sits in third for Patrick Kolb, and Herbert Motorsport looking to try and slice into that 6.3 second gap. It's exactly 3 o'clock here in Barcelona. We've had 3 hours of running and a very decent temperature. Pleasant to be out there, at least if you're a spectator. Different story in a very hot race car. The front engine, that's where all the heat obviously then works its way into the cockpit. For the mid-engine cars, all the heat sitting right behind you. So never an ideal situation. And for some cars that are already starting to break, bits starting to fail on them. We heard from Mark van der Aar that after an hour and a half, the power steering had started to go on his Porsche Cup car. And there's very little that can be done between now and the end of the race if you want to stay in contention about fixing that. James Littlejohn's just gone across the line to set the 9:06 Porsche Cup car's best lap of the race so far. Well, after an hour's worth of Ben Constanduris and Joe Bradley earlier on, it was a very well-behaved race, I would say, but probably just the influence of me and Bruce has spiced it up. it took us a long time, Joe, to get to the bottom of exactly what had happened at the first corner, but it was contact to take out Leo Weiss in the number 22 WTM Ferrari. He had a lead of 1 minute and 20-odd seconds, and collision with a lower order class car, which can happen so often in a 24-hour race. He's then stuck at the first corner for basically a minute trying to rejoin and loses the lead.
You messed it all up, didn't you? It was in lovely order there. The 296 Ferrari, the brand new Ferrari and GT3 spec was, I'm not going to say walking away with it, because we did have a race developing between that Glockenspiegel team, Monschau Ferrari and the Herbert Porsche. However, Ben Constanduris just settling in now. We come back after our little break, and the races took on a fully different complexion with the SRT Audi now heading the field. Chris Kuhl's at the wheel of that car, and it's got about 5 seconds on the recovering Leo Weiss-driven Ferrari now. Herbert's still in third. Simon Thurman in the IMSA LS Group Performance Porsche. That car started on the pole position. The car collection Porsche with Yannick Mettler just behind that. But Ben, I've got to say it, we've got a race in our hands, and it just shows, you know what, you can have the fastest car, which clearly that new 296 Ferrari is. Very, very, very competitive package there out of Maranello, but it's still endurance racing, it's still multi-class racing, and in 24 hours, anything can actually happen. And you know what, still got 21 hours of the 24 to go, so it's probably gonna do exactly that.
Probably going to change again. And what we obviously can't necessarily follow at this early stage in the race is how the stints have worked out for the various different cars, how they've reacted to the various Code 60s that we've had, and what kind of fuel loads therefore are in the cars. Because the first hour of the race was very simple, no Code 60s, and very, very easy and clear race. And we went through to the second hour with just a single Code 60, which kind of actually fell at that hour mark. And so for the GT3 cars, it's a very easy choice as to what to do fueling-wise. It was just, were you compromised in the fuel bays by missing the 10 available slots, like we saw from Haas RT, who were about 12th car in and had to wait a long time. So then, 2 hours ago, you said Haas was on the back foot. But they have ignored all the Code 60s since then, haven't pitted throughout those 2 Code 60s, and therefore, because their last pit stop was under green flag conditions, they had a full tank of fuel at that point. We will expect to see Haas RT, I think, at any moment come into the pits, because Chris Kuhl's has been out for 1 hour and 6. There have been 3 separate Code 60s within that time, which extends his stint, allows him to go longer because he'd have saved fuel within those Code 60s. But the cars behind, the Ferrari, the Porsche, and the other Porsche of IMSA LS Group Performance, both pitted under not the last Code 60, it was a short one, but the long Code 60, and therefore are on different strategies. And we can't go through all 40 or 39 cars to explain which one's which, but it does eventually play out. This early stage of the race, it's kind of say what you see and see how we go.
Well, we are playing a high-speed game of chess, as I see all the time. There's another Chris in that Haas RT team, Chris de Donker, who's the chief engineer there, who's running the strategy on that number 21, and it's Chris who's gotten that car up there. He's the sort of engineer that's very calm and composed as we go forward. We're about to see a change of lead, though, I'm pretty sure, because Leo Weiss in the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari Glockenspiegel car, 1.1 seconds last time by, and they were taking chunks of time out of that leading Audi. So next time by, I'm pretty confident we're going to see a change of lead. Meanwhile, we're staying in the land of the 992 Porsches, as we've got, I think, information from the pits that the returning GT2 Mercedes is back out of the pits. Did I hear that? Let's go down to Nick. Nick, I know you shouted up that we were seeing the Mercedes leaving pit lane, and I'm just wondering if that's the case.
He has left, yes, sheepishly replaced left wishbone and deposit 4.5 tons of gravel in the garage. Man responsible coming together, which we will find out about what happened from Leonard Weiss. The car is back out again. Stefan Perrin was on board that one. And Stefan tries another car. I think that's 4 different cars he's been in this season in the Creventic series.
I'm wondering if Stefan is in the market for a purchase of that AMG GT2. We'd love to see it running regularly in the series. Yes, Ben, we have had that change of lead. You just spotted that.
I mean, we're following an insignificant car in 24th position with the leading car behind that has just taken the lead. Not only that, but Herbert Motorsport directly behind them. Look at that, 1.1 seconds separating the top 2 cars. And no sign in that shot of Haas RT. 2.4 back already on that last lap. Very much Chris Cool's at the end of his stint, and I think both at the end of his tyre stint, just trying to stretch the fuel as long as possible. But there's a big gap already after a single lap between our front 2. The Ferrari now clearing the Mark V8 Racing, the Porsche now clearing the Mark V8 Racing as well. What is curious is that they've replaced the rear, was it rear right or rear left wishbone, I heard, on that Mercedes. But it's been given a penalty for contact.
Yeah.
Well, the contact would have led to a damage, but that's the rear of the car. It's quite hard to cause an incident with the rear of your car, and certainly for me, it looks as though there's a bit of damage to the front of that Ferrari.
Well, he might have turned in. He's probably turned in on the Ferrari and contacted that. But, I mean, all right, you could say that punishment enough from that incident was the damage you've incurred on yourself, but it's still a driver infringement, isn't it? It's still a you know, worthy of a penalty, or else we will have drivers just going to become a bit of a Mad Max situation out there. We've got a challenge for this lead kicking off, haven't we? Because that Herbert car of Patrick Kolb right on the tail of the Ferrari as
this
the
could
Ferrari
change here,
trying to get through traffic, and now the flashing lights of the Herbert car just going down the inside of the crossport. The Milwaukee liveried 714 numbered car there, just getting out of the way as the leaders come through. And this is turning into a sprint race kind of format now, isn't it?
He did very well there, because Patrick Kolb moving around in the mirrors of the KTM crossbow to make sure that Arthur Twists, who is driving that, could see that he was coming through. And they will probably not have been aware that this is the battle for the lead of the race. Ferrari ahead of Porsche. But for the few corners where they were trying to clear that Mustang-shaped Mark V8, it was advantage Ferrari. Easy to clear the M4 GT4. But Patrick Kolb joining that team in the 24H series, although part of the team in ADAC GT, giving Leo Weiss a really hard time right now. And they are on a very similar strategy as well, to be fair. If you look at the last pit stop, Kolb was a lot shorter in the pits than Leo Weiss. And this is Kolb's first stint, whereas Leo in the car since the 2-hour mark.
Yeah, Weiss's stint length just over an hour, 64 minutes, 38 minutes for Kolb. Not that that will have a bearing on, say, driver fitness. I don't think that's going to be a factor as these two continue to chase one another down just ahead of this pack here as through the traffic as well.
Well, that's a change for third, isn't it?
Yeah,
Simon Thurman going through.
So what's happened to the Haas car, the Haas RT Audi?
It's just at the end of its stint, I think.
Dropping down. What, his tyres have gone? Because he's dropping down like a stone, isn't he?
He's done an hour and 11 on that in that stint. Yes, there's been 3 Code 60s within that stint. The last service was under green flag conditions. So I think they're just trying to stretch this out as much as possible. Maybe waiting for a Code 60. I don't know. But ultimately, I think you're beyond 33 laps. You're almost beyond what the tyres in the very heat of the day now, 3 o'clock local time, possibly are willing to achieve.
The leader just coming through turn 9, which is the fast sweep, the right-hand sweep, and then that straight down to the this short straight, short-ish, long enough to get a braking manoeuvre going at turn 10, which is a lot more open on this configuration of the Circuit of Catalunya. Okay. As we come through 10 and then on through 12, still no change.
Remarkable news from pit lane. The fuel pumps are out of service. So cars that need to pit, and I'm going to suggest that Chris Cool's in one of those cars in the Haas RT machine, have no ability right now to get fuel. We have a view over the pit area, and I can't see why it is out of service. It doesn't seem like a huge amount of movement going on down there, other than teams kind of frustrated that they aren't able to do any servicing of their cars.
Well, if you're new to the Creventic series, basically the refueling aspect of these cars...
Generators off.
Ah, is that what it is? So the pumps aren't... Yeah, okay. Just to give people an idea if you're new to the series, unlike other series in endurance racing where cars are refueled in front of their garage, in front of their pit garage, we don't do that in 24H series. We have a fueling area. There's a lot of benefits from that. It's all about cost and savings. They're basically service station fuel pumps, the like of which you will see at any kind of service station, like at your supermarket. There's a car just come in there, Ben. It's the 906 numbered Porsche, which is currently 26th, James Littlejohn. It's the Richardson racing car, currently in 10th place in 992. Now, I'm not sure how desperate that Porsche is going to be. It's the only car that's been in since we've lost the generator.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
...45 minutes in a 992.
More than 8 laps, for sure.
So now, okay, so the race control is saying fuel station is available again. No cars to prove it as yet, but I would say that Haas RT are probably one of the first to prove it. I mean, an hour and 16 in a GT3 car? That's a lot of...
We've had a Code 60, remember?
Well, they've had 3, actually, since they were
within
last
that
in.
stint.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's well doable.
They've done a lot of saving at that time.
Yeah, that's well in the window, isn't it? 3 Code 60s. Without even knowing the duration, just the fact that you will fuel save, because they'll do about an hour and 5 minutes, won't they? So
the saga of James Littlejohn continues, because that was actually his second visit. So he did 8 laps. He came into the pits literally 1 lap before we just mentioned it, and he's back in the pits again now, this time at the fuel bays. So he's done a full tour, so they must be absolutely desperate for fuel, which is a bit of a surprise. Oh, bits of car flying off on the start-finishing straight. Someone's delaminated, or something has delaminated.
I think that's the number 1, the Shearer Sport Audi there. Left rear tyre has just exploded as the car got to the braking area for turn 1. Just seen that car with what looked like a shredded left rear corner. It's the bright yellow and black liveried car, the number 1. Currently in 7th place. Michael Doppelmayr is the driver at the wheel of that car. And he, having gone through turn 1, will be limping his way around, just looking on the tracker, Ben.
Don't forget the tracker is guesstimating.
Yes, I know, yeah. And that's why it's held up. It's waiting for it to catch up.
Yeah.
Now it catches up. So that number 1 just going through turn 4 now. I'm not quite sure whether that was... There he goes. There he is. He spun on the lack of a left rear. So he's got to wait for the traffic to come through. He's got to be patient. All of your instincts telling you to just spin that car to the right and get on with it. However, I'm not sure whether it's cause or effect.
luckily those curbs very much motorbike style curbs, so very, very flat. He won't be beached on that, even if he doesn't have much of a tyre left. No, as you say, Joe, left rear. Oh,
don't
come
go into
on,
the gravel.
Michael.
Don't go into the gravel.
Not with a left rear delaminated as well. Okay, so that's code 60 then.
So what he done was he didn't quite have the steering lock, and that took him into the gravel trap, quite well into the gravel trap, and now he's beached himself. So that car will need to be recovered onto a flatbed potentially. If they might not want to just drag him out. We've gone code 60. So that issue with the number 1 Audi bringing out the purple flag again, and we've gone code 60.
Amazing to watch the fuel area, because suddenly there's floods of people coming out of the area in which they're kind of chilling out, because every team now desperately wants to use these fuel bowsers. Look at the amount of people trying to get their teams and their cars in the right place. Haas RT, one of the first to respond. Great work by those that are in the right place. It's kind of sitting in...
It's a queue.
He's kind of sitting in the middle, though, isn't he? There must be a pump available to him.
No, he's at the number 1 pump. He's pulled in behind the BUGGYRA Mercedes.
No, but BUGGYRA, he's not using the number 1. Look, the number 1 is closest to us. They're using the second pump.
Oh, isn't that annoying when you pull into the gas station?
Yes.
Isn't it annoying when somebody doesn't pull all the way forward?
And Haas has taken 3. So actually there is somebody... none of these teams will be able to see it, but there is pump 1 available.
Yeah.
And now teams are trying to juggle and place their cars in the right positions without getting held up. CP Racing at the tail of the field. The marshal telling them to hold.
Somebody taking advantage of it. That's the TCR Audi being
Wolf
waved
power.
through to the number 1 pump.
There you go.
Confusion reigns. So somebody taking advantage of the number 1 pump. That's the car in 23rd place, the Antonio Garzon in the Orchid Racing Porsche 911, currently 9th in 992. The black and turquoise roofed car.
I think CP Racing actually were at a pump. They're just so far back there. They don't have an awning over the last pump. So I think they did get in to a booth. How many cars have we got there?
Yeah.
We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so all are occupied. Nobody is queuing.
And everybody taking on fuel. So good spot with the number 1 pump, by the way, not being used.
Number 1 is under investigation for contact with 34, which is Max Edelhoff. So is there a suggestion that there's been some contact there?
Which has caused that puncture.
We saw the puncture happened on the main straight, because we had this shot of bits of carbon fibre flying into other cars. We didn't actually see number 1 initially.
That's right, we just saw the aftermath.
We saw bits.
Whether that's contact, which has then brought about the puncture... Because there was certainly nothing around that car when we saw the tyre give up.
So pit's busy again as everyone reshuffles their stints. I don't know how this affects Haas RT, because it's fallen nicely in the fact that they are going to pit under code 60. But remember, only half a tank of fuel versus.
I think Nick's got something for us down in the pits, Ben. Let's head down there. Nick?
Yeah, very, very busy pit lane at the moment. We've got the Haas RT have just finished their full service. They've changed drivers, they've changed tyres, and they got a full slurp of fuel. We had the 121 Wolf Power come in. We just had the 85, which of course is the CP race. I think Phil Quaife got on board there, replacing Shane Lewis. With one car that definitely had to wait for fuel, which was the 23 Porsche. That has now managed to get through the half tank and is trundling down the pit lane. We've had the Mark VDS car, and now a kind of a second selection of cars coming in, including the More Than Racing Razan, and more importantly, including the Herberth Porsche. That's waiting an extra lap to come in to pick up fuel, and now the pubs are empty. So very, very busy this time. Unlike last time when no one bothered, now a lot of people need a bit of fuel. But don't forget, of course, it's only half a tank. And that might be why Richardson's had a problem, because they're only taking on half a tank at a time. They're not going to go that far in a GT3 car.
We're just thankful that the generator was switched back on before we went code 60, Nick. We've just been discussing that. If it had gone code 60, it would have been a lot of tactical refueling. unable to go ahead with. The number one is making its way around, limping its way around. It's crucial to take your time. Every instinct tells you to put your foot down and get back to the pits as quickly as possible. However, that's possibly the worst thing you can do. However, I do think the carcass of that tyre has left the vehicle, hasn't it?
I don't think there's much rubber flapping any longer, to be honest.
No, there's no flappage.
But what you can still be doing is grazing the floor along the tarmac.
You are damaging that rear under tray as well, where the diffuser is. So you are going to be very lucky if you get away without damaging the diffuser, which of course affects the rear end aerodynamics, doesn't it? And the aero balance of the car is going to be disturbed. All of the main runners then took advantage of that code 60 and have come in for a half a tank of fuel, or 50% of their allocation. And we're just seeing now the leader, the number 22 Ferrari, just pulling off the fuel pump, so he'll be heading down to the pit apron. The Herbert Porsche has done likewise. The IMSA LS Group Performance in third also, and the Ferrari's with Nick now. Nick,
Leonard Weiss has got out a little bit further away, can't quite see who's got in. We do have the Share Sport VHX out. That's in getting fuel, and then it'll come down about 5 garages or so further down than that Ferrari, and they will be taking a driver change and full service. Obviously, they'll have to assess the damage first. And away and down, and there goes the Ferrari. A little bit weighty, kind of couldn't quite decide whether to go in front of the or not, and we've gone green by the sound behind me.
Yeah, we have, and so that has worked out pretty well for the Ferrari, getting the tyres on just as we go green. He's going to trundle down the pit lane and be slightly compromised by the full-speed nature of the track, but he could have still been sitting in the fuel bay at this point, and that would have been a lot more detrimental, as we see from 929, which is down there right now, and the number one Share Sport still in the fuel area. That's before they get the rest of the service completed.
driver change then we've now got at the wheel of the 22, the leading Ferrari. Isaac Tutumulu Lopez has taken over that car. Patrick Kolb has stayed in the 91. Let's head back down the pits.
Down with the Share Sport car. It has 8 tons of gravel. It's done that thing they always do when an Audi R8 whips off its tyres. It's smashed out that rear, sort of what would be the legality panel in a P car, but basically it's those strakes behind the wheel which add a bit of downforce. That's kind of a separate bit of plastic, or well, probably carbon fibre, let's be honest, that gets whipped off. Okay, they've got the wheel off, and they've now got a angle grinder to cut off some spare bits of metal. What's he cutting away? He's cutting away the damaged area of the wheel well, actually, as the wheel well cover is going. So this car's definitely going to be down on downforce. The diffuser itself, having a look, yeah, that seems okay, actually. But there they go, ripping out the wheel well cover. There's a slightly, what looks like quite important pipe they've got out there. It might just be an overflow pipe. But this will be aerodynamically hampered now for the rest of the race, because obviously it takes them too long, I think, to put that panel back on again, which is the rear left of the car. However, the arch is fine. It does appear the brakes are fine. It does appear the wishbones are fine. I wonder if they're actually going to release or drop down the rear diffuser, because there is so much gravel being held on the top of it, or they're just going to do the thing which is drive on and go left and right till it all falls out. But some good tyre up action now, and I can see some duct tape, and I can see a lump hammer. So if they could just bring on the iPhone torch, we'd have the endurance race set.
I don't know. That was some lovely angle grinder ambience, wasn't it, from Nick's mic there? Lovely to see an angle grinder coming into action, especially onto a car such as the Audi R8. I mean, you wouldn't dream of taking your Audi R8 into a garage and having the mechanic appear with an angle grinder. But this is sports car endurance racing, so yeah, just get that car back out. That's the objective of the exercise for sure.
Watching the leader in GTX here, Nicolas Michelin. Complete lie. Second in class, Arthur Twist, being passed by Pat Kolb, who now leads overall in GT3 and in Pro-Am in their category. And still waiting for the Ferrari to come across the line. It does so not yet. So there's a huge gap post code 60 between the 91 and whoever is second, because it might well be the 22 Ferrari 296, but we haven't had it confirmed yet when it comes to the line. Now it does so, and I need to wait a bit longer, but I think the gap can't be a lap. Either way, Ferrari has Porsche 76 win company, Simon Thurman, very experienced Frenchman, and Gavin Pickering is only 2.6 back, so it's a very interesting battle for second. But now the dice has very much swung towards Herbert Motorsport, and they are well ahead in the lead. Nick.
An advice just out of the... first of all, what happened in that incident with the Mercedes?
Again? Sorry.
What happened in that incident with the Mercedes?
Yeah, I don't know if the GT2 thinks he has bigger brakes than us, but he completely T-boned me into turn 1. So, yeah, I don't know where he think he could brake, but I was already quite late on the brake and he just smashed into my door.
So what part of his car hits which part of your car?
Yeah, like his front, or like his front left tire hit my front right tire door or something.
More generally, what is the track like today? What is the surface and what's the conditions like on the track?
Yeah, it's quite difficult. I think it's getting pretty hot right now. Yeah, at the end of the stint I was lacking a bit with the front tires. Yeah, and saw one tire explode now on the straight right in front of me. So let's see how the tires will do.
Is it now consistent, or is the grip still coming up? As the track rubbers in, is the grip still going up?
I don't feel the grip is getting much better now. It's consistent, I would say, and you need to manage the tire throughout the stint.
No, thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Yeah, we are very much in the heat of the day, and around this time of year, looking at 3:30 being kind of the heat of the day. But what we have seen over the last 2 nights is it doesn't seem to disappear, the heat, whether it be the temperature and the humidity last night or the night before where it was just a lovely sunny day. It doesn't drop significantly at night so far, and so we're going to have this kind of challenge of keeping the tyres good and keeping the brakes good throughout the 24 hours.
We've had a change of lead whilst we were down in the pits with Leo Weiss. The Ferrari of Leo has dropped to second place. Patrick Kolb has gone ahead in the Herbert Porsche, ahead of Isaac Tutumulu Lopez. So a change of position with now a gap going out to last time through, Ben. I'm not quite sure what we've witnessed here. 40 seconds, the gap between the Porsche and Ferrari now.
Yeah, and that's got to be down to the pit stops. There's nothing else. You know, pre-pit stop they were all together. Post-pit stop, 40 seconds the gap. So the way that the pit stops have played out for Herbert Motorsport, let me tell you, Kolb was in the car and stayed in the car, and he did a 2:17 at the fueling bay. Shera Sports getting causing a collision, getting a 10-second time penalty. So Michael Doppelmayr being given a responsibility for that collision that we didn't see, but it was with car 34, which was who was in car 34 at the time? Can't even see him. Max Edelhoff, yes. So Patrick Kolb, 2:17 in the pits. In the 22 Ferrari, 2:58 in the fuels bay.
Was that purely to do with driver change?
No, it's fuel bay.
Fuel bay.
Although maybe my timing screens isn't seeing the two separate things. Sometimes it sees it, sometimes it doesn't.
That's where your 40 seconds is for sure.
Yeah.
That's where they've picked up 40 seconds. But you can change drivers as you change tyres. So
Patrick Kolb didn't, and Leo Weiss changing to Isaac Tumulu. They did change drivers.
I wonder if Kolb was double stinting tyres as well and just went straight through. I'm not sure, because Nick wasn't in that part of the pits, was he? So we're not sure what happened.
Simon Thurman stayed aboard what is now third place car, IMSA LS Group Performance Porsche in the 76. So, and theirs was only a 2 minutes and 10, so that's elevated them up. Haas RT, earlier pit stop, 3 minutes and 20. So they now sit fourth and 46 seconds back from Patrick Kolb. So all down to a single moment of Code 60 and how it played out for you and what you did under that pit stop. Pretty much everyone's reset back into having pitted under that Code 60, so there's a little bit less confusion. But what the state of the car is, what the state of the tyres are, how much fuel you've got in, is not information that we can tell you.
And I do think a contributory factor, a major contributory factor, was just how busy the fueling station was there. It wasn't just a case of getting it clean in and out of the fueling. Some cars had a queue, some cars had to wait for other cars to be refueled. So that was perhaps where the time had soaked up, and certainly with both cars coming in literally together, the Herbeth car, the Herbeth team, getting that car out in swifter time than the Ferrari. So now we've got a race in our hands. The Ferrari, the gap down to 34 seconds. So Tumulu Lopez is gaining on that Patrick Kolb-driven Herbeth car. So we're going to see that 91 Porsche, the red and white liveried car, is losing time to the second place Ferrari 296. We'll keep an eye on that gap. It was 40 seconds. He took literally 6 seconds from him in one lap. I'm not sure if that has anything to do with traffic. I suspect it has, but we'll see. And as ever, these races, they may be long and drawn out, but they are constant givers of drama and incident. And once again, we've got drama and incident, certainly at the overall at the front of the overall field. Drama and incident coming together with regards to class leaders, the 992 class being led at the moment. Luke Breukers at the wheel of the red camel car, 909, 7th overall, and then just behind them, literally a second and a half, Sergio Nicolai in the 955, right on the tail. So we've got a 992 battle there for Willy Motorsports by EB Motors, chasing down the red camel car, and they are currently 7th and 8th overall.
And this is the battle for the lead in 992 with Willy Motors down the inside there of Luke Breukers and taking the lead in class. It was 1.6 seconds the gap at the start of the lap, but they've had a lot of traffic to get through, and Sergei Nicolai then brings and moves Willy Motorsport by EB Motors back to the head of the field. And it was a little mistake from Luke Breukers. He opened the door to allow that to happen, and I wonder whether the youngest Breuker will start fighting back now.
Well, we'll see. I mean, we know how quick Sergio Nicolai is in a Cup car. We know how quick Luke Breukers is. I mean, yeah, we always kind of consider Luke as being a rookie driver, but he's got a couple of years' experience, certainly more than 2 years' experience under his belt, so we should have a good battle now developing in 992.
Pre-Code 60, we had Haas RT at the head of the field. Only 2 stops for that team, and last man in the car was Chris Cool. He's with Nick now.
Chris, that was a long stint, and it seemed that the car lost pace towards the end of that stint. What happened?
The tires were a little bit dead on the end of the stint, but the car still good. Dus continue, and I say has the same lap times. Dus for me was okay.
Is the track turning out to be much more abrasive, causing much more tyre wear than the team thought? You thought?
Yes, it's difficult on the end for the tires. It's very hot, dus the car have a little bit difficult with that. Yes, okay.
How obviously you were leading, so how is the team feeling the race is going? Because obviously since you got out, you've dropped back a few positions. How is the team feeling overall at the moment?
Well, it was a great feeling. It was the first time with an Audi R8 and the first time leading also. It was a very happy feeling for that. Yes.
And do you get a good rest now, or are they going to put you back in again quickly?
I'm then done 3 hours or so and put in the car behind. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Have a cool down.
Chris cooling down. It needs to. It looks very, very hot.
You planned that all day, haven't you?
No, Nick set me up, actually. He
All
said
right.
it. He said it. I'm giving him cred on that one.
Yeah, you can give him that one. Yeah. Haas RT, a team that has certainly known how to win these 24 Series races. Gavin Pickering, a name we haven't seen for a while. He's done a couple of races, I think, with us this year. And he's back out in that Audi R8, lapping in the 1 minute 45 last time through, 1:48, I should say, his last time through. The gap between the leaders coming down a little bit more, 29 seconds.
I'm surprised, really am. Interestingly, I don't know whether the Ferrari had their name ID in the wrong place, because it's now become Torsten Kratz in the 22.
I noticed that.
Yeah, it was Isaac.
Yes, so it's not Isaac Tumalu Lopez that we've been crediting with reducing that gap towards Patrick Kolb. It is, in fact, Torsten Kratz now at the wheel.
But Patrick Kolb's not a slouch. He's rated as an AM+ by Creventic. But to be losing nearly 2 seconds a lap is a slight concern, I have to say, for Herbert Motorsport at this point. Torsten Kratz is certainly not the pro in that car, is he? What's he rated as? He's rated as an AM.
He's AM, yeah.
So,
yeah, I think so.
I mean, that is...
Yeah, that's a quick AM to have on you.
Is that therefore Patrick with an older set of tyres? Because as you say, change the driver, change the tyre. And we know that Leo Weiss was in the car before, so maybe fresher tyres on the Ferrari than both Herbert Motorsport and also IMSA LS Group Performance, because they didn't change their driver, but they're doing 46.8s. Patrick Kolb is only on 48.0 and has been for the last couple of laps. Yes, he's had traffic to contend with. He's just got past the TCR machines, battling at the head of the field there, but he will be. I think the team will be concerned by that, because car's only been out for an hour. Kolb's only been in the car for an hour, and if they didn't change the tyres last time, the tyres have done 3 Code 60s, of which probably 20 minutes of that at slow speed, and the rest at racing speed.
There was a lot of talk at Estoril about just how quick this Ferrari is, and how, I'm not going to say easy to drive, but how able even AM drivers are able to get to grips with this car. So it must be a very kind of a car that gives you a lot of feel, which is exactly what you want for a GT3. And Ferrari expected to sell quite a few of these, I would imagine. And with this, the only example that we've seen, certainly in the 24H series, the other GT3 series around the world, it'll be a car of choice, because it is a very, very, very quick race car. And we're seeing it being driven very ably. So the gap was, what, 27 seconds? Now just gone through 25.6.
Even with the traffic that we've seen the Ferrari contend with in that last sector of the lap. No answer from Luke Breukers on Sergio Nicolai. 6.3 the gap now, so the multi-covered Williams Motorsports Porsche getting past, as we saw a couple of laps ago, clearing off from the Red Camel Jordan's Porsche. In GTX, it's RD Sainz well ahead of the KTM, which is second. Mark is third, and Mercedes now down to fourth in that class. No, even further down, sorry, because it's had those issues in the broken wishbone. It's the Atlas BX Mercedes GT4 car that leads in GT4, and Holmgaard's TCR leading in TCR. Sorry, Holmgaard's Cupra leading in TCR. No real big battles going on in those lower classes right now. A little bit held up there, Patrick Kolb, as he comes through turn 12 and down to 13, just having to be patient with the Vortex. And that's the 702, because the 701 of Miguel Moya is in the pits right now.
The the 24-Hour Series website will keep you informed as to how the championship standings develop through this race. And as we get towards the 12-hour mark, which will be when the points are awarded for half distance and then towards checkered flag. So we'll see how things are developing as they will stand. Already we are preempting where the teams are going to be finishing. And at the moment, the Atlas BX Motorsport Mercedes is the car that's currently in line for the GT Trophy, the overall European Championship trophy at the moment. RPM Racing have come up into second place with joint point score of 172, the way they stand at the moment. They're joint with the RD Sainz Lamborghini, and then only 2 points behind them is the Villi Motorsports by EB Motors. So that currently leading the 992 class is doing the Villi Motorsports team a lot of good and putting them right there into contention. You wouldn't want to call that. The BUGGYRA team, they've dropped out of contention slightly by being out of the points with those problems at the start of this race. So at the moment, Atlas BX are our champions-elect, and I'm sure that won't stay the same, Ben, as we get towards the checkered flag and even half distance when points will be allotted. But right now, the four-class lead has been given a full 40 points, and it makes things very, very tight for the European Championship going forward.
On board with the KTM Crossbow, GTX version of the GT2 car. GT2 versus GTX versus GTX here. I was about to say GT2 versus GT2, but there are differences. Well, actually, there are differences in both cars because they're running to different regulations in the GTX category here to 24H Series than they would do if they were GT2 machines. But they are in the same class, the Mercedes GT2. Oh, we've got a car in the gravel, and that is the Hofer Racing number 11, I believe, in the gravel at the final turn. So Chantel, I'm afraid, final turn, and it's going to need a code 60 to retrieve it.
Now that's a very fast turn. I was going to say new configuration, but it's not. It's the new old configuration, isn't it, of the Circuit of Catalunya? And she'd lost. I think she may have been helped round there. There's a Chantel and the Hofer car, the gravel. She's barely into the gravel. Rear axle in the gravel, front axle just on the green tarmac, that the outer curbing. But there was a car in close proximity, and we've got a code 60.
Yeah, and we had 4 cars in the pits before the code 60 came in. Right. So Nick Damon was watching them. We've got a lot more of the teams going down there to get themselves half a tank of fuel. But there were a few cars, Nick, that preempted this and have got a full tank in there.
That's one of the rules that's going to change, of course, for next season as it gets even more complex. So basically, these guys got in before it went purple this year. That includes the 907, I know it's not the Tracy Cron entered car, but it's the Tracy Cron car to all of us, the lime green Porsche, sorry. We also had the Land Motorsport, Johannes Kirchhoff and friends, Audi in there. There was, I think, the Utah Motorsport 72 car, but so no one of the top leading cars managed to do this. Now we are in a situation of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think about 8 cars. There's still 3 pumps left. Here comes the Bonk Motorsport M4. Here comes the RD Sainz Lamborghini. And that could be it. But one more space.
Nick.
And that is the BUGGYRA car. But I'll tell you who. Do you know who's first person not getting a space? Definitely. That's our leader. That's the Herberth car.
And take a look at the rear left corner of the 72 Audi when it comes past you, because as Atlas BX pulled out of their fueling area, they simply peeled away the piece of bodywork that sits behind the rear left wheel of the 72 Audi. It got left on the apron outside of the fueling area, and of course those 4 cars were able to sit there for a long time and fuel because they can get their full tanks. So they're almost blocking others from doing so, but damage to the 72 Audi by sitting still in the pits.
The Herberth car has now got to a tank. I don't think he lost too much time. It maybe goes 5 or 6 seconds before he found the tank. Someone left. The Share Sport car has served. that aero course on the rear left. But BUGGYRA go past me, Herbert go past me, and it's now into empty. In this case, it's uncovered. The most BUGGYRA changing drivers. So most of the changing drivers just going through. There's quite a lot of driving through.
Don't forget, it's definitely BUGGYRA.
How is it that when I asked Adam Lacko last night, he told me it was BUGGYRA?
Just adds confusion.
Well, we were told this morning by Ali Collett that it was
And I'm going to say something now that only you know. This sounds like Caleb Lamont.
I don't think I've got the energy to explain that.
I know, but if they can't agree amongst themselves, what chance have we got?
Yeah.
The GT2 Mercs in, the Razan more than racing crossbow, the Woody Motorsport race, Porsches in, these all going to get half attack, of course. So it's been I think a lot of people have found this particular one quite useful, guys. When we get them back to back and they were looking quite short, we had a few non-takers. This looks like a, yeah, we'll have half attack now.
Yeah,
Thanks very much.
Ferrari staying out for the moment, and the 21 hasn't pitted either. And that is the reason why we're still under code 60, because we're now sweeping all the gravel away that Chantal Prince brought back onto the circuit at the last turn. Of course, that is a place where you really don't want to suddenly lose grip, because it's now much higher velocity than it used to be in the acceleration zone. So we're just taking the opportunity to sweep up the circuit whilst we're under code 60, because Mercedes are hard. But interestingly, EV Motors is
Jak jsme koukli hodně to dali okolo, tak všechno takové jako zase
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
When you get burnt by one of those things, it's like a normal burn because it's so hot. It's like a super burn. And it's, so I had to apologise profusely. And strangely, I don't think he accepted the apology. He didn't seem very fond about me. It was just me being clumsy.
Right. So you weren't compassionate to the fact that he'd hurt himself, Nick, is what I thought you just said there.
At the time, I thought, oh, what a big overreacting man. I've just knocked him back a couple of seconds, but he had literally parked his calf on a carbon fibre F1 disc that had just come off the track.
It is very...
And at that point, you kind of can't apologise enough the following day when you realise how injured he is, but what can you do? It's life, innit? Didn't get sued, so what can you do?
Kind of look at those mechanics working underneath the wheel arch of that Porsche, and you can't... I mean, you stand there about a metre away from that brake disc, and you can feel the heat. It's like a radiator. It's like a radiator. It's 1,000 degrees when, you know, the brakes have been applied, and it's just cooling off nice and slowly. So those mechanics are working under in an extreme environment under that wheel arch, and it was a steering link that to the am I trying to say? Not the steering box, steering rack, linking to the steering rack and the upright. Is what was being replaced, and
so it was basically wheel-to-wheel contact with the Mercedes because there was no bodywork.
I was looking at the Mercedes there as it was going round, and I couldn't see anything that was apparent.
The offending bit of the car.
Nick's
look.
got the.
Go ahead, Nick.
Is it hot?
That is the steering arm, as you can see. It's a bit of a bend. They've almost replaced it. They're looking to get it out, but this is the broken one, which I shall have on eBay within half an hour.
Mahogany.
I should. Well, actually, what I'll do is I'll get you to present it to him for some reason, Joe. But that was a fantastic bit of engineering, because that bit there, which is the B end, is right inside the car, right in the brake disc. So that's all right. It's unscrewing something and 2 bolts, but that ain't easy. Thank you very much.
What about the tracking though of that car now that it's had that replaced?
No, it'll be pre-measured.
Those will all be preset.
I would not present that to Sergio Nicolai, who was beside himself there, absolutely distraught, went and sat at the back of the garage.
Áďku, vítej zpátky. Jak se ti jelo, jaký byl tvůj stint?
Moje obvyklá odpověď, jako vždy dokola.
Dobře.
Ne, byl to zajímavý stint, byl to 1,5 hodiny. Snažili jsme se nahnat nějaký čas do budoucna, protože vždycky, když byl Code 60, tak jsme jeli natankovat, takže to auto bylo pořád hrozně těžké, pořád jsem jel s plným autem, takže trpěly zadní gumy. Teďkom zase, jak padl ten Code 60, tak chtěli, ať dotankuju a jedu dál, ale už jsem klukům říkal do rádia, že to není dobrý nápad, protože ty gumy fakt dostali tu první hodinu záhul, díky tomu, že to pořád bylo těžké to auto, tak jsme se rozhodli, že jsme vyměnili jezdce, byl tam teď Jára Jiřík a povyměňovali jsme, což jsme udělali dobře, že pneumatiky už byly tak jako na hraně, když jsme se tady dívali.
Ono je oproti včerejšku je docela teplejc, jak venku, tak i v autě asi, viď?
Říkají ti blesk asi. Dneska je teplo, včera pršelo, takže dneska svítí sluníčko, takže je opravdu hodně tepleji.
Ale... David si právě stěžoval, že jako mysleli tam právě chcípne jako vedro oproti včerejšku, no.
Ta klimatizace, co tam je, to spíš je takové jako pofidorní, že to je asi podle mě jenom pocitově, že si to pustíš, ale nic toho studeného nejde. Takže to člověk musí vydýchat a mám tam i vodu, tak jsem se párkrát napil a těšíš se, až to dokroužíš.
Ty trable, které jsme měli na začátku, vypadá, že se podařilo odstranit?
Je to motorsport, může se stát cokoliv, nebyli jsme jediní. V GT3 Mercedesu se to stalo těsně předtím, vůbec než padla jako zelená na pit lane open, takže ti to stihli naštěstí pro ně. Nám to bohužel se stalo, až se mělo jít startovat, takže je to motorsport, patří to k tomu. Neházel bych flintu do žita, protože ten závod je opravdu dlouhý, teď máme za sebou kolik, 20 hodin, 4 hodiny, 20 hodin před sebou, takže může se toho stát ještě spousta.
Děkuji, Adi.
Já tobě také, Jan.
But the lap time was like 3.5 minutes because it had a 2-minute penalty, but it had got the lap. And if it had served it beforehand, it probably wouldn't have won.
And it would have made great television, if I remember rightly. It's the tension of the car coming onto pit lane to serve that penalty would have been very tense with the second place car coming around behind it.
I actually remember us having a word with Gary on that evening saying you've got to change that rule. But
yeah, we need it for television.
What could you do?
Yeah, I think that's not a bad idea, actually. I'm not sure that's a bad idea.
It does simplify a few things.
It simplifies it for the officials, for sure.
Yeah. We have swept the stones away from the final turn, and I think everybody's also got service now, because even the Ferrari that we said was ignoring this last Code 60, they have been to the pits. So has Haas RT, a couple of laps later than the Porsche. But we are now soon going back to green flag racing. Nobody, as far as I'm aware from our point of view, is in the pit lane. So we're all ready to go. Let's see what kind of battles we've got spiced up once we get back to green flag, because we've got Herbert ahead at the lead of the race, and it's the Ferrari now in second position. Off we go again.
Yeah, Alfred Reynauer though, Ben, that's significant in the 91 now, Herbert car being driven by Alfred Reynauer, one of the quickest drivers in that lineup. So they'll be consolidating that lead, I would imagine. We wait for Torsten Kratz to come by and give us an idea of just how far behind the Wochenspiegel team Monschau Ferrari is. And then likewise, Gavin Pickering still in the Haas RT Audi. We'll get an idea of just what our race gaps are and just how this race is going to develop. We're just about to complete 4 hours of this 24-hour race, so still a long way to go. But it doesn't stop us talking about the drama of the lead, because what we've seen before, Herbert Motorsport get into the lead. 44 seconds is the gap. 6 seconds. In fact, the gap is to the Haas RT car. So Haas RT moving up to second, 44 seconds behind Herbert. In third place, Laurent Hergon in the IMSA LS Group Porsche. Remember, that was the car that started on the pole, and then the Ferrari.
And despite Hergon doing 2 stops under that last code 60, so not only has he jumped aboard, they have a full tank of fuel, because 2 consecutive laps where they will have filled that car up means that their tank is now completely full. And probably not to same level as the cars ahead, who also pitted, but not twice. And it's interesting that the Ferrari has actually lost ground. Torsten Kratz, despite only doing the 1 pit stop, it was a long pit stop for Torsten Kratz. He was at the fuel bays 4 minutes, but he has, we're not actually still waiting for him to come across the line. No, we're not now. They've dropped a minute behind the Herbert Porsche. So that's a huge chunk of time lost.
So for the Ferrari to gain ground on the IMSA Porsche ahead of him, 10 seconds is the gap. The IMSA Porsche's got a 6-second gap to pick up on the Haas RT car. So Gavin Pickering, just have a look at the lap times last time by. It's an insignificant one, of course, because we've just gone green. So we'll pick up on their lap times and what these drivers are capable of. That'll give us an indication of just how strong, if any, Reynauer's position in that car is going to be. Meanwhile, 992, Ivo Breukers has taken over the wheel of the 909 car, which has taken up the lead of 992, currently in 8th overall. They've got 2 GT3 cars in between themselves and the next car in the class, which is the Vili Motorsport by EB Motors. So Sabino De Castro now at the wheel of the 955 in 11th.
And I would say they might have even a lap, because considering that car was in the pits for the long amount of time it was, there's no way it was, well, actually, I can tell you exactly how long it was in the pits. 6.5 minutes. So even at code 60 speeds, that would have been a single lap. I think Red Camels Jordan now have a full lap over the rest of the 992 field, remarkably. I don't think I have them starred on my screen. Hang on, let's have a quick look. And they did pit under the last code 60. So they haven't done as many pit stops as some of the others, but they are on a similar situation to most. And so good work from Trussers in the strategy department there.
Yeah, of course. Paul Truswell looking after the strategy on that 909.
Right, so we're 4 hours into this race. Let's take a quick check of where we're at. Of course, massive exclamation asterisk as to the results, because they're all on different strategies with different fuels and tyres. But it is Herbert who is 44 seconds ahead of a Haas RT right now. They have a slender advantage over the first the second of our Porsches GT3 of IMSA LS Group Performance. And then the first of the GT AMs is the Ferrari of Rinaldi Racing in 4th overall. 5th is third in Pro-Am, Car Collections 23 with Hash Patel aboard right now. And then CP Racing up to 6th with Jutta 71 in 7th, and Red Camels Jordan 8th overall and 1st of the 992s. Land Motorsport, the number 34, in 9th position. Then E2P Racing, GT AM in 10th. Second in 992 is Really Motorsport by EB Motors. Would you believe they're still second after bending their steering just a few moments ago, but they are under pressure now from the 903. Red Ant Racing, third in class, and HRT's, the 929 HRT with Anthony Lees aboard right now, fourth in class, 13th overall. Their teammate Gustav Bergström, talk about him in a second, in fifth, with Jutta Racing 72 in 15th overall. HRT Performance AM and 992 AM in 16th, sixth in class. GTX is led by the Huracan Super Trofeo of RD Signs, with Hofer Racing number 11 in 11th in class, 18th overall. Shura Sport, the number 1 with a puncture just a few moments ago, down in 12th now. 20th is the Red Ant 904. 907 RPM Racing down in 21st, and then second in GTX is the KTM Crossbow of Raison More Than Racing, with third in class Mark V8, just 19 seconds back, and then Orchard Racing Team in 24th. Richardson Racing dropping to 25th after a few issues earlier on, and then the Vortex is 26th, with MRS starting from the pit lane down in 27th. Best GT4, 28th overall, Atlas BX Mercedes, with Sebastian Lejoux having some adventures out there in 29th. The 702 Vortex in 30th, and then Escuderia Fallon in 6th in GTX, 31st overall. Second GT4 is the Hoffer Racing by Bonk M4 GT4, 32nd. 33rd, NKPP by HRT with power steering issues early doors. NM Racing have had their share of adventures as well, damage and a gravel trap visit in 34th. And then GSR, Ginetto, we haven't really seen much of that car, but 35th, third in GT4. Fourth in GT4 starting from the pit lane, and some half an hour back is our championship leaders in GT4, BUGGYRA ZM Racing, 35th in class. In the TCE, it is Hongard ahead of Baz Kooten with Wolf Power Racing, 15 minutes back after having a change of drive shaft. So, one man I wanted to mention, because I've seen him about 4 times this weekend, but haven't spoken to him or spoken about him. Gustav Bergström, the 930. Plenty of Swedish and Scandinavian Porsche experience, but over 2 years ago decided to sack in circuit racing and to join the World Rallycross Championship for the electric era, where he partners Johan Kristoffersen, the multiple champion. Kristoffersen himself doing a little bit of Creventic over the last couple of years. I noticed his face on the wall of the hospitality. But Gustav Bergström with us this weekend, and part of one of 3 HRT Performance 992 Porsches, and he's just actually passed his teammate and moved up to 4th position. The 930 is Gustav, and they are 48 seconds back off the podium right now. But great support from HRT, a very, very strong German Carrera Cup team with 3 cars under their name and a 4th that they're running on behalf of, remind me, who they're running for the 4th car? Oh, it's gone off my head now.
I don't know, Ben.
NKPP.
Oh, of course, they're all part of the same family in there, in that garage, aren't they? And HRT, they never come here with just one, do they?
Clearly not.
They always got the ability to fill cars, and currently running 4th, 5th and 6th back to back. Not much in it really. 13 seconds between the first of those HRT cars with Bergström at the wheel. 13th, 14th and 15th overall. Anthony Lees in the second of those cars, and then Mauro Calamia, a name familiar with the 24H series. He's in the third of those cars. So 4th, 5th and 6th, certainly in contention. Just dropped off the lead lap as Yannick Redon now at the wheel of the 903 and third in 992. And then Sabino De Castro. Great job by Truss, as you mentioned, to get that 909. He has a tendency to understand what it takes to win these 24-hour races and these long-distance races, albeit in the 992 class. And it's not really rocket science, Ben. It's just about staying out on track, isn't it? Quite frankly.
I think you still have to. You have to still read it in a certain way. Just trying to work out, has he actually got a full lap? I'm not sure they've got a full lap, because Sabina Del Castro is in the turn 4-5 right now as Ivo comes over the line. So that is half a lap. But live timing screen suggests it's a lot longer than that.
If it isn't a full lap, it'll be nigh on a lap, because we've got the 909 on 116.
Yeah, exactly. So Evo's on 116.
And the Vili Motorsport car on 115.
And a half a lap back from that. So I think it's a lap and a half that they've got advantage.
Yeah, it's definitely more than a lap, isn't it?
It's huge.
Yeah. They've picked that up well. The GTX battle, that's going the way of the RD Sainz Lamborghini. Josias Delvidas at the wheel, and they are in contention for the championship still. Only 8 points off the leader in the championship. So currently joint second with the RPM Racing Porsche. That's the overall European trophy that we're talking about. We have got the class trophies as well to consider. But we'll get more into that as we get towards the half stage.
I reckon tomorrow is a good time to start looking at championship permutations. I know it's tonight.
Actually, tonight we're going to be going off air at half distance. So when we come back in the morning, that'll wake us up, won't it? I have to start doing some mental arithmetic.
Yeah, you know how we said we were just going to rock up 10 minutes before? Maybe an hour and 10 is better.
Yeah. And plenty of coffee.
Oh, there's a Ginetta parked up at the exit of the final turn. Ivo getting caught out there and having to tighten his line. Luckily, the Ginetta has got himself going again, but I think there's been a little bit of a visit to the gravel trap. Here's a replay. And, oh, yes, and it's almost exactly the same as what happened to the Mercedes. Haas RT nearly getting caught out, but I think contact from the RD Sainz Lamborghini, and entering shot stage left, but sideways was the Ginetta. Thankfully, though, staying out of the gravel and getting back going again. But there was contact for sure. Well, not actually for sure, but I would expect there was contact between the Lamborghini and the Ginetta.
Ginetta, of course, the marque that won this race overall back in 2017 when it was a round of the Touring Car Endurance Series. No GT cars in 2017. It was the G55 model, the car that we witnessed
Not really
there.
a touring car.
I know, and that was the problem there, wasn't it? You know, we had a sports car winning the Touring Car Endurance Series. That was only a one-year thing. I mean, the history of this race, going back to 1998, was that it was a race for touring cars and saloons and the like, with the Seat Leon being the car of choice, really.
I think that
the latter stages of that.
Isn't it weird that that's a pattern that I think you can see across lots of endurance motorsports? Look at the Spa 24 Hours. That started itself as very much a touring car style and then a legitimate touring car race until SRO took ownership and gave it to GT category. But endurance and touring car racing, as we've seen in the 24H series, has kind of disappeared. Even 5 years ago, we had grids of 30-odd TCR cars. And yes, we also had the GT cars, but we had people who wanted to go racing in touring cars, and that seems to have depleted. The availability of the TCR car, perhaps.
Do you not think that's because the current touring car championships that we see are for cars that are bespoke to their series? British touring cars, for instance.
British touring cars, yes.
Yes, the regular TCR.
But TCR is a global championship.
Yes, but the cars have evolved into the specification for a sprint race.
Yeah.
So all of those components that used to be so robust are now bespoke. So the suspension components, the drive shafts, the gearboxes have evolved into A, very expensive, and B, a kind of engineered for the sprint race format, and have become less of a car of choice. And that's why I think we've seen TCRs, the TCR class, in this series kind of drift away. And we've had it on good authority. I remember Nick and I having a very interesting conversation with James Kay about the cost of running an RS3. And everything had gone way up in price because the engineering on those TCR cars, the TCR spec cars, and just pick a manufacturer because they're all pretty much the same. They're all VAG, aren't they?
Well, the three that we've got here are all manufactured by the same people and have the same chassis. It's just a different bodywork over the top.
And it'll be the same. It'll be the same running gear, the same drive shaft, same gearbox, and the price has gone up. And we've seen, dare I say, the robustness of the cars have come down with that because they're engineered for the Sprint Series format, which you see throughout the world. I mean, I would love to see, harking back to those days when we did have healthy saloon car championships. Let's call them saloon car championships. Wouldn't it be great if we saw people from TCR UK entering their car into an endurance race on a weekend off?
But if you could do it in a 992 Cup car, you should be able to do it in a TCR car. Really should.
Yeah, good point. But the 992, the Porsche, customer racing with Porsche, it's always been renowned for just how bulletproof those cars are. That's why those series are so popular.
And we see it here with the most populated class of 13 cars in the 992 category. Forever growing and now bigger than the main GT class. By one car, just a single car, but still, it's an interesting fact. And when you can then rely upon someone like HRT, who run those cars in the Carrera Cup Deutschland Series, and it'll be pretty much the same cars. It won't be that they have different cars for endurance and different cars for sprint. They will, in part, modify the sprint cars for the German series, especially if let's say the German series is done and dusted. I don't know if it is or not, I'm sure it's not, but you could in theory just then transform your sprint car into an endurance car for the winter, ship it off to Kuwait, do Dubai, do Abu Dhabi, get all your new drivers well up to speed with the nuances of how the car feels, and so when they go back into the start of the European Carrera Cup series, all right, different tyres, it's a big effect.
It's a
but
massive
the car's you're still gonna have a great bit of active testing and lovely time hanging out in the Middle East over the winter.
You know what the systems are going to be like from behind the wheel, aren't you? You know where the switches are, the ergonomics of the car. But tyres are a big factor, actually. The Hankook tyre, completely different to, say, the Pirelli tyre that we see in other endurance series. Very different to the Michelin tyre. And so the car's set up stiffer. So, I've heard from teams that it's kind of a pointless exercise other than driver time, other than, client time. By client, I mean driver. Teams clients are the drivers, and they'll go where the clients want to go. And if, all right, the team's not going to learn anything regarding setup for their national Carrera Cup series, but they are going to get a lot of race time and a lot of driving experience if that's what your driver's objective is. So I see your point. I like the idea. So let's go off to the Middle East. Yeah, let's do that.
I think you will be.
I mean, as a team.
Oh yeah, but hang on, we need a bit of money to do that.
Oh yeah. There's the floor to the plan bed right there. Yes.
One of these days, I'll have a company. You're probably still saying the same thing, age 60.
Mate, I tell you what.
One of these days,
I fear winning the lottery, because if I win the lottery, it's going to have to be 200 million. Because an LMP program is going to cost what? That's a 3-year program, isn't it?
I think you're a bit past an LMP program.
I want to be on the pit wall.
Oh right,
I just want to be there, mate.
Oh, that's all right. You don't need that much money.
Yeah.
All you need to do is meet somebody who can stump up the costs. You're just a team manager.
Oh, that's easy then. Yeah. Could do that now then.
Just come. You need to come to my house. You can bump into loads of people like that.
You're in that bar that you were telling us your dad was in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, let's get back to the race. We're inside the final 20 hours. I wish.
Inside the final 20 hours. That's a beautiful way of putting it. Rather than just over 4 hours.
It was a slip of the tongue. We are inside the last 20 hours of this race. So we're just, you know what, it develops in such a way, doesn't it? A long distance race does develop we're having the Ferrari come back into the 4. It's only 4.5 seconds behind the IMSA LS Group Porsche in second place. However, ahead of that IMSA Group Porsche, the Herbert car is eking out a bit of a gap. It's over 61 seconds now, almost 62 seconds, and we've seen that not coming down. If anything, it's extending, and that's what we've seen the Herbert team do with their race strategy, and their driver lineup is very, very strong. Even their AMs are very experienced and strong. So I'm not sure whether anyone in that lineup out there at the moment has got the pace to maybe challenge for that Herbert car going off into the lead.
What I want to be looking at is the battle for second, because Torsten Kratz is able to lap that Ferrari in the 46s, and we've seen that not very many people able to do that. Actually, Phil Quaife was in the 45s the last time through. So in CP Racing, he's the pro in CP Racing for this weekend, and so he's the fastest man out on circuit. But Lauren Hergon in the IMSA LS Group Performance Porsche is being caught by Torsten Kratz. And I think the gap is coming down only by half a second on that last lap. But it's going to get close between those two. And they're not massively different in pace. It's not going to be just drive past and head off into the distance. I think it's going to be an interesting fight. There is the Ferrari. Torsten Kratz aboard that car. Last lap was a 49.8, so he got caught in traffic. But look ahead of him, and there is a black Porsche just there going down the inside of one of the Jutta Racing Audis. Lauren Hergon aboard that car. He is LS Group. He runs a company which helps develop Renault Sports motor racing vehicles, including the Alpine, the little Alpine, and usually is a mentor in that championship and races in GT4 Europe in an Alpine. To me, he's always Mr. Renault, Mr. Alpine, but this weekend he's driving and has his team associated to Porsche, but he's being caught.
You mentioned Phil Quaife. Interesting to hear chat to Phil Quaife in catering, and he'd actually forgotten he'd won this race back in 2012 in a McLaren, which he shared with Adam Christodoulou, Klaas Hummel, and Tim Mullen. Remember Tim Mullen? He was a McLaren Works driver, wasn't he? I'm not sure what. We never hear Tim's name now, do we?
He went off to Asia, and he was doing a lot in Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. No, I'm thinking of somebody else. Tim Mullen's still working behind the scenes at McLaren Trophy.
Yes, yeah, probably. The McLaren MP412. It was the first GT3 spec car out of McLaren, wasn't it? And very popular car at one point. Very rarely see a McLaren in a series like this. We have had the McLaren out in GT4, but yeah, Phil Quaife in the CP car, and currently 5th overall. Bit of quite space developing in between our runners now, apart from that battle for 2nd and 3rd. 992 Klaas Ivo Breukers, as we've said, well over a lap ahead of the Vili car, the Vili Motorsports car, and the Red Ant car. That's the 955 numbered car, Sabino De Castro and Yannick Redont in the Red Ant Racing 903. And just behind that car, Gustav Bergström in the first of the HRT cars, beginning to pull away from his teammates now, and has pulled out a bit of a gap.
According to Driver DB, the last time Tim Mullen raced was in 2014.
Oh, as long ago as that?
Yeah.
If I was to say to you, that's almost 10 years.
I know, scary, eh?
Yeah, very.
But he is getting close to a significant age in which he will be downgraded to an AM, and therefore might have a comeback. It's funny how many drivers
probably will
have a 50-year-old comeback.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be good to see him. The RPM Racing in the Krone Racing Green, they've had a bit of a torrid weekend so far. Hopefully they'll have a race that'll run unhindered. The 907 car currently 19th overall, but 7th in the 992 class, and that car had to be completely rebuilt after a practice accident. Tracy Krone at the wheel of that car, getting punted off and helped off, but it's great to see that car now out there and circling. Philip Hamprecht at the wheel.
We've had a change of pit reporter with Nick Damon taking a break. We've exchanged him for Diana Binks, who's down in the pit lane now. Diana, what have you got for us?
I'm with the 702 Vortex team, and I've got three people to talk to here because Philippe has just jumped out of the car and he's not comfortable that his English is good enough. But I did say to him, we could do it in Scottish if you want, and he laughed, so we'll have a go. Philippe, obviously you've been out during your stint. How did you find it, and what challenges did you have to face?
No problem, no problem. Las ruedas traseras, ashes.
It was a really challenging stint because like the wheels were kind of like used, so it was tough. It was really hot, and it was not the best stint for him.
This is Philippe's daughter, by the way, who's doing our translation. Look, we just want to include you because you're part of this race, and it's important to know what your race is like. Are they satisfied of where they are at this point in the race? I know there's 20 hours still to go.
Yes. She's also part of the team. She can respond.
Yes, of course, it's very good, very happy. Perfect.
You always come with a lot of people, good team of people here who seem to work incredibly hard during a race weekend. How challenging is it for everyone?
J'ai pas compris.
Joanna.
I said there's always a big team of people here with Vortex. We run lots of cars. The team work incredibly hard all over the whole weekend. How challenging is it for everyone behind the scenes?
Okay. Et ça parle un petit peu plus pour les mécaniciens parce que Vortex c'est un de les plus grandes équipes en construcción, etc. Entonces quieren saber qué difícil es para ellos que este piloto se enfrente, básicamente.
Es una familia de apasionados.
It's a passionate family. They've been so many races together, and the families that are together within also the race are as passionate as them.
Thank you so much for helping. Thank you so much. Thank you, Philippe. That was Philippe and his daughter here from the Vortex team. I mean, it's difficult sometimes, doesn't it? We just, if the language is not English, it's not easy. But it's really important to hear from the teams like the Vortex team who've been quite consistent and been in this championship for some time.
I would say it's very important. Vortex are a stalwart of this series. Those small, bespoke, mid-engined prototypes is the only way I can describe them. They're a tube frame chassis with a huge Chevrolet, over 6.2 litres of Chevrolet power strapped to your backside, quite literally, in that car. However, the new car's not space frame, is it, Ben? We saw that unveiled yesterday, and it's a full carbon tub. And we're hoping to get a bit of a piece for you later on tonight, if we can get the car into one of the garages. It's out at the back of the paddock, so our cameras
don't wait till too late because it's carbon fibre black.
Yes,
and so
it is.
It might disappear a little bit into the night sky.
It certainly looks the part. It reminds me of an old Grand Am Daytona prototype. If you squint, it could well be.
It's got the same stubbiness as the Vortex 1.0.
But it's got some very interesting aero styling at the back, and the car has been and done some wind tunnel development work on the car.
It's a lot prettier from behind.
Yes. I mean, all right, the Vortex team have won Spirit of the Race Award in the past. For me, the Vortex team should perhaps win the Spirit of the Race Award every race, because they show some great spirit to keep those cars going round and round. What the new car might bring is a different level. I think they've certainly, just looking at it, the Vortex V8 team are going to step up that next level. It'll run in the GTX class, of course, because it's not under any kind of homologation rules.
It will also be a completely separate challenge for the mechanics to work on. The days of of the
days of the
hammer.
angle grinder and the TIG welder.
Yeah.
Yes, are maybe over.
Yeah. We saw 3 different personalities in that interview with Diana, and the middle one, Selene, is also on the entry list as a driver, as daughter to Lionel Amarouche, who is one of the partners of the Vortex organisation, and Selene will be driving today as well. It was interesting, Philip Grau there actually speaking Spanish, so I think, although he's got a French nationality, probably not far from here. The team is based near Marseille. It's south of France, and actually we're only a couple of hours from the border here in Barcelona.
Yeah.
And so, kind of as much of a home race here as Paul Ricard perhaps would be. And in this area of the Pyrenees and French and Spanish borders, there's plenty of areas that kind of have this crossover language where the border has always been flexible, let's say. Doesn't happen in the UK. Border can't be flexible in the UK. There's water around it. But for most of Europe, borders between countries have kind of varied quite...
What you're talking about, we speak a different language in the north and the south of the United Kingdom. So, and then let's even talk about Scotland and Wales.
Well, yes. There's a Ferrari, right, second position. Last lap was slower than Alfred Renauer, but what he has done during that interview has passed the Porsche. The Porsche there just behind. So Laurent Hergon has lost his second position, and now just needs to see if he can hold on to Torsten Kratz. Been running without code 60 for a while. 33 minutes Torsten Kratz has been behind the wheel of that car, as has Laurent Hergon. They pitted and changed at the same time, so still got half a stint remaining on tyres and on cars.
The question is, now having cleared the cars ahead of him, that is in the field, can Kratz make an impression on that Herbert Porsche?
But Alfred's got such pace, hasn't he?
Well, you know what? Last time through, 46.3 for Alfred Renauer, 46.7 for Torsten Kratz. So perhaps coming together now, lap time-wise, 47.4 for Renauer. And then just over a minute.
Just following the Atlas BX Motorsport 403. Remember I reported in that last code 60 that he had tagged the back of the 72 Audi. Well, he has been given a 15-second penalty for that tiny tag. You would not call it an unsafe release. He just misjudged the length of the bonnet of the Mercedes and just lightly tagged the back of the car so that it ripped off a little bit of a panel on the 72. But he has been given 15-second penalty for that little infraction, which is, I feel, unlucky for Atlas BX.
Yeah, he probably thought he was through. He was so close.
It wouldn't have even felt it.
Yeah,
it wouldn't
not
have even felt it.
We've got a little bit of detritus being dragged around by our Ferrari chasing down Herbert. A little bit of a plastic bag fluttering. The driver will be completely and utterly unaware of that, of course.
Absolutely.
And it'll not be affecting anything on the car, so it's just basically aesthetically unpleasing at the moment. 1 minute and 11 is the gap between first and second. 1:47.4 was the lap time by Alfred Renauer. 1:48.4, so a full second quicker than the Ferrari that Alfred Renauer pulled out. TCE, we haven't mentioned TCE. Now, TCE is being led by the home guard team. Tom Kloot at the wheel of the 102. Now, championship-wise, the TCE battle is going to come down to, I'm just trying to find it, the TCE trophy is very much in the hands of home guard. If they finish in this position in the lead, in fact I've been told even if they just finish the first 12 hours, they've clinched the European trophy for the Touring Car Endurance Series. And this year we'll see the final running of the Touring Car Endurance Series. It won't continue into 2024. It'll be coming back as it was before we split the GT trophy and the Touring Car Endurance Series trophy. Before we split it, it was all just one big race with the mix of classes. We go back to that. We'll still have the Touring Car Endurance Series classes. However, it'll just be in the same race rather than two races in one as we've got now. So still all to play for, and it's easy for me to say, if you just stay there until midnight tonight, you're going to pick up the Endurance Series European trophy. Well, we've still got to go round and round, and right now they are doing that. They're going round and round. They're Cooper Leon Competition, leading the TCE category from the Cooper TCR of Baskuten. Christian Frankenhout, the driver at the wheel of the 125. Now, Christian, a big name from this series from a few years ago. He was one of the main drivers with the Hofer team. He shared the car with Chantal, Michael, and Kenneth Heyer was another stalwart of that team. He's been missing in action as Christian Frankenhout, but very, very, very strong driver there, and he's back out in unfamiliar territory there in the front-wheel drive Cupra of Baskuten. But no doubt this will probably just whet his appetite, won't it, to get back into the series proper and do a full championship perhaps.
Haas RT just behind the 91 that we're following, which is our leader, Herbert Motorsport. And a Haas RT car just behind there means that they have lost now a full lap to the leader. Haas RT are fourth. So can you believe that Alfred Renauer, Herbert Motorsport, have put a full lap after just 4 hours of racing between themselves and fourth position, and they only have 35 seconds to do that to third spot. That is, you know, if we do go into a safety car period, which is very unlikely in this kind of, this championship in the 24H series because of the Code 60 regulations, but a full lap is nearly 2 minutes. Such is the pace and the way that things have fallen. Ferrari, though, is now in the pits. Torsten Kratz has come in, and I think he has completely avoided the fuel bay. Comes into the pits. He's up just underneath us in box number 5. And this doesn't look like a routine stop for the Ferrari. There is no tyres ready. They're looking around the car. Diana needs to hot foot up there because I think there's something going on with our third place and our leader in GTM.
Yes, I'm not sure if Di is down there.
No, I can't see her.
But that's definitely, if the car's just gone through and not refueled, that's always a bad sign, Ben, especially
But then no one's even touching anything.
Let's head down to the pits now. Di's ready for us. And we'll head down to Diana Binks in the pits now. What's happening down there, Di?
Joe, I'm not across the Ferrari as yet because I was just in the middle of chatting to Ben here from HRT, the 99 car. Ben is the engineer for the car, so I wanted just to have a quick chat with him first, and then I'll go and find out what the story is with the third place runner at the moment. Ben, you're the engineer for the number 929. We're sort of 4 hours plus into this race. What's been the biggest challenge for you so far?
I think everyone feels the heat. Race starts at midday, so the first stints are heavy because of the heat. We saw some drivers already very exhausted come out of the car. I think we survived that time now, and it's getting to the night, getting a little colder, better for the tires, less oversteer, understeer, better car handling, and I think that was the biggest part for the beginning.
We talked to one of the drivers earlier on, and they had a power steering issue. I mean, obviously that's something they've just got to live with.
Yeah, it depends. Sometimes we have soft alarms which are not that critical. If it gets a hard alarm, then yeah, we have to probably recalibrate it. But for the moment in my car, we had it twice or 3 times. It was a soft alarm, so it disappears after 1 or 2 turns, and it's fine. It happens when you have 4 cars, and it happens on one or the other car, but that's 24 hours.
Are you satisfied with how the strategy is playing out for you at this point?
I was unlucky with the long Code 60 time, just I think like half an hour ago. But up to there it was fine. But yeah, I missed the opportunity. It could have been 5 laps later.
How much are you sort of in communication with the driver while he's behind the wheel?
I'm trying. I mean, we have the radio communication. I have telemetry. I have before a stint, I talked to them like 1-2 minutes, giving them advices about the driver getting out of the car. So I have a good team this time, a good car, good driver. So then it's easy to communicate.
And how much will the strategy plan change between now, going into the night stage, and coming back into the daylight again?
Yeah, it's difficult to say now. We have all a run plan for the 24 hours completely. We know exactly what we do. We need to adjust it depending on the situations, depending on car, behavior of drivers. Also the speed of the drivers is important if you're getting a little bit earlier out or in. So difficult to say now what happens in the morning. I'm happy to know what happens when you go into the night.
And I'm assuming you don't get any sleep?
Not for me. But I'm used to it. It's my 25th 24-hour race, so I know how to handle it.
Ben, thanks so much for chatting to us. We'll come and find you in the night time and see how you're doing.
Thank you, bye.
Joe, I will now go and see what I can find out about the Ferrari that you said had just come in. But that was Ben here with HR2, just giving us a little bit of insight as to what he's doing. Amazing, so many 24-hour races.
Yeah, great insight there from the HRT engineer. Dywell hot-footed down there. Ben, I think you said that the Ferrari's been pushed into its box.
Ferrari is in the box. From where I can see, I can only see the front end of the car. The lights were still on. The car has now been powered off. There doesn't seem to be any work on the front end of the car. It's all on the back end of the car. But this is a real concern. They had great pace. Torsten Kratz was doing such a good job. Interestingly, Haas RT also in the pits right now from 4th position, and they are getting a full, proper tank of fuel. And I think Alfred Renault will need to do the same pretty soon, because they were also in at a similar time. It's obviously very difficult to know how much fuel was in the car before it fueled last time.
That's always tricky for us, isn't it? We don't know how much fuel was in the car when they've come in and replenished the fuel. I always like the term replenish rather than fill, because we don't know. We just don't know.
No, because you're not to fill. No, to fill is okay, but
well, that sort of implies that it's full.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the teams are actually all right. I can hear everybody at home saying, "Well, just ask the teams." The teams don't want to tell us that. We quickly lose track of how much time the cars have gone into the pits. So Dye is down there with the Ferrari now. Shall we head down to her?
What's going on though, Dye?
Yeah.
My way down here, and it looks like they've obviously plugged in to have a look and see what's going on. But the driver has stayed behind the wheel, as I'm sure you can see if you're watching in vision. But if you're just listening, the driver hasn't got out of the car. There doesn't, as much as they've come in and put the car into the garage, there's not any frantic running around the car at the moment. So they're busy in discussion. I have tried to ask them, but obviously it's not the appropriate moment. But if you just bear with me, then I will, as soon as I get an opportunity, will do. But as I said, there's no rushing around panic here. There's actually a few scratched heads, I believe.
Joe, these are the worst kind of problems, aren't they? When you can see something bent, it's good. It's easy to fix. It's horrible when you have to plug in a laptop and try and work out what sensor is telling you the car is not working when it probably is.
If the glitch is a sensor, then sensors can just think, I'm just not going to work for the next 30 seconds. It's going to put up a problem, a fault, give you a fault code. You'll then clear it, and then you sometimes have to then send the car back out and see whether the fault code recurs, and it's just a voyage of discoverance. But this is really, really tragic at such an early stage for that Ferrari. The Ferrari's been really strong pace-wise. The Ferrari 296, we know how quick that car is. We know how good the Rinaldi racing team is in running that car. The driver lineup they've put together, they weren't coming here to take part. They were coming here to win the race. And, by all accounts, it looked very much like that was a possibility, a very strong possibility. However, just ebbing away from them all the time that car is in that pit garage, and it still is in the pit garage. That Herbert car is just going away, it's heading away from it.
These feel like qualifying laps from Alfred Renauer. That was a 46.0. Bearing in mind the car's best is a 44.8. He's only just over a second slower than the ultimate pace of that car during race conditions. And the way he was leaving lines around the circuit and using every inch of the tarmac and more, he's at the end of his stint. He's a light on tyres. He's probably light on fuel as well. And he's really trying to lay down as much of an advantage over Lauren Hergon, who's now inherited second place once more. Would you believe CP Racing, who've had a very quiet day so far, are up to third now?
Incredible, that, isn't it? Incredible how they've just snuck up on us.
And Phil Quaife has just passed Hash in the car collection number 23 that was there and thereabouts in the early running. That is Hash Patel, by the way, but known as Hash. We can see on the screen that the Ferrari is heading back out, but has the Control-Alt-Delete and laptop fix worked? That is the question, because you never quite know. You might have cleared your errors, but you never know. Yes, Diana?
And out he goes. So we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Did they give any indication of what they mean by that? Is it a gear change issue? Are they seeing high temperatures? Or are they being a bit sort of discreet with when, you know, just telling you the basics?
Yeah, just the basics. They were actually looking for us to leave the garage at one point, so we could only get so much.
Yeah,
we think.
I mean, you can appreciate it, can't you? It's frantic. They're all trying to, although they were quite calm, which was the thing, and they did plug in and have a look. But driver change, said it's gearbox related, and it's probably in there maybe 3-4 minutes.
If they think it's gearbox related, then they will know it's gearbox related, because they won't be able to go up or down the gearbox, unless they can't do that because it's clutch related. But ultimately the issue I would read into that is that they are stuck in a gear. And whether that's gearbox fault, sensor fault, clutch fault, it's still, that is the problem.
Actuator fault.
Yeah.
Remember, it's paddle shift, it's not mechanical.
But still, looking at the pace of the car
switch.
going out of the pits there, he didn't accelerate up to top speed, did he?
Now it's saying that the driver is Isaac Tutumulu Lopez.
Oh, but he was last time.
Yes, he was. Yeah. We've been told, we've been frauded with this. I suspect it might be. So the driver's flick the switch to the right point, and it's giving us the driver of that Ferrari. He's left the garage. He's out on his out lap, and we'll be able to quickly tell you whether or not he's up to pace. He's dropped to 16th overall in that time. He's on 134 laps. He's dropped 5 laps to the Renauer leading Porsche. So that is all right. We've got, what, 19 hours 15 to go. Plenty of time to make up 5 laps, but not at the pace that we can see the leaders producing. And it's going to be, you know, 10 seconds here, half a second here, half a second there, but certainly not enough time in that space of time to make up 5 laps.
So is this a Ferrari at top speed? Is this a Ferrari heading back to the pits? By the looks of the lack of use of racing line, he sits in the middle of the road and gets out of the way of the Jutta Racing Audi. I say that Ferrari is coming back to Diana in the pits, pulls off to the right-hand side, so the fix they thought they had done has not worked. And they are going to need to plug that laptop in again and see if they can do something else. Now, if they were Porsche, there would be pro-Porsche representatives crawling all over the car that know the cars inside out. There are representatives from manufacturers to help out teams. I don't know whether Ferrari have that same level of attention to their customers that certainly Audi would and Porsche would as well, and what you see and experience in Mercedes here in the paddock. Anyone with a laptop in Ferrari gear.
Well, you don't necessarily see them in Ferrari gear. They could well be in team wear. For instance, when we were in touring cars, my engine guy was an RML engine guy. However, he wore my team gear.
Okay.
So, we paid for him to be... basically. Just looks like part of the team.
Yeah.
He is part of the team because he's with you all season. So that might be the case. I'd like to think so. Have you seen the cost of those 296 Ferraris? I'd like to see, the team of technicians come with it.
Well, the team is a Swiss-German team, WTM. Rinaldi, I suppose, is Italian.
Yeah, and Rinaldi have been connected to Ferrari for a long time.
Yeah, I was about to say, listen for the Italian accent, and you might be able to, in the midst of the Germans and the Swiss, you'll be able to hear it, but not if there's Rinaldi's in there as well. Diana, you got more news?
Yes, I'm back at the number 5, and quite correct. Obviously, you can see that there's still an issue. You've just jumped out of the car. We could see there was some problems there. How can you explain to us what was happening?
Yeah, something with the gearbox went wrong. We don't know exactly what. I think there's still an issue. I'm not sure. So I shifted up, and then suddenly the gearbox stuck between 2 gears, and there was 1 gear in, but I wasn't able to shift. So we tried to change the steering wheel, but this was not the issue. Then they tried to do something, and suddenly it shifted up again here in the pit. So we tried it. I'm not sure if it's running well now. It's a pity because we had a good pace after the bad luck we already had in the second stint. So I was able to catch up from P4 to P2, and we were gaining. But this is part of the game, but it's not over now.
So the car, they're going to make their way back in, and are they going to bring it back into the garage?
Yeah, it seems like, there it is. There it is. So it's still not okay. I don't know. Let's see. Hopefully it will not taking too long, so that we have still some time to gain some positions back.
It's frustrating, but I guess you got to wait and see what you can do before.
Yeah, of course it's frustrating, but again, it's not over. We will not stop fighting, and there are still a lot of hours to go. So let's see what they do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We saw the car fuel up at the fuel bowser, but getting away from the fuel bowser seemed a real struggle, like it wasn't in the right gear.
Like it was in 4th or something.
Yeah,
it really did. Peter off the fuel pump and make its way onto the pit apron.
Of course, if you're in that situation with an old spec car, you could clutch slip.
That's right.
But you can't clutch slip with a car that doesn't have a clutch.
Yeah.
But presumably it's kind of automatically clutch slipping to help you. You're just putting your foot on the accelerator, going and saying, go, go, go.
It's not a 2-pedal configuration on that 296, is it? It's you have got a clutch pedal to pick away, and then the paddle shift allows you. You don't need the clutch because it'll be an ignition cut as you pull the gear, and then same with the downshift.
I would have thought it would only have 2 pedals.
That's kind of like a semi-automatic then, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's one for Nick to find out.
Well, no, I mean, actually, I've stuck my nose in enough GT3 cars. I actually should know that. 2 pedals or 3, Bruce? 3, 4. Oh,
yeah.
One for the front brakes, one for the rears. Oh, yeah.
Nick can find out whether or not that, certainly the Ferrari 296, the car we're talking about, whether or not it's a 2-pedal or a 3-pedal configuration, the clutch being used to pick away. He can.
I'm sure
Nick's fine with sticking his head in places where he's not wanted.
Remember, in endurance racing, you don't tend to have race starts as standing starts, so you don't necessarily need a foot pedal.
No, you only.
I think it's a hack.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
In this last stint to get back onto the lap of Ivo Breukers, because well, last time we checked in with them, there was we thought there was a lap and a half difference between the two of them, and it's down to definitely half a lap now, with Yannick Redant in the 9:03 sitting third in that class, and now Gustav Bergström with a great stint up to fourth in the HRT performance, leaving the two teammates in HRT behind and getting back. I wonder if this is the first time back for him to circuit racing. As I mentioned earlier, been doing rallycross. His championship, of course, stopping due to the fact that Sebastian Loeb's Lancia Delta Integrale caught a light on its own at Lydden Hill in the middle of July.
Yeah, that was big news, wasn't it?
Setting the whole of the Guerlain Chichery team's other car and paddock alight, cancelling the next round and the next round after that of the World Championship, because
why did it all just come to
because there's no guarantee of safety under the battery. The car was charging, suddenly it was alight, and because of the heat soak, then it sets the other car alight. All the other electric cars had to quickly be moved away, and there is no guarantees on the safety from the FIA and also the battery manufacturer that it won't happen again. So they haven't been allowed to go racing since, and so 2 rounds of that championship cancelled, and therefore Gustav Bergström, without the ability, his car's fine, it's sitting in Sweden no doubt, but with the ability not to go racing until they restart the championship in South Africa in a few weeks' time, and using a different car.
Right, so that is happening. They've done something with regards to the recharging.
No, using a completely separate car, using effectively, think of Formula One. Formula One car is deemed unsafe, but we need to carry on racing, so we're going to use Formula 2 cars. That's what's happening in Rallycross at the end of the season.
Right.
One make, and so they're using one make RX2E cars to finish off the championship. 2 rounds in South Africa, 2 rounds in China.
But the same recharging process.
But completely different manufacturer of car, and therefore different battery and all the rest of it. So the RX2E car is safe, deemed by the FIA, but the RX1E car hasn't got those guarantees. Remarkable bit of motorsport things going on.
Yeah,
if you like the politics and you like all the backstories, the World RX has been tumultuous the last couple of years. It's been very tricky for them.
So Nick's done something really clever.
Nick's either just sworn at me.
He's used Google.
Oh yes.
And that's a Ferrari 296 with a 2-pedal configuration and a hand clutch, is it, Nick?
Yeah.
You found out that there's a hand clutch on there. Have you seen how many switches are in that cockpit? There's about 47 different modes that you can put that car in.
And
so two pedals.
Thank you to Limited Running, at Limited Running on Twitter. Ian McCarthy, always with us. And he's just sent the sales brochure of the Ferrari to us as well. 2 pedals. Pretty much 2 pedals.
I'm being told 3. You only need the clutch to pull away only.
What?
So it depends
on the car, then?
In fairness, the question was in GT3 these days.
Okay.
So we were specific there with the 296 Ferrari.
Yeah.
KTM has 2 pedals from memory.
KTM?
Is my source. Yeah.
What, as in the
crossbow.
GTX?
Yeah. So we've got people, other people are messaging other people as well. So we'll get an overall view on this.
I just think the GT just makes, it's a GT2 car, a GT3 car is a race machine. 1 foot per pedal. So therefore you've got 2 peeps. So
How do you pull away though?
You just put your foot on the accelerator.
So it's a semi-automatic?
So it's a semi-automatic, yeah. You select first, because I know you select first and stay stationary, and then accelerate away.
Okay.
And the car goes.
And of course you don't need it from a standing start because we have rolling starts in GT3 racing.
Yeah. So it's only pit stops. Right, the Ferrari heading back out onto circuit once more. Have they fixed it this time? It's all rather unravelling though, which is a real shame because the pace of that car was ferocious at the head of the field.
I absolutely hope they have, because this is going to be quite fascinating to see this car now in what will be a recovery drive.
Is that a red ant?
We've got a
903?
Porsche stopped out on the track. That could well be the 903. Now, the 903 of Yannick Redont was third in class.
Turn 9, so let's have a look. Lost it coming through turn 9 on its own very early on, and is off into the kind of the motorbike section of that circuit.
He's regained. It was Yannick Redont in the 903. And so...
but yes, that was third in class, wasn't it? So that would have lost that third in class to Gustav Bergström. Wasn't far away. Odd one. Kind of just leant on the rear of the car and it didn't stick.
Thankfully, there's lots of runoff there on the outside of 9. And he's resumed, pulled back on the track, and he's back into the race. The Ferrari of the Wochenspiegel team, Monschau team, the number 22, was going round at what looked like race pace. So that gearbox glitch has rectified itself. Whatever the team have done, they've done a good job on doing whatever, change of sensor. Thankfully, it wasn't, or it doesn't appear to be, the actual mechanism of the gearbox itself.
Look how busy.
Very busy fueling area.
Now, is that them looking at what was going on with the Red Ant car and preempting a code 60, which is obviously not going to happen? Or I feel as though, looking at strategy, we are a bit early, but no, we're not, actually. Alfa Renault, an hour and 10. So that makes sense that the leader has come into the pits and Laurent Hergon's followed him in from second position with an hour in their stint, even though they did 2 pit stops. So that puts, would you believe, Philippe Quaife into second in this race for CP Racing. He owes us a pit stop as well. We won't be there for very long, as does Hash in 4th position in the car collection Porsche. There's another Porsche for car collection sitting in the paddock, would you believe? So we go like, oh, the car collection do Audis. They've got more Porsches here than they do Audis this weekend. And it's available. It says in the window, available for hire. You know, like when you drive down the street, it says car for sale, call this number.
Yeah.
Pretty much that.
Have you already made inquiries?
Yeah.
Known you as we do.
Apparently, I haven't got money.
CP Racing, all right, they started what I would say out of position because of the truncated qualifying. So they've done a cracking job there, strategy coming to the fore. And with Phil Quaife now at the wheel, bringing that car through the field in the last 4.5 hours. The car, well, 5 hours actually, because we're just clicking towards the top of the hour. So it's took them 5 hours to get in contention for what will be an overall win here at this rate. Fabulous, fabulous endurance racing from the CP Racing team, as ever.
Whatever happened to Yannick Redont, it's not affecting his pace. He's back underway again, and he did lose that 3rd position, but only now 10 seconds behind Gustav Bergström. And back under full pace. There might be a little bit of damage to the tyre on the 903, but I think they will be joining us in pit lane soon enough. I'm not quite sure why I haven't got that car highlighted, but I will highlight it now. And yeah, an hour and 15 minutes that car has been running without pit stops, so it will be coming soon, I imagine. We're having our next pit stop here in the booth. Myself and Joe Bradley taking our next break, and it is Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones taking you through the next 2 hours.
Thank you very much, Ben. We'll leave you and Joe to go and look in the footwells of all the cars up and down the pit lane, and we'll find out what the average number of pedals is when you come up next in 2 hours' time. But thank you for leaving the race safely for us to take you through for the next 2 hours from 5 o'clock local time until what I call supper time, 7 o'clock. So don't be late when you come back to relieve us, because the food absolutely fantastic here at the circuit. But CP Racing leading the way, as you say, but owing a pit stop. So Phil Quaife looked on good form in crew catering earlier today, and now leading this event. But the real story of the last half hour or so has been the decline of the Ferrari. It was leading when we clocked off 2 hours ago. Isaac Tatumlu out on the track, but the car way down the order now, listed in 28th position. That's 28th out of 39 positions, so things have kept on changing. The car that's still bringing up the rear, but is only a lap behind its closest rival now, is the BUGGYRA ZM Racing Mercedes, running in the GT4 class, that got away about, I don't know, about 55 minutes of a lapse in the race before a fuel feed problem was sorted, and that's only one lap now behind another car that's been delayed a bit, the GSR Motorsport, both running in GT4, but so difficult when you start an event and are on the back foot from the very outset. But right now, let's celebrate Phil Quaife leading the race in CP Racing Mercedes. That's the top of the GT runners. In fact, 1, 2, 3, 4, top 5 runners all in the GT class, and 6th place at the moment. Red Camels Jordan. We heard lots of tales of woe from Rick Breukers early on about how they didn't have the right setup and it was going from bad to worse. But since then, they seem to have found, Red Camel Jordan's, a very good balance, because Ivo Breukers 6th place overall, Johnny, and leading the Porsche Cup class. It was in good position 2 hours ago, and it's still in good position now.
Luke Breukers, I think, more at home with the far from ideal setup rather than older brother Rick, and he was putting a brave face on it. Now, what on earth is going on at the first corner? Because all of a sudden the Ferrari having to straight line the left-hand kink at turn 2, and CP Racing's Mercedes, the race leader, looking to try and get through all of this traffic. But it's almost as if there was a bit of confusion there. Were we under code 60? Were we not? We absolutely are not. The Ferrari unlapping itself, in fact, on Phil Quaife's CP Racing Mercedes. Whilst all that madness happens in the first sector of the lap, let's get to Diana Binks, who has this from the pits.
With Lauren Hogarth, who's just jumped out of the number 76, but I know it's very loud here. You can't really hear me that well, but Lauren, how was that stint?
The feeling inside the car is very good. There is a lot of traffic on the track. It is the main difficulty with the traffic, but I did my job. I drive safe, so I think it's a good stint.
It's still very early on in the race. What is the traffic management like out there on the track, and how much are the conditions changing?
Yes, the weather is very hot, so it's difficult to keep the tire in good condition. And with a lot of traffic, you need to overtake inside, outside. And it's not easy for the tire because you have a lot of pickup on the tire, and after that the car slides a lot. But it was a good stint, I think.
Was it fun?
Yeah, it's very fun, very fun. I enjoy it.
Thank you, Diana. There's a lot of debris again on the main straight. This has been pointed out to us actually a couple of hours ago by various people around the world watching this race, maybe also here in Barcelona on the main straight. Now, that wasn't tyre pickup, I don't think. Or maybe it was. No, it was something far more substantial than that that's just been run over, and the Ferrari collected it latterly, but maybe a rear section of Porsche that has just been splintered into 1,000 pieces. That's concerning, though, Bruce. Then, you know, extrapolate later on into the stint, it might take a while for that to really manifest itself.
It really could, and I think it came off the tail end of the Porsche that went for a spin just before we swapped over. It was up at turn 9, went off backwards, rejoined the race, and it suddenly exploded on the main straight, literally on the start-finish line, right into the face of the Ferrari that's tumbled right down the order, still trying to fight its way back, but you do not need hiccups like that. So for Isaac de Tumlu Lopez, he wasn't wanting that, but let's hope there were no shards that got into his tyres. And as you say, you can sometimes have a shard in your tyre for a while before it actually makes the cut. Let's hope it was just an explosion of black bodywork, and that is all, but just not what you need.
If it's predominantly plastic, I would favour the tyre being the stronger of the two substances, but yeah, any metalwork or shards that can easily puncture a tyre, but over a period of time. So the Ferrari now diving to the inside line to pick off a few more of the back markers. Remember, lots of ground lost by a very quick car, and well, certainly you've got to start somewhere, which was the lower ranges of the top 30, but Isaac de Tumlu Lopez is now finding one or two spots here and there. A chattering Porsche in behind with the nose cover of that car not fully securely fitted. Let's hope the bonnet pins on that last the distance. Great looking car, but all manner of issues latterly. Clutch that's been the problem for the Ferrari, the 22 car? We don't know. Okay, so it's been in and out of the garage, and maybe the team don't know either, and that's precisely why it's taking so long to diagnose and then to solve. But car 22 at least back in the race and able to lap in an attempt to keep up with Phil Quaife in the Mercedes, Daniel Alleman in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, and in third place Julian Andlauer, that man again, back in the IMSA Performance Porsche.
Well, Isaac Tutumlu Lopez driving that Ferrari at the moment for WTM by Ronaldo. He's lapping just about the same pace as, in fact, slightly faster than the race-leading Mercedes of Phil Quaife, but he's 11 laps down. Yes, we have time of plenty, but I don't think I've ever seen magic that can find 11 laps in a speed in a race as competitive as this. More penalties being given out. Red Camel Jordan's the car that's leading the Porsche Cup class, or was before it dived into the pits. That's just picked up a penalty. There it is at standstill. Ivo Breukers climbing out, and presumably it'll be one of the two other Breukers, both of his sons. Rick, I would think, would be getting back in right now, but we'll confirm when that goes out. It's been having a good run, but they were querying the setup, and so many of the teams saying we just simply didn't get the track running, because if you weren't with us yesterday, it was wet with more rain on top of it. It was hideously wet and really hard. It was a case of survival for a lot of the drivers when they went out in night practice to get the job done.
Yeah, and rotating a car over a course like this, when you've got many different corners, there was almost a big problem at the pit stop there. I think everyone kind of knew what they were doing, but driver about to take over in the 909, Rick Breukers, standing in slightly the wrong position and nearly mown down by his father, but he's now on board that car, and well, let's see whether the situation of that car has evolved at all since Rick was at the wheel. But you were talking earlier on about this being such a popular test venue because you've got every single corner known to man, but if you can't turn the car through them, if it's just wanting to understeer off at every possible moment, that is a real challenge. Also, you're not going to get very even tyre wear across a stint, but if you can start to just back it into the corners and help the rotation that way, that's adjustment driving, and that's why we see, you know, some people with such high skill doing well in longer distance racing.
Now, of course,
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
Yes, but it's on me to do something about it. I have to improve.
Thanks, Ivo. Go get a drink.
Well, straight out of the car, and there's a flavour of just how tough it is. But I think inwardly, very, very happy with the work that he's done, and he's going to get congratulations from all around the team as well. Little spin as he came in for fuel, but I mean, there is a guy who, yes, he's challenging himself, but it's ultimately so much fun, even now after years of racing, and he's still getting the same buzz as he did probably the first time he got into a racing car.
You could absolutely tell there how tired he was, breathing off the top of his lungs, looking very, very florid indeed. Any of us would. It's a hot, hot afternoon here at Barcelona, but the extra mental strain of trying to drive a car and save its tyres, the setup, Rick Breukers tell us right at the start, is just not right. It's another factor that's super difficult. Also driving a Porsche Cup car, you've got the GT3 cars, which are marginally faster. You've got to look out for them and their battles. So it is a real, real strain. But, you know, Ivo Breukers still at the top of his game, still learning, still improving as he goes through the years, but obviously with a hard taskmaster and his pro son, Rick Breukers, and Ivo Breukers getting quicker all the time, the younger of the two brothers. They're a competitive family. There will be, little digs here, little digs there. So maybe it wasn't such a mistake that he seemed to be heading straight to Rick in the pit lane before jinking in front of the pit garage. All said in mirth, of course, but again, just a real clear sign about 100% application there from Ivo Breukers.
Likewise, when you look to the Herbert Motorsport crew, who are a very well-oiled machine, although there's been an adjustment to the driver lineup there with the introduction of Patrick Kolb and the restriction on driving hours for Ralph Bone and Robert Renauer, who are also doing a different meeting this weekend in Valencia. That is tough, but we will see those two at some point in the overnight stints. And the 91 car now being driven by Daniel Alleman, about to cross the line. He's actually finding a bit of time here and there on Phil Quaife. That's probably down to Phil finding these batches of traffic in the most awkward of positions. But Daniel Alleman is one of the most consistent drivers out there. Again, he knows the pace that he's comfortable with. You're not going to get any heroics from him, but it is consistency that always, accompanies many trophies, actually, across the years for Herbert.
Yeah, and I think, it's three things combined. It's the natural pace of Daniel Alleman, the Swiss racer, combined with the fact he's raced a Porsche for years, combined with the fact he's raced a Porsche for Herbert Motorsport for years, and continuity really is something that, particularly for a team with the two Renauers running it, they're always looking for performance advantage. They're brilliant at race tactics, but I think continuity is something that just helps improving drivers, because they all sit down together, they all discuss it, and they've got a sort of shared platform of knowledge, and I really, really think that is a huge help. But right now, Daniel Alleman doing a very good job. He's lapping, a last lap or so, he's taken 1.5 seconds out of the race lead. But almost every time you look at the circuit, there are gaggles of cars. You can see how easy it is to squander a bit of time. Phil Quaife in the white, blue and red-nosed Mercedes from CP Racing, car number 85, making space for others down the start-finish straight, but being cautious into the first of the corners, and that's very wise indeed. His margin at the moment, best part of 50 seconds in the lead of this race.
The Lumirank positional number, which occasionally changes to the first three letters of the driver on board, flashing away on the leading car. That, I believe, to let everyone know it's a leader. Be aware and try and make space where possible, because there's blue flags even being waved in the direction of Pablo BUGGYRA in the E2P racing car. Now, that's a quick racing car nevertheless in the GT3 category, but it is about to be lapped by the race leader, and that's neat and tidy driving there from the 9-0 Porsche.
It got a little bit close, in fact. That's running in 6th place overall, but the Spanish driver just about kept out of the way, but he now goes 3 laps down on the race leader. So CP Racing, Phil Quaife, stint length 1 hour 51 minutes. So that's a double stint quite clearly, and will be coming to an end soon. So the British driver in that 5-driver lineup. If you're just joining us for the 24H series and this 24 hours in Barcelona, we've got 5 laps under our belts already, 5.25 laps. But it really has been, we've just welcomed the fact we've got dry weather. Yesterday was so super wet. And if you have just joined us, having been watching early on, the Ferrari that was leading the race had its moments, lost a lead of 1 minute 18 seconds, wasn't it? There was contact down at the first corner with the GT2 Mercedes. The lone GT2 Mercedes, entered by NM Racing, was slightly quicker than the GT3 cars down the start-finish straight, and clattered into the back of poor... who was at the wheel at the time. It was just being taken over by
Leo Weiss.
Leo Weiss. He was the second driver in the car. It was spun around. We hadn't seen that contact for some time, but that's been in the wars. But since then, we believe it's a clutch problem has dropped the Ferrari way down the order. Now in 24th position, Isaac Tutumlu Lopez gaining pace and places. He dropped down nearly to 30th position. But it's going the right way. But so many laps squandered, just checking the charts, 11 laps in arrears. So it's going to take some form of miracle. But for CP Racing, who've been such staunch supporters of the 24H series, leading this race right now. And I would reckon in the next lap or so, we'll see Phil Quaife come in and hand over to... Charles Putman and Joe Foster would like a play as well. The car was started by Charles Espinal, and then Shane Lewis went in second. But they're running long stints, these early ones, and doubling up in many ways. We've got, what are we looking at the moment? About another 2 hours of clear sunlight, daylight, and then we will drift into darkness.
If you were paying attention to the Radio Show Limited network of channels coverage last weekend, it was a busy one again with the latest round of the World Endurance Championship at Fuji, but also 2 NLS races on the Saturday and the Sunday, each of 6 hours. There was a CP Racing Mercedes taking part there on the Nordschleife as well. And I had to ask Phil Quaife at the start of this weekend, have you just brought the car from Germany to Barcelona? No, no, no. This is a completely different chassis for CP Racing. It's a brand new, not a brand new car, but a different car. And I was concerned about the stresses and strains of a 12-hour race and all the sessions leading into that, and then a 24-hour race after that. But they do strip these cars down, of course, but they're actually starting from square one once again, and therefore should be very confident. I'll perhaps eat these words later on, but should be very confident about the reliability and the fact that it should be able to do the distance here. CP Racing won't like me mentioning that this early on, though, after only 155 laps. And we're barely a quarter of distance into it.
But doesn't that logistical, the challenge, just show how GT racing, long-distance sports car racing, has just grown and grown and grown? You look how the 24-hour H Series has been expanding its calendar, moving to different venues, the long-distance races on the Nordschleife, then you've got GT races this weekend down at Valencia, this one here. There is so much happening. So, yeah, trying to get one car around Europe to go from race to race is really... You know, sometimes the calendar isn't your friend. When the calendars are announced, you try and meld them together. And it's great that a lot of teams and drivers have got all these races and series to choose.
But you do have to get your wall chart out nice and early, don't you, and try and work out where not only the car and the drivers are going to have to be, but all that team personnel that so often accompanies this circus as well.
I'm very fond of a matrix, but a wall chart is clearest as far as I'm concerned. But looking down in the pit lane, the CP Racing Mercedes is in, so Phil Quaife just has to get it from the fueling area and pop it down the pit lane, give someone else a go in that number 5 GT3 AM class entry.
So Porsche Cup cars totally together now in the early phase of this lap. Willi Motorsports car flashing the lights, the 955 looking for a way by the 967 Porsche, and flashing the lights, well, might be intimidatory, but will it get the desired results? It's Papi Cosimo for the Ebby Motors run car, and he is able to get ahead of Amedeo Pampanini. They were on different laps anyway, and that's Cosimo looking to stay in 3rd position in the class, whereas the car he's just lapped is in 5th. So the 992 class getting slightly more sparse than I might have expected, or further apart, should we say. The Yannick Redon driven 903 is comfortably in front of the single make category, all running on the same compound of Six 992s locked together on the timing screen from 2nd down to 7th in that subcategory. We do have a runaway leader in between the first 992 and the 2nd place car. So that's the 2 Jutta Racing examples. The share of sport car to be further up the order than this, and the Lant Motorsport car
reflex action, white
Easy
and
to
blue
do.
race livery, I know.
Atlanta needs to be in green and white, not in the Kirchhoff livery, but I mean, things took them together all the time.
Well, another thing, just looking out from our locked commentary position, is how long as the cars are wanting to make those first pit stops. So it's now the CP Racing Mercedes don't have to go very far, just has to go into the pit lane past the circuit-shaped podium. The first pit car is ready for the car to go for refueling. Another car sitting in there, lights flashing, waiting to get going. Is the Scherer Sport PHX Audi, who's mentioned that, so that's the reason why it's falling down the order a little bit. And then E2 Porsche, because they're running in 6th place. BUGGYRA, he's moved up to 5th.
BUGGYRA, no relation to the Bulgarian team, completely different spelling, but nevertheless, we've gone through all sorts of different pronunciations of that, I think, over the weekend's coverage.
I call it car
European truck racing to GT competition. There's 2 more, 3 head back to
I have Phil just jumped out of racing car. Phil, you were punching in the times out there on the track. How was that stint?
Yeah, I'm very happy with that stint. The car was running well. Maintaining those tyres so they don't degrade too much throughout the stint, and I think we achieved that, so I'm pretty happy.
From a driver's point of view, how do you feel managing at the same time when you've got conditions like this changing all the time?
Yeah, as the day goes on, the track the ambient goes up, so it's all about managing that tyre day. We've got that. Driver A to manage the wheel spin and the slide, and basically we have to do that throughout just to keep those tyre temps to a minimum.
What's the traffic like?
60 cars out there, but it's just about managing that and picking them off one by one in the same way. That doesn't cost you or them too much time.
And as ever, a fantastic pit turnaround by they are just on it from the minute you're coming in.
These guys are amazing. I've done 2 Dubai. They're just awesome. A great bunch of guys.
Well, without the Phil Quaife element, they managed a 3rd place finish in last year's Barcelona. That was the Putman Espinal Foster Lewis. There as well. As he said, he's done 2 Dubai 24 hours with CP Racing. First action with the team was associated he's been in and around the Dubai with various teams. TCRs there in the past 2, so a useful number to have, I would think, because he can drive anything.
And a former winner here, which he'd rather forgotten about, hadn't he? He told us earlier. He won here in 2012 in the McLaren with Klaus Hummel, Christodoulou, well, he's Adam Christodoulou and Tim Mullard, so very handy. McLaren win. So that was an MP412. Gosh, how the models move on through the years. Looking on screen at the moment as the Tim Mullard, so very handy. McLaren win. So that was an MP412. Gosh, how the models move on through the years. Looking on screen at the moment as the recovering Ferrari, the WTM by Rinaldi Racing Ferrari, a dominant leader. We have to, just from the outset, went from 3rd to 1st on, by the time it got to turn 2 on the opening lap, and was driven absolutely superbly in the opening stint of the race by Jochen Krumbach. He did a double stint, but unfortunately just after the car was taken over by Leo Weiss, it went backwards in terms of not only direction but in terms of time, and rejoined just in time to lose the lead to the IMSA LS Group Performance Porsche. But at the moment, the Ferrari, the only 296 GT3 in this race, is down in 24th position. Yusik Tumlu pressing on his lap times. Yep, he's quicker than the race-leading car, but it's a long, long way down. 11 laps were squandered. And hopefully whatever the problem was that delayed the car, that will be behind them now. But 11 laps, well, you know, you just can't expect anything from there. The team won last year with it, but it was a 488. But again, then used the 296. But with every race, they're finding something different. Unfortunately, this time it was something they didn't want to find.
Yeah. Of course, 11 laps assumes that the race leaders are not going to have a sustained spell in the pits as well. But it would be a stretch for them all to have a difficulty to that sort of tune. You just got to keep ploughing on round and hope that you know, the persistency will glean a half-decent result, but it seems like we're going to have a different one at this rate. At least it would have been a different car anyway for WTM. And would have extended the dream yet further. So far, but many
První ostry za náma, jak jsi se cítil?
No, teple jsem se cítil, fakt teple, říkám, jsem, no. Musím víc trénovat, takhle by to nešlo.
A jinak dobrý, jelo se dobře?
Jinak dobrý, auto fungovalo tak, jak jsem, můžu to tak říct, tak, jak jsem chtěl, což je dobrý. No, akorát to předjíždění těch rychlejších aut, člověk na to musí dávat pozor a poměrně aspoň mě to vyčerpá, protože nechci tam někde překážet, nechci dostat ráno. Takže to jsou takový ty momenty, kdy jako člověk zpomalí trošku. No.
Viděl jsem ještě, že si tady odpětkával takový malinký
Jsem bambula, protože jsem vyjížděl do toho kódu 60, tak jsem si odmáčknul ten pit limiter a jak to auto skočilo dopředu, no tak jsem jel asi 65, no.
I to se stane, ale pořád jsme v závodě.
Je to škoda, ten blbej, protože pak se člověk honí o vteřiny a tady pak dělá takovouhle chybu.
The sun just popped over the hills to the west of Barcelona.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
Starters and 39 cars still going. Herbert's Motorsport leading by best part of a minute, 58.3 seconds last time around. Daniel Alleman, his Porsche ahead of another Porsche, the IMSA LS Group Performance. But the best sounding car in the field is continuing to rumble around. It's the Mark II V8, that wonderful V8 Burble. Jose Close now driving that for the Belgian racing team, VDS Racing Adventures, and I love the fact that the Van der Straten team continues to run with that red livery with a broad white and blue stripe up over its nose. So many single-seater successes back in the 60s, sports car successes going into the 70s. A traditional race livery always wins the vote from me.
Dr. Johannes Kerkhoff looks like he's just got by Rick Breukers, unless actually Rick was able to lap a little quicker than the Land Motorsport Audi. So the concern now there for the 992 leader is actually Rick being slightly delayed by what should be a quicker car, but he would prefer clear air in front of him. There's only 0.6 of a second between the 34 Audi and the 909 Porsche, so we want to try and clear that as quickly as possible.
We mentioned how Rick Breukers, by the time Ivo handed over to Rick in that pit stop, the Red Camel Jordan's Porsche fell down from the lead of the Porsche Cup class, but it's now fell to fourth, now back into the lead. It's the quickest car in class with an advantage of best part of, let's have a little look, 53 seconds over the second car in class. And it does appear to be Red Camel Jordans versus Philly Motorsport by Ebby Motors. They have been at the top of that class in circulation for about the past 3 hours, so looking quite good. But just remember, right at the start of the show, we heard from Rick Breukers complaining that the handling of the 909 Porsche was not only bad, but it was getting worse. But with every pit stop, every chance for the driver to talk to the engineers, hopefully they're coaxing it back to a performance that is helping the car on a dry circuit. However, what did Ivo say to us? He said, it's eating its tyres. You have to nurse it. And of course, Rick will be able to be a little bit more on that than Ivo, but it's something that just makes the driving so much tougher. Every corner you have to sort of almost pull back a little bit to take a little bit less out of the tyres. But Rick Breukers at the moment, 8th place overall, right in behind the Audi of Dr. Johannes Kerkhoff, the Land Motorsport Audi, matching it totally for pace, but there's no point taking a risk. And as I say that, Rick looks almost to the outside line at turn 3, but ducks back down. We'll try and go up the inside, the 180-degree uphill corner. Still turning to the right. Now they've got the short straight down towards turn 4. Actually, you can start to see with every image that Rick's getting a little bit frustrated being stuck behind the Audi. Different classes of car. He's in a Porsche Cup class car, and of course the Audi is in GT3, but he's got to choose his moment. I would suggest in about 4 corners time when they go down to the end of the infield straight, so turn 10 might be the place. And as I say, there he goes, I'm not waiting that long, goes side by side on the run down a hill. There's the kink to the left at turn 6 and into turn 7. The move is pulled off, and at that moment Johannes Kirchhoff looked in his mirrors and thought, oh, go on.
Yeah, well, from the doctor's point of view, I think it's a bit futile not needing to defend that overly. In fact, another car creeps through as well. Well, that's not for position because Papi Cosimo is about 50-odd seconds further back. But, yeah, as soon as you start driving in your mirrors that Kirchhoff was risking doing there, then you're going to lose time ultimately on your delta pace as well. Rick's just quicker in this phase of the race. You don't know what sort of strategy the alternative car and theoretically slower car is on, but we know all about the straight line speed of these Porsche Cup cars. They have next to no aero on them, or certainly compared to a GT3 car. Let it go, and now Johannes Kirchhoff can improve on his own delta time, on his own a little bit more.
He can settle down. The other Porsche that went through was actually the car in 5th place overall, the Car Collection Motorsport Porsche, the number 23, Even Jacoma, in that Swiss crude car, up in, well, it's still in 5th place, but again, he just wanted someone removed from the track in front of him, so job well done. And Ivan is about a lap and a bit down on CP Racing's Mercedes, which is in 4th place. Hassarty, their Audi, is in 3rd place. Mathieu Detry at the wheel of that. Julian Andlauer in 2nd place. The gap to the race leader, fairly stable. Daniel Alleman, 53 seconds to the good, leading the race for Herbert Motorsport.
Darting down the inside line there to pick off one of the TCR cars was the RPM prepared Porsche, which is car number 907, driven by Nick Johnson now. So Nick heading in front of the Holmgard Motorsport Cupra Leon Competition for Michael Sallenbach of Canada. So the 102 leads the TCE part of the race from the Bas Kooten entered Cupra of Metz, number 125. But it is Herbert Motorsport's Daniel Alleman with this 53-second lead now. There's more of a look at Nick Johnson, who is driving once again with Tracy Crone this weekend. Big crash yesterday, early on in the setup phase, is really sideways there. Spectacular driving, but it's not the quickest way through turn 5 for Papi Cosimo. Clearly realising I'm losing time here on the new class leader, Rick Breakers. That's the danger. You start to try a bit too hard in the moment, cook your tyres, and then that really does allow this particular stint to go south very quickly.
And this is exactly when a driver steps up from doing sprint races, how it takes a while for them to understand endurance racing, and the fact there's a consequence for every little nanosecond they try to shave off. It might mean you have to pit a lap earlier. It might mean all the last 5, 6, 10 laps even of your stint. You've got tyres that just don't want to play. But it is a learning process, and we've got drivers from teenagers right through to the other end of the age spectrum. But with, as I said a short while ago, the explosion of series that offer long-distance racing, multi-driver racing, multi-class racing, so many drivers are now getting a chance to do proper endurance racing. Not so long ago, you didn't have these options, with the exception pretty much of the long-distance racing on a regular basis around the Nürburgring. But drivers of all ages and all levels of ability really do enjoy these endurance races. And but you just have to learn how to get in the rhythm, how to work with your teammates, but certainly, as you pointed out, Johnny, how to keep your tyres sweet.
Yeah. Algirdas Galginis in the Jutta Racing Audi in 4th position, 15th overall, sorry, 14th overall, 4th in the GT3 AM part of the field. And the Jutta Racing crew are effectively trying to catch that CP Racing Mercedes. Here it is, in fact, the 85 now at turn 3. So the AMs all down to the driver combination. No difference actually between each of the GT3 cars in the field. They're obviously built in different ways because they're from very different manufacturers, but effectively to the same regulation set. And then a thing called balance of performance should even them up around a lap, and that means that one car will be quick in some of the tighter corners, others better off a slow corner and down the straights. and really interesting to work out where each of the strengths and weaknesses are of the three major GT3 cars that we have here this weekend, Porsche, Audi and Mercedes. AM is led by CP Racing. Second place in that category is the Land Motorsport Audi of Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff. Pro-Am is the overall leader, Daniel Allemann in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche from the third place car of Haas RT. And that means that the GT3 entry without the suffix, so effectively Pro, is Julian Andlauer, now in the second place position for IMSA LS Group Performance, car 76.
Important thing about that is the lead is coming down quite quickly. It's still, it was just over 50 seconds, it's now down below 48, but with every lap a second or two is being gained by Julian Andlauer. You'd expect that. Daniel Allemann is certainly not of the same calibre as the young French charger. Daniel Allemann, in fact, 64 years old. He's got some great success under his belt. He, of course, won the Dubai 24 Hours with Herbert Motorsport. Seems a blink of an eye ago. It was already back 6 years ago, 2017, the start of the 2017 season. So you would expect Julian Andlauer to close in, but bear in mind their stint lengths are exactly the same. They came into the pits at the same time, but clearly since then, the IMSA LS Group Performance Porsche black race livery, normally the colour of Herbert Motorsport, but they're running white and red this weekend, at least here, because of course that's the team that's busy as well. Down the road, GT sprint races at Valencia, the first of those has been completed. And that means that two of the drivers, Robert Renard and Ralph Bone, can do their second race meeting of the weekend. They're working their way up here, just keeping them on their toes.
Yeah, well, you always need to know the plans for the day, or indeed where you need to be next.
But of course, they can come and do the night stints here, then they go back to race 2 tomorrow down in Valencia at the circuit Ricardo Tormo. Very, very different circuit to this one, but again, it's one of those circuits where if you stand on the roof of the main building, you can see probably about 90% of the lap. It's much more compact site than this, whereas at various points at the circuit Barcelona, Catalonia, you can see the circuit at other points nipping up and down the slope here. But Ricardo Tormo feels as though it's in about a quarter of the space, but still great fun for the drivers if you can. Of course, they would have rather had them on separate weekends, particularly if it's a 24-hour race. If you're doing a 6-hour race and a couple of sprint races, it's one thing, but logistics are clearly massive this weekend for them.
Probably sat down and thought, how do we make a 24-hour race even more taxing? And it's the ultimate challenge within motor racing. Well, no, actually, the ultimate challenge is to do another meeting as well as a 24-hour race, and they haven't done it yet. And given the responsibility, we think, of the overnight stints as well. So they're going to need a bit of rest in the week, you would have thought, but they'll probably be back to their day jobs by that point.
Day jobs? Who needs a day job? Well, most people, quite frankly. Now, they were due to be getting here to just north of Barcelona. It's about, on a very good run, about 45 minutes from the airport, but at the weekend you never really know. But they were due here at about 7 o'clock in the evening, so about an hour and a quarter from now. We'll see what time they rock up, but certainly bringing Patrick Kolb into the team gave the two who are here on a regular basis, Robert Renard and Daniel Allemann, a little bit of support, welcome support, because it's a hot day and they would have been rather drawn out if they had to do all the stints until about 7:30 or 8 o'clock tonight. Bear in mind, we started not at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, at midday, so that would be a big ask for the two of them to be chopping and changing through the first 8 hours.
The other interesting thing is the fact that Patrick Kolb will alter the driver lineup as well, because Patrick, the 28-year-old Silver, means that the 91 car is now a Pro-Am car, whereas I think previously that might have sneaked into the AM category, although Robert Renauer is a Gold, so therefore an out-and-out Pro, but Patrick Kolb, the AM Plus, slightly rarer designation of driver rating, but puts him between the pace of Daniel Allemann and Alfred Renauer, for example. What were you just finding out there, Bruce, from Nick sitting behind?
Well, Nick was keeping an eye on all things, as Nick does. So down at Valencia, there are 4 classes in the championship, and they finished 4th in the Bronze Cup. So they're getting some good points to drop into the pot. They'll go back tomorrow to see what they can do. But in between, while other people would sleep, they're coming here to race through the night.
Fair play. I mean, you know, it's nothing to be sniffed at, but at least they're wanting to take that challenge on board, and you can bet that even if they're sort of half asleep, the car will still go lightningly quick. Lightning yesterday, thankfully none so far today though at the track. I'm liking the graphics on the left-hand side of the video stream, because that separates out where the various top 3 in the classes are. Doesn't actually differentiate between GT3 Pro-Am, non-Pro-Am and Am, if you like. But bear in mind the 76 is a more or less pro lineup. Julian Andlauer able, therefore, to put in lots of hours behind the wheel, and he's expecting a busy night as well. From what he told Nick a little earlier on, 38.5 seconds the margin between he and Daniel Alleman, but far more consistent right now is the 24-year-old Frenchman compared to the race-leading Swiss. Herbert Motorsport is a Pro-Am car, as I've mentioned, as is the Haas RT, but that's the top three within GT3. 909 still leading the 992 class. GTX in the hands of the RD Sainz Cholet racing crew, so their Lamborghini Super Trofeo car is neatly placed. Atlas BX Motorsport leading GT4, and the Holmgard Motorsport in front in the TCR race.
Just checking out the pace of the various front runners, and even Jacoma deserves a bit of a pat on the back. The car collection Motorsport Porsche, not an Audi. Of course, we've moved on. We've had that little conversation a short while ago. Of course, the colours that used to be carried on there, Audi, is now being run by Land Motorsport. But even Jacoma, 5th place overall, and he is the... actually, as I said, he's now the 2nd fastest out on the track, because Julian Andlauer has just improved his pace, now just 38 seconds down. So really very quickly coming from the wrong side of a minute down on the race leader, Daniel Alleman. Julian Andlauer, same stint length. They've been 41, 42 minutes into their stint. He is catching, but really, really good pace from even Jacoma. But that car collection, Porsche, is still some distance. It's about a minute down on Charles Putman for CP Racing, but with every lap he's gaining whole chunks of time. But bear in mind, CP Racing are leading the GT3 AM class. Very happy to be there.
Plenty of people choosing a good vantage point, looking over the, well, from the roof, most of the spectators. And if you're lucky enough to be a guest in one of the hospitality units, you get a really good perch there above where all the business is happening in pit lane. Lots more, or even more atmospheric when we get to the nighttime hours as well. With the sound somehow changing in the hours of darkness, but there'll be no shortage of light, artificial light that is, with most of the pit lane here well illuminated. Still, the level of marbles is concerning, particularly if you need to go offline to pick your way through the slower moving traffic. And it tends to be flung off the cars on the fastest bit, so even though turn 3 is effectively a hairpin right, it's a very open hairpin. And as Joe Bradley was mentioning earlier on, chews through the tyres that segment, particularly rear left in these GT cars. So they have to keep an eye on that, the wear and tear of this circuit over and over again. Amedeo Pampanini for HRT Performance, number 967, currently 5th in class. But look in front of him, he might as well be out on his own there in a test session. I'm sure it's pretty busy though behind. It will not stay quiet for too long. With, as Phil Quaife put it, 55 cars in the race. Might feel like 55 cars, slightly fewer than that in reality.
Yeah, 39 cars, and having praise for BUGGYRA ZM Racing for their Mercedes having got off last place. It in the cycle of pit stops has now fallen back before it's one of the rival cars from GT4, the GSR Motorsports, the Lithuanian entered Ginetta. So back down to last place, and now Alia Kolut just getting her run in the BUGGYRA Mercedes. One position further up in 37th, now on the outlap part of the pits, Jörg Wiebahn. We just saw it, the spectators looking down onto that 715 GT2 Mercedes, the NM Racing team. That is now back into the race. Jörg Wiebahn should make that go very well indeed. And GT2 means loads of power, and down the start-finish straight, that is why that car was involved in an incident where it had contact with the race-leading Ferrari that led to the delay for the Ferrari, but the main delay for Ferrari has, alas, been something more serious that's cost them a lot of time. It's fighting its way back, but Isaac Tutumlu Lopez, it's been a long battle to get closer to the car in front. He's gained about 4 positions, but seems stuck for the rest of this stint, I would suggest, down in 24th position. But the real number you need to put in your little notebook is it's 11 laps that were lost with those delays. The first delay being the car facing backwards in the track down at turn 2 when then advice was at the wheel, but the main delay was lost in the pits.
Third place Mathieu Detry should be in need of fuel earlier than any of those cars around. He's been at the wheel now for a little over an hour. So looking out for the Haas RT Audi needing fuel in the not too distant future. The 2 cars ahead about 3/4 of the way into their stints for Alleman and Andlauer. And Charlie Putman, as mentioned, was plugged into the 85 CP Racing car most recently. So obviously he can go a little bit further. Similarly, actually, Ivan Giacomo for Car Collection. So still very interesting to judge precisely where each of these runners are in relation to their next stops. And obviously with a fuel stop, that will delay them and drop them down the order, and will give the, well, swing the momentum back in the favour of CP Racing, perhaps.
Daniel Alleman has done some better laps recently, so he's slightly preventing the gain of Julian Andlauer. Andlauer, 34 seconds in arrears. Their lap time's almost the same. So, in fact, it may, as much as anything, be the race leader not being blocked by traffic and Julian slightly being delayed, but we know it ebbs and flows between them.
Alleman now on lap 173. Yes, needing to be a touch cautious about how close Andlauer is getting, but at the moment it will just be a word in the ear on occasion, perhaps from the team. Give him an update on how far back the 76 car is, but you just want too much information. That will become distracting then. Better for Daniel just to, as mentioned, pick his pace and stick to it. In the 992 class, Rick Breukers breaking away now from the Johannes Kerkhoff-driven Lant Motorsport Audi. That gap was 0.5 or 6 in arrears when I first took notice of it. Now the 992 leader is a good 13, nearly 14 seconds in front of the 7th placed GT3 car, and that is crucial because it's increasing the gap over Papi Cosimo as well in the Vili Motorsports by Ebby car.
Now, it probably won't come as a surprise that Rick Breukers is the fastest driver of any of the Porsche Cup drivers, so this is a very, very important stint for the Red Camel Jordan's team. He's going to build as big a lead as he possibly can. At the moment he's sitting on quite a tidy margin of about just over a minute from, as you say, Papi Cosimo, but the laps, every single lap, Rick Breukers is gaining a little bit more of an advantage. So this is a foundation stone of the team's sort of push towards their ambition here, trying to take victory in the Porsche Cup class, down in 7th place overall now, but running like a train.
The other car that will really start to make an impression on the timing screen is the number 1 Audi, which moves from the right-hand side of your shot to the central part of the track there with Pierre Caffer at the wheel. Easy to miss his stint because it's down in 9th position in GT3, which is 11th overall, with the goal backing to the number 1 car after such a great season last year. And Caffer, again, picking his way through to find that racing line through the tyre debris. Good exit out of 3, and that rare thing of an open road in front of the German driver. He's got Ed Sandstrom not too far back in the HRT performance car, but a different class. So again, having to work its way through. The Pro-Am leader is, remember, the overall leader, this car, the 91 of Daniel Alleman. But whereas Alleman is one of the AM drivers, Pierre Caffer now needing to try and make up some of that lost ground, as pretty much the quickest in the combination at Scherer Sport. But early ground lost, you have to imagine. I mean, we were talking at the time that actually Michael Doppelmayr was in a good position because they were putting him in the car whenever there was a code 60. But if you start becoming that reactive to what proved to be relatively short cautions, I wonder whether they actually lost time, you know, when you look at the broader picture.
It's always a gamble. You never really know how long a code 60 is going to be, but certainly it was the first time that Pierre Caffer got into the car, and he'd only done a handful of laps, and suddenly in they came. He was popped straight out. If there hadn't been code 60s, you'd have expected some really quick laps, and that would have put the number 1 Audi for Scherer Sport PHX much closer to the front. But right now, yeah, I don't think they did gain in all of that, but there were 2 code 60s during Michael Doppelmayr's period. So you commented at the time, well, maybe this will work, but maybe they just exactly so were not long enough. But right now, the pace that Pierre Caffer's putting in lap after lap, the only driver faster than him at the moment is Julian Andlauer in the IMSA LS Group Performance Porsche, that's now just 28 seconds down the race leader. So he's found more than half a minute in this stint, but the stint is, what, 50 minutes long, so it's not going to be a whole lot longer, another 10, 12, possibly 15 minutes, according to if there are any other Code 60s in that time, but of course at that point in your stint you just dive in anyway, I would feel.
Yeah. So Mathieu Detry now well over an hour in the Haas RT car in third position.
Gosh, yes, nearly 1 hour and 12 minutes, so he's certainly eking out a long run.
There will, just trying to think whether there was a Code 60
yeah, there was.
that. Yeah, so that will help, obviously, the fuel guzzle, if you like. Half an hour for Charlie Putman, likewise for Ivan Giacomo. Baz Schouten in the Jutta Racing Audi is 23 odd seconds back from Giacomo. How do those lap times compare in the favour of the 23 car collection motorsport Porsche? So that's looking like it will extend as well. That's now a touch wide from Dr. Johannes Kerkhoff. And Daniel Alleman in the position of Rick Breukers was a few laps ago now.
I actually thought
not fully as committed as the Dutchman, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, there was about the same gap as they dropped down out of turn 5 through the kink to the left at turn 6 and approaching turn 7. There wasn't the dive up the inside. Rick Breukers was very, very positive. Dr. Johannes Kerkhoff, I thought, had left enough of a gap. He's now put his indicator on to say down that infield straight, I'm going to the right-hand side of the track. Come on up the inside. He's spotted or been told by the team that the race leader's coming through. So Daniel Alleman, this will be another lap in which he's lost a bit of a time to the chasing Julian Andlauer, but you know, at that point caution was absolutely the byword for Daniel, and he did exactly the right thing. Dr. Johannes Kerkhoff, they've raced together a lot if you think in the past decade, but you know, Herbert's Motorsport against you know, traditionally car collection motorsport. Here the Nürburgring, all the other 24-hour H series of venues which keep on changing. We have some exciting ones coming in for 2024. If you think it was warm here this weekend, we haven't quite finished, but July in Misano, trust me, I've been here that very same date, and 40 degrees is not a stranger.
Yeah, so that will be a real tester. And we've had similar conditions to those in recent weeks here at Barcelona, and then particularly inland from that, red hot in Madrid, for instance, too, as a lot of this part of Europe has been suffering middle part to the end of August with the second significant heat wave affecting Italy, the south of France, and the whole of the Iberian Peninsula. More bearable conditions, I have to say, this weekend as we would perhaps expect for the middle of September. However, drivers after over an hour's worth of a stint in a GT3 car are certainly feeling it, and that's also dependent on whether your power steering's working or not and how much input you're having to use. As Papi Cosimo in the 992 division is still in front of the HRT Performance Ed Sandstrom-driven Porsche Cup car. Kobe De Bruyke is only 13 seconds back, actually, for third place in the 992 class, and is taking a little bit of time out of Sandstrom at times. Sandstrom should be pretty solid, though, in fairness. He used to race regularly Audis at GT3 level, the 930 driver. So, again, really difficult to isolate a lap time and think that's the consistent pace, because you never know what traffic it's tripped over on any one lap.
I'm just keeping an eye on the GTX class for a moment. That's being led by Paulius Paskasivius, who seems to have been in that Lithuanian-entered Cholet Racing Lamborghini forever. That's leading the class. The car in fourth place, though, the Vortex number 701, the Vortex V8, Philippe Bonnell, not lapping very fast at all at the moment. He was in the background of the shot, limping along. He's lapping in 2 minutes, and you'd really expect him to be at least 5 seconds faster. He's about 51 minutes into a stint, so maybe, just maybe, I caught him as he recovered from a problem, but I'll keep an eye on that one, because a few laps earlier I was looking out of the window from the commentary box, high over the start-finish straight, and I thought, those Vortexes, A, they sound brilliant, B, they're still going, so it was all looking good. I wish I hadn't had that thought now.
The 1.0 Vortex then, and they always sound glorious, because a lot of the time they run with a Chevrolet engine, so it just grunts and growls its way around, particularly this venue, which is in places a little bit of a dip, so you get the sound ricocheting certainly off the main straight buildings. Big grandstand to drivers left, a significant pit building as well, drivers right. And that's the reason why sometimes we throw to an interview in pit road with Nick or Diana, and both the interviewee and the interviewer struggle to hear one another. But, you know, when the interruption is car noise, and such glorious car noise, we perhaps shouldn't complain.
No, we certainly shouldn't, and it's not quite as enclosed as Le Mans, which have even more giant buildings at both sides of the track. Philippe Bonnell in that 701 Vortex V8 is now in at refueling. It was pretty much the end period of that stint. I'm just slightly worried about his lap pace, but that's fourth in the GTX class. So as I said, that class being led by the Lamborghini from Cholet Racing Team. Second in class, the VDS Racing Adventures Mark II V8. And third, the KTM Expo, the crossbow of Resume Morvan Racing. Christian Loimer has just emerged from the pits in that, so maybe a chance for Philippe Bonnell to close in, except for the fact he is having fuel taken on board. So he'll remain in fourth place in GTX.
Round that tricky left-hander will go the red Camel car, up to 7th overall, which is no mean feat. And as I say, a decent buffer zone provided by an Audi and a Porsche back to the rest of the runners in the 992 division. GTX, just mentioned Paulius Pascavicius in the 720 car. Jose Closer gaining on Stefano Monaco on that particular lap. And in the TCR category, Michael Salenbach in his Cooper for Holmgard Motorsport. The Ginetta has been troubled with various reliability issues, and unfortunately it's having to go back in the garage for the time being. How many laps has that car now?
139 laps, 138 laps, so it's moved down into last place. Alia Koluk in the BUGGYRA ZM Racing Mercedes has gone past, so that's third and fourth, but it's been overheating. That's been the main problem for the Ginetta G56, and Rokas Kveras coming in. And just down to Diana, what do you think the problem is?
To go back out, but they're really struggling with that, they told me.
It's about 25 laps down on the class leader, which is the Atlas BX Motorsport Korean Mercedes, with Takyung Yang driving the 403 car. But yes, that gives you an idea of how much and how costly this delay has been. We talked about 11 laps for the Ferrari, for instance. Well, double that and a bit more for this poor old Ginetta G56.
Right, we've got a change of drivers in there. In fact, we've got Ernesto Globicha climbing aboard and just taking over from Rokas Kvedaras, and that's in the GSR Ginetta. It does look fantastic. Emerald, sort of olive green with gold trim on that, but unfortunately a car that's in the garage never looks fantastic because clearly it's not working too well.
So the work carries on. It's again, and speaking of great sounding cars, these Ginetta G56s do sound glorious, but have to be out on track in order to do that. We're bang on another race hour, so 6 o'clock here in Barcelona. That marks 1/4 distance. It means an early finish, sort of, tomorrow, but obviously it's a long run till nightfall, which is at a minute to 8 o'clock. Here's the order in the TCE race, with the 102 Holmgard Motorsport Leon Competition leading with Michael Salenbach. He shares that with Tom Chloe, Roy Edlund of Norway, and the two Danes, Jonas and Magnus Holmgard. Bas Kooten Racing's Cupra TCR is second for Bert Metz in number 125, and it's the Wolf Power Racing car that had a terrible start, causing the first code 60 of the race, and into the gravel at turn 5 it went in that opening hour. Herbert Motorsport leads in the GT series part of the race. Daniel Alleman has now been driving that car for very nearly an hour, so they must have put him in at 5 o'clock on the dot, and remains to be seen whether when that car pits they'll do a switch around for the driver change. I suppose it also depends on the location of Robert Renauer and Ralph Bone hurriedly making their way towards the track from Valencia. 76 IMSA LS Group Performance and their Porsche second for Julien Anlauer. Then it's the Haas RT Audi in third place. Mathieu Detry, the Belgian racer. In 85, it is the CP Racing car of Charlie Putman. And then Ivan Giacomo for Car Collection Motorsport in fifth place. The first of the two Jutta Racing Audis. Number 71 is in 6th, ahead of the Red Camel Jordans.NL car of Rick Breukers. That is the leading car in 992. And in GT3 AM, 8th overall, it's Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff still for Lance Motorsport in the 34 Audi. 9th place is where we find the 90 E2P Racing GT3 AM Porsche. It's in turn ahead of the 2nd place 992 class car for Willy Motorsport by Emi Motors, 955. Scherer Sport PHX with a very quick driver, Pierre Caffer, but his lap time's not necessarily being felt, I suppose, in 11th position after a tough start for that team. HRT Performance, the all-Swedish lineup, and Ed Sandstrom's driving that car in 3rd in 992 and 4th place. They are pretty close to, well, last time I checked they were pretty close to one another. It's still about 13 seconds in reality for the 13th place car, 903 Red Ant Racing. Jutta Racing's 2nd Audi, number 72, is in 14th, ahead of the RPM Racing 992 AM car for Nick Johnson. And then it's Mikael Pitamba of South Africa in 16th place for HRT Performance. 17th, the RD Signs Lamborghini Huracan, number 720, leading GTX. Next up is Michael Kroll for Hoffa Racing in another GT3 AM car, the Mercedes, it's 18th. Red Ant Racing's 992 19th. 992 AM entry for HRT Performance is in 20th position for Stefano Monaco. Jose Closer, 2nd in GTX in that mighty Mark II V8 from VDS Racing Adventures. Laurent Mishbash for Orchid Racing Team is running in 22nd and in the 992 AM class. The recovering Wochenspiegel Team Monchau Ferrari now 23rd, ahead of the Razzoon Morgan Racing GTX car, which is the KTM Crossbow. And then outside the top 24, the 988 MRS GT Racing Porsche for Antti Ramo. 26th is the Vortex V8 for Philippe Bornel, and Laurent Cochard's 910 Sable Jus Racing Porsche Cup car is 27th. The GT4 race leader is Atlas BX Motorsport of Korea with their Mercedes GT4. NKPP by HRT Performance 29th. The Vortex, the second of those cars, 30th. And 709 for Escuderia Faroon in 31st. A slightly older Porsche Cup car. Hoffa Racing by Bonk Motorsports BMW. The only Beamer in the race is 32nd. That's car number 431. And finally, in 33rd place, Richardson Racing's 906 Porsche, the NM Racing car, which is Jörg Weber now at the wheel. But again, they have certainly had their issues with a prolonged spell in the first corner gravel after contact with the 22 Ferrari. BUGGYRA ZM Racing's 35th for the 416 numbered Mercedes, and 405 GSR Motorsports rounds out our 36 runners in the GT series. And as we venture into our 7th hour of this year's 24 Hours of Barcelona, we are in the 24th edition of this race, and now a chance to wind the tape back a little bit to tell you, if you're just coming in, what you've missed in the first 6 hours of the race.
a look at what's been happening, and even while that highlights package was being run through its short course, we had Julian Andlauer getting closer and closer to the race lead. He's now just 7 seconds down on...
That's Bruce Jones.
I was having a little sneeze there.
Yeah.
I was getting so excited. It was just around 55 seconds at the start of this stint, and Julian Andlauer is now within 7 seconds and closing on the race leader. The car that's running last is on our screens now. It's the Ernesto Globicha driven GSR Ginetta. This is the car that's had so much overheating trouble, and hopefully for her, as the evening cools down, it may give it some form of sustenance where it can pick up its pace. But right now they're nursing it around. They're short pit stops, but the car is always being dragged back into the pit garage so they can take a little look and see what they can do to stop it from overheating. But right now it's just a case of getting out there and going on around. The temperature is starting to come down. It rose to 27 degrees today, but here we are at just gone 6 in the evening, and it's now down by a degree or two.
So we are just under 2 hours away from the sun officially setting. There's a bit of darkness here and there in the sky, but it's generally unthreatening clouds after a troubled day of weather on Friday here. Friday qualifying, there were some test sessions midweek as well, but the opening 6 hours of this race has been all about trying to find some sort of dry setup that has not been there for all of day one of the meeting. Mathieu Detry, who spent some time flirting certainly with the top 4 positions, has just got out of his car and straight to Nick Damon.
Mathieu, firstly, I've spoken to a number of people today. You don't look as hot as the others. Have you got air conditioning in your car?
No, we don't have, so it's pretty hot.
How is it out there now? How are conditions? What's the track like?
Can you...
How is the track now after a few hours of running?
The track is horrible to drive. There is no grip. Always understeer, so yeah, we have to keep going. It's a long race, but at this moment the track is very difficult to drive.
You say there's understeer. Is this a setup issue, or is it just a case that where the track got washed yesterday, all the grip went?
I think it's a track because we didn't change the setup, and yesterday the car was good, so we have to see during the night if it's the same issue or not.
Is there anything you can do, or just wait for it to get cooler and hope that as the track will come to the car?
I don't know, I have to discuss with the team. Maybe we can do something with the tire pressure, but not so much because we are in a good position, so we don't have to lose some time, so that...
Hassarty, you've driven for them for most of the races, but you get a different set of teammates every time. How difficult is it to keep forming new team bonds with different drivers?
Yeah, it's not easy for sure, because every time you have to do it again, the process for the driver change. In this race we have some issue with that. We practice a lot, but it's never easy to have the same yeah, I don't know the word, sorry, but it's not easy.
That's right, Matthew, good luck and keep going. Now hang on, don't go anywhere. You can go, but don't you go anywhere. I want to show you something. I was meandering around the back, as you do, and look, I found this. It's a little gift that Creventic have given to all the teams. Thank you for this amazing season. And now, guess, boys, you've got to guess, what is inside the tin? No.
I think it's...
Where is Creventic based?
In the Netherlands.
So what small sweet treat will be in here?
Stroopwafel.
Stroopwafel!
Got it in two. I still prefer the thought of myrrh, but actually looking at those, Nick, I'm now feeling very hungry indeed. You're not one of the 3 kings, You're a very naughty boy. And about to have a change for the lead of the race happening right in front of us. It was down to 1.2 seconds at the start of the lap, but Daniel Alleman hanging on to the lead, but sweeping around the outside and trying to make it stick into turn 10 and getting the job done is Julian Andlauer. He's gained 55 seconds in this stint. They're an hour and 10 minutes in, so not long until they need to pit, but prize, and no prize as yet. But pride, I said first. Julian Andlauer, he's hunted down Daniel Alleman, but Daniel Alleman is still waiting for the cavalry to arrive for Herbert Motorsport. And as it happens so often, doesn't it? Imagine if they'd had one lap before or fewer before their pit stop, that move wouldn't have happened. But change of lead there, IMSA LS Performance, bragging rights to them and Julian Andlauer, but a good job still from Daniel Alleman. Good building blocks for Herbert Motorsport.
Yeah, and whether they were measuring Daniel's speed to the pit stop and saying, You're likely, probably on your in-lap, to be overtaken by Julian Andlauer, but don't worry about that because it's all part of the longer-term plan. Who knows, but Daniel wants useful information and precisely when to pit. Now, the slight difficulty could be that the later arriving Ferrari, number 22, has now gone across the nose of the Porsche. So does that mean the release from the fueling area could be a little tricky? I think there's enough clearance there.
Just enough clearance, yes. The
camera tells a touch of a lie for the foreshortening of it because there's a good, probably car length between the two of them. To go back to the point that Nick was making about Mathieu Detry and this revolving door of different teammates, he began the year at the Dubai 24 Hours with Fred Verviche and Stéphane Perrin, and they made up a Pro-Am lineup. But since then, cycling through the car, Olivier Bertels, Grégoire Sauvé, and then here he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teammates: Max Hoffer, Mika Panu, Chris Cools, and Gavin Pickering. And in the case of Cools and Pickering, they have not been part of Haas RT prior to Barcelona, so that's the reason why there's been lots of extra practice for driver changes who were not in the loop before. So 3, 6, 9 different drivers in car 21 through the course of this season already.
Again, the under green flag, the refueling stops seem to take forever. We should have the CP Racing Mercedes, I would have thought, should sweep by at the moment to take the lead of the race, running at a different time. They're about 52 minutes into their stints. They've got about another 18 minutes, perhaps, for Charles Putman. He should go into the lead of the race because the Herberth Motorsport Porsche, which was overtaken just before they came into the refueling stop, is still being refueled, and just the next pump before it, actually, the one before it, is being occupied by Julian Andlauer, and will bring their cars into the pit lane for the pit stop. But still, that long refueling period, and still just alongside them with the tail sticking out a little bit, is the Ferrari that led the race early on by 1 minute and 20 seconds. Had a little bit of a mishap down at turn 2. And yes, according to the gap between the two lead Porsches, the first and second place Porsches, when they came into pit lane, they were separated by about 1.5 seconds after that passing manoeuvre by Julian Andlauer. And as they leave the pumps, it stays much the same.
Keeping a tab on how the RPM car is getting on. Still, Nicholas Johnson driving that and leading the Porsche 992 AM category. And as the cars leave the fueling area, the cars we've been talking about, heading right in the direction of Nick.
May change round depending on who is in that IMSA car.
And the answer is Gregory Guilvert. So back to where they started, effectively. Guilvert was in the car at the start of the race at midday. So we've had Julian Andlauer, and who else then in the 76? Because you've not been
Simon Termont. In fact, they've all run because Laurent Ergol had a go as well. We heard from him at around 5 o'clock when we came back up into the commentary box. He was looking as warm as all the other drivers who've got out. Certainly been a very warm afternoon here. It got to 27 degrees at Barcelona, but we're now at just gone 6:15 in the evening, so it is starting to cool just a little bit. But the flags above the pit lane hanging limpid.
So pit stops happening. Well, the Mathieu Detry pit stop happened 7 or 8 laps ago. We obviously heard from Mathieu chatting to Nick, and Mika Panu took over there. We've had the stop from the Mercedes, although Charles Putman continues on. No, beg pardon, we haven't had the stop yet. It's sort of slightly showing erroneous information in front of me, but we've certainly had the top 2 in. Charles, as we said, can always have gone a bit further, not yet ticking off the hour on the drive time. And probably with a bit of code 60 here and there, should be able to go north of 60 minutes in the CP racing car. So they're leading GT3 AM. This is great, though, from a driving combination perspective. The overall top three in GT have one of each in the different combos. So GT3 Pro-Am second, GT3 AM in third. There are many ways to do well in this race, it seems.
Certainly are, and I think this next stint is going to be very interesting. Gregory Gilbert came out in the lead in the IMSA LS Performance Porsche, that Group Performance Porsche. That's car 76, the black one, and the red and white one of Herbert Motorsport, car number 91, has got Patrick Kolb. Patrick has many, many years of GT3 experience, where for Gilbert, who started the race for the IMSA crew, he's been a GT4 driver for many, many years. In fact, he's been a double French GT4 champion in 2018, 2019, was a GT4 Pro-Am champion in France in 2020, but he's sort of stepping up, trying GT3, and I think, well, let's find out how I would expect that Patrick Kolb should gain a little bit of that lost time back again. Bear in mind, there was about almost a minute's swap with Julian Andlauer hunting down the Herbert Motorsport Porsche for IMSA LS, and he managed to get ahead just before the pit stops, and that is why the 76 Porsche for IMSA is in the lead of the race. But I'll be really interested to see their respective pace, and next time around I'll give you a clear answer on that for their first flying lap out of the pits.
Keeping an eye on cars further down the order that are gaining a few places. The Fabio Spergi driven Porsche from the 992 class just gained a couple of spots on that lap. Rafael van der Straten and Jochen Krumbach. Remember him? He led the race for a big portion of the start of it in the WTM by Rinaldi racing car. So back into the 22 goes Jochen Krumbach. Big challenge, though, now for the bronze-rated driver to get that Ferrari back into contention after it lost over 10 laps. As the race leader, Gregory Gilbert, heads downhill towards the first corner with its Lima rank number still flashing, indicating that that is our GT Series race leader. And Nick has a little more from the pits for us.
Yeah, just down with the 11, the Hopper Racing Mercedes. Michael Kroll's just got out, and he's walked out of it about as gingerly as I would. You know, I feel his pain as after an hour in the racing car, everything is completely stiffened up. Now, I'm trying to work out who's got in. I don't recognise his helmet. It's quite a slow stop. May well be the new driver. Well, the new driver to me, because obviously Carsten Tilke has been in the team before, sorry, and the new driver is Manuel Rubo. And I don't reckon it might be either, or someone's got a very nice new helmet. But away they go. And down here in Hoffa Racing, obviously, it's interesting because one person who's racing here for one of the TCR teams is Christian Frankenhout, who, of course, was absolutely a major part of the Hoffa Racing team before they had that kind of brief, well, I call it sort of a brief child break. And they had a break while Chantal and Alex were bringing up the first couple of years their youngster. They come back now, but they've no more Kenneth and no more Christian, who were always the life and soul of the party. And the great thing about Kenneth Hire is it gave it as an excuse to tell his dad's story every time.
Which is?
Oh, Bruce is with you. Bruce can tell the story well better than I can.
If someone needs the gate open, you shall have your Formula One debut, whether you've qualified or not. But ever since, and even before, you can wear a jaunty hat with a feather in. So that's encapsulated all of that. Carsten Tilke was the question. That was the driver who set off doing the outlet now for Hofer Racing in their GT3 Mercedes.
We were trying to encourage Ben Constanduras this morning as we were driving into the circuit to do exactly the same thing, because the Porsches were about to go out for one of their sessions. We said, go on, Ben, just join that.
Yes.
No one will know.
The gate was open and our little hire car, I think, might have struggled up the hills, frankly. Not overly powerful.
Very much not a Porsche. So we might have been rumbled.
OK, now I wanted to know the respective pace of Patrick Kolb against Gregory Gilbert. Gilbert leading the race for the IMSA LS Group Performance team, but the gap is coming down because the last lap was only 2 seconds quicker for Herbert Motorsport and Patrick Kolb. So having had the gap go the other way, it's early days in this stint, so let's see how they settle down. There could have been traffic involved, and in fact spotted Herbert Motorsport and Patrick Kolb on his outlap going very wide at turn 9. I thought, hello, but he seems to have settled down very nicely, as you'd expect a driver of his merit to be able to do so.
I was interested in looking up when Christian Frankenhout last raced for Hoffa, and well, in a Creventic race, It looks like the Dubai 24 Hours in 2019. When
Already that long ago?
Yeah.
No, get away.
A6 AM. And let's just have a look to see who is in their driving combination. Yeah, Chantal and Michael Kroll, Alex Prinz, Kenneth Heyer and Christian Frankenhout. So that was when the band was last together, if you like. Sadly, that on that occasion, it ended in retirement. But the start of 2019, time really does fly. But it's good to have Christian Frankenhout as part of the 24H Series paddock once again, although in very much different machinery. He's now rated silver by the FIA. I'm pretty sure he was gold for a period of time. Another 7 minutes or so, we'll have another half an hour in the book. And if you are booked in for one of the transition stints, daylight into night time, then they'll be thinking about getting you suited and booted for that. Let's hope that the food that need to be taken on board has been. Our fantastic on-site catering here at 24H Series. And then, by the sounds of things, people like Julian Andlauer aren't going to get any sleep at all with the 12 hours maximum that he could run. But those nighttime hours are going to be oh so important when you've got a pro like that in your lineup.
Okay, as I said, it's very early in the stint for both the drivers in first and second, the 76 IMSA Porsche and the 91 Herbert Porsche. And Patrick Kolb is actually, as he went fast in the race leader, Gregory Gilbert. Gilbert settles down, is now lapping in the 1 minute 45s, quickest driver out on the circuit. So the advantage from first to second has stretched from 6 seconds to 8 seconds. But again, a little bit of traffic could affect either of them. We've still got 39 cars. Having started this race, 39 cars still going, some with a little bit of a trouble. But right now, one thing I think we need to look at, Johnny, is the speed, the lap times at the WTM by Rinaldi Racing. Ferrari can do it, still down in 23rd position. Actually, when I said Gilbert is the fastest driver in the race, I hadn't seen the pace the Ferrari's doing. He's in the 1 minute 45s, and the Ferrari with Jochen Krumback, the driver who sprinted away in the first 2 hours of this race, is down in the 1 minute 43s. Still down in 23rd position. It's amazing when you lose so much ground. There were 11 laps shed as the various ailments were sorted out in the garage, and probably the equivalent of best part of a lap being lost when there was the spin down at turn 2 just after Leonard Weiss took over to be the second driver in that number 22 Ferrari, entered by WTM, or WTM run by Rinaldi Racing. But Jochen Krumback is showing there's nothing wrong with his pace in the car at the moment. We didn't expect there to be, quite frankly.
No, the way that he started at midday today, like a scalded cat, just really did rocket off into the distance, and certainly impressed me. His Nürburgring Nordschleife knowledge is never in question, and you should be able to reapply that to other circuits like this too. But some lead they had, but a story of what might have been for WTM even this early on in the race. What's going on with you, Nick, in the pits?
So I'm just wondering whether this is the most geographically diverse team as where they're based, because you've got Anthony Lee from New Zealand, Michael Patamba from South Africa, Harley Heyman from Britain, and Julian Holmes from Germany. So I think if you go from New Zealand, Britain to South Africa, you've covered the biggest geographical area possible. And I was formulating that in my mind as Harley Houghton took over the car from Michael Patamba. And I'm not quite sure it happens because you don't have a clutch, really. Somehow the clutch got released and it launched forward whilst the assistant mechanic was still in the car door, and he was kind of pulled along, but only about 3 metres. It looked more dramatic than he was. He gave a wry smile as he got out. So that's my challenge for you boys, the full entry list. Is there any other team where the people driving are more geographically spread than
we'll
these
get back
boys?
to you, but that certainly appears the initial winner with, as you say, Michael Pitamba from South Africa, Anthony Lees from New Zealand. And again, just reiterating how this 24H series has expanded through the years, and more people wanted to come and play on some fantastic circuits. You know, you kick off at Mugello and it seems to get better and better from there. It's really catching on.
You've got Atlas BX Motorsports from Canada to the Netherlands to Korea, but probably still nowhere near the mileage that Nick's talking about there. Interesting. I might need a bit of time to go away and research that, and that's not conducive to me and you talking.
No, but luckily you brought a globe with you to the corner of the commentary box, so you
and
can
a few pins.
spin that around.
Yeah.
But I suppose really the prize in terms of the team that comes from furthest away has to go to Atlas BX Motorsport, because I would have thought that that is furthest away, based in South Korea. And all the drivers have a Korean element to their nationality. And in fact, Roloff Bruins is one of the few drivers I know who I have in my driving records with 3 different names. He's raced as Ricardo Bruins, Roloff Bruins, as a Dutch Korean, and also MG Choi, when he won the 2019, it was then the Blancpain GT World Challenge Asia title. It battled right down to the line, but again, it's largely a Korean team, let's call it, the Atlas BX Motorsport, and it's been leading its class for a very long time. Top in GT4, actually doing very well up in the hands of TK, as we call him. In fact, that's what Stephen Cho, one of the drive, calls him, but his real name is Taekyeon Yang, and that leads the class, was 27th. As I said, that fell to 28th overall, but way clear in GT4.
Just reading about Atlas BX, actually, there are some connections with Hankook, as the tyre group, also, of course, Korean. So interesting that we're generating definitely a following in that part of the world for the 24H series, and helping that along has been the Hankook backing of the 24H series for a number of years now. We're powered by Hankook once again for the 24th edition of the 24 Hours of Barcelona, here just up the road from Montmelo, as just a dab of the brakes there into the final corner for the 72 Audi, which will strip across the line very shortly indeed. And we can grab this update from Nick.
As I walked down the pit lane 2 seconds ago, there is literally nobody in the pits, and I'm not sure about taking pit stops. Not one car is not circulating, and I can't remember that ever happening before in 6.5 hours into a race. Everyone's out. Now, I do believe I may have, even thinking that may have cursed it, and we may be about to receive the 906 again, or possibly even this BUGG Motorsport car, and that's about to go into the garage. But for a glorious minute there was no car receiving in-pit attention, and that is changing, because the man from Motorsport, BMW Motorsport, very smart, is bringing out his laptop. So the sea green and orange car has been cursed by me just thinking, oh, there's nothing wrong with anything. Let's see if Michael Bonk will talk to us. I'll just quick word with Michael, what's the problem?
Gasoline pump, I think. But I don't know. I'm only a driver, not a technic.
Your name's on the car.
Huh? Yeah, I'm only a driver.
I mean, we're used to you guys running in Creventic races with, you know, quite old BMWs, cars that have been around for many years. What's it like to have a brand new car?
The problem was the old one was every time the last car in the field. But now we got a new car, and still the GT4 are the last. But we try to get in the forward and so.
So basically you need to buy a GT3.
Pardon me?
You need to buy a GT3.
For me personally, it's too fast. I used to drive with my brother and Chantal, but for me it's too fast. I'm too old for that.
With the new M4, obviously that's got a lot of aids that you wouldn't have had in the previous BMW. Is it a real pleasure to drive? Obviously when it's working.
Yeah, sure. It's you can feel it's the technique going further and further and further, but we driver. We have to learn it, that we go faster and faster and faster. But it's easy because when you're a little bit faster, not so many cars past you, so you get faster as well again. So
yeah, you get a chance to get into a rhythm, don't you, where you're not having to look in the mirror the whole time.
Yeah, so when you can drive, you can drive. This car has air cooling inside, so after 1.5 hours you can get out like when you're driving to shopping.
Great stuff. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
So part of the Kroll family rather than Michael Bonk. I was trying to work out whether that was Michael or Martin Kroll, though. I'll stay guessing at that, but obviously he referred to his brother, and he referred to Chantal Kroll, now Prinz, who has done plenty of racing in the past, and that goes back to what we were talking about with Christian Frankenhout and Kenneth Heyer. So it's Martin Kroll who we were chatting to. Michael Bonk is in that car at times too. Nick says they all look fairly similar. Okay, well, we'll forgive you for that, no problem. It's a real shame that the BMW is not in the race right now. It's far from retired, of course, but brand new car. With it, I suppose, can come some teething problems as well. But generally speaking, Martin pretty happy, I think, with the purchase. An interesting comment he made about these days, GT3 just a bit too fast for me.
You know, what people forget, GT3, GT4, nothing stands still. Of course, there's balance of performance across the various championships and things, but it was commented a couple of years ago that GT4 cars are now as fast as GT3 cars were when GT3 was introduced. That sort of gets lost in the wash many a time, but, you know, for the drivers, they've got to find something that doesn't spook them. You know, many a time over the history of sport, people have stepped up a level and suddenly went, oh, you know, actually, I'm right on the edge of my comfort. I remember friends who went to race in Formula 3 and they went, I'm frightened stupid. And it's equivalent of flashing throwing my money out of the window of the car as I drive to whichever circuit. And they come back down to a level that's right for them, they can compete. But you cannot underestimate how much these GT3, GT4 cars are getting faster and faster. But it's also how you can manage the handling. Almost everybody you've heard, particularly the drivers in the Porsche Cup class cars, really struggling for grip here. Circuit at Barcelona, but bear in mind that we lost so much dry running yesterday. It was very, very wet. Almost every team is going to be on the back foot in terms of what experience they have. And if you're just listening in or watching in, you might go, where's the final chicane? Thank goodness it's gone, but it has gone. So in terms of setup, the teams racing here this weekend are racing on a different circuit to 2022.
Yes, true. And although you're taking a bit of wear and tear away there, in terms of whacking the curves at the chicane and a bit more heavy braking towards the end of the lap, actually what you then weave into the mix is more braking required into the first corner because you're approaching at a much higher speed. And I think actually, you know, the heats that we're talking about, the temperatures of these massive brake discs on the GT3s really does skyrocket when you've got a long straight, a fast straight, into a hard stop down at the first corner.
So team struggling for setup, but one team that was definitely struggling for setup, but certainly not in terms of pace. Rick Breukers has just come in. He's in the fueling area, leading, or he was leading the 992, the Porsche Cup class car. Papi Cosimo now leads that up into 8th place for Willy Motorsport by Ebby Motors. Just going back, if I may, to that race, the battle for the lead of the race. The lap pace, Gregory Gilbert leading for IMSA, and then Herbert Motorsport in second, separated by under 6 seconds now. If anything, Patrick Kolb just marginally faster, but I thought we'd start to get an answer in this one. We haven't as yet, but 6 seconds. We've seen with all the cars still running on the circuit, very easy to trip up over a back marker or have to be cautious, and you could lose a second and a half here or there. So Gregory Gilbert, normally in GT4, cannot relax in the lead of the race for the IMSA LS Group Performance, the black Porsche, car number 76. But Patrick Kolb settling down very nicely in second place for Herbert.
KTM Crossbow now heading onto the start-finish straight. Nice bit of clear road in front, which can be a rare thing around here. There's only one KTM Crossbow, again, in the entry with the flag of Austria next to it, of course, because they're built in Graz, and the Razzoon More Than Racing car ticking off another lap. That car has Christian Leumeyer at the wheel of it, second in GTX. A real collection of all sorts of different cars in GTX. That's why I often love it, because you don't quite know what you're going to get from meeting to meeting. But we have the two Vortex 1.0s in there. This KTM, the Lamborghini Huracan that leads for RD Signs, and the great Mark II V8 as well from VDS Racing Adventures.
And of course the Mercedes GT2 at the back of the pack. That's down at the tail, but it was running very well early on. Just going back to the KTM, yesterday when the rain was lashing down, the cars were out in night practice trying to get the 2 flying laps recorded for each of the runners in the field. The KTM was coming back very slowly because the lid had popped up, the hinge door that hinges forward and up to let the drivers in and out. It's not what you want when you're trying to go down the back straight between turns 9 and 10, but coming back and probably getting quite wet in the process as well. In the pits at the moment, the second of the Vortexes. car number 702 just coming in. That's Solène Amrouche has just got out of that, and of course an Amrouche in either of the Vortexes, because Lionel did the lion's share of the driving in the sister car, the 701, in the opening stages of this race. 2 and a bit hours he did earlier.
Race leader for the 992 division now to Motorsport. 4 cars totally together on the screen. Tell us who's doing what. Back into Red Camel Jewellery Stock NL after doing a couple of races previously this season and indeed last season. So Fabian getting more and more familiar within Red Camel when it's normally been a Broker's family effort. Across from the TCR 24-hour series. Fabian now on the now. So that's what's dropped in behind Willy Motorsports and the HRT and Red Ant Racing Porsche Cup cars. For a couple of stints now. Close to the 929 Porsche braking area there before turn 10. Again, as you are trying to some of this traffic. You never quite know who's at the wheel between slower cars and just a hair's breadth there between wheel arches for the race leading car and Charlie Putman. Although unbelievably though, Charlie Putman that means 2 laps separate first from third.
It looked like an inconsequential moment, but if you have, you could so easily pick a puncture with a bit of time, rubbing bodywork on the tyres of the CP Racing. I'm going to go as far left as I possibly can to keep out of the way, otherwise it would be a rear quarter of the IMSA Porsche coming through, striking the front line. So good job from Charles Putman, leading the GT3 and class to just keep him out of the way. But Gregory Gilbert has some margins. 6.2 seconds his lead is now 5.7 seconds, but he's gone through that group of cars. Patrick Kolb will have to do the same, and all these drivers, they look up ahead. If you've suddenly got 2 Porsche Cup cars battling for the in front of you again, please just sort it out, if you will. Lights flashing from our race leader Gregory Gilbert, dives up the inside of 1. He's got the other ones picked off. This could be a chance for maybe under 5 seconds, but of course when you get gang of cars it could be there for Kolb as well. But 2 Porsches dominating this race at the moment.
200th lap now, just 40 minutes beyond the quarter mark, so on for a very decent potentially by midday tomorrow. BUGGYRA, who had lots of difficulties through the course of the race, are now back in the
having a flurry actually. BUGGYRA to right recovering 4-1-6%. Right in front of me is the Land Motorsport Audi R8 in the colours we personally as prevented regulars Johannes Kirchhoff's colours. He's just got out the car, he goes both in. Then to my left, it's a real swap of the veterans because Nicholas Johnson is getting out of the 907 and a man who was absolutely synonymous with racing Porsches 25 years ago and up until a few years ago, Patrick Heisman's getting into it. So anyone who's a big Motorsport fan from many years ago will remember that Patrick Heisman was often featured for his interesting race reports where unlucky qualified and the weather report was important as the overall result. But Patrick is an absolute classic, obviously a multiple Porsche Cup champion as well. He's now in the 907, so if anyone get one of those things to work,
anyone who wins a Porsche Super Cup title has certainly some feathers in their cap, but 4 years in a row, 1997, 1998, 1999, it's the fourth from 2000 for Patrick Heisman there, and has lost none of his speed.
His Porsche at the time, a certain Olaf Manthey Racing, who are fairly well associated with Porsche racing even to this day. although Olaf stepping away from looking after the team itself. But Manthey, a key Porsche preparer at the Nürburgring and other places too. We've had Manthey.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
He was using the clutch. Nobody else in the field had a clue what he was doing, but that's how, on a very bumpy street track, actually you prevent the rear wheels from locking a great deal. So, you know, supercars to NASCAR, and he won the thing. So sometimes different approaches will get
30 years,
success.
the partnership with Niklas Jonsson, and let's go down because Nick has captured the Flying Swede.
Nicholas, one of the most experienced drivers here, but it's obviously hot even for you.
Yeah, it's really hot for me as well. It is. I mean, I don't know. We have some sort of issue with airflow in the car. So we have absolutely no airflow in the car, and it gets really hot.
We're postulating that your partnership with Tracy Cron may be the longest partnership in motor racing history. You think it's 30 years? What keeps you guys coming back and racing together?
Having fun and still be competitive. You know, it's a motivation, right? And you know, we are good friends, obviously, but Tracy has a huge passion for racing, and we decided many years ago that we're going to try to go racing together, and we're going to stay together as long as we can. So we're probably going to retire together. Whenever that is, future, you know, will tell, but hopefully not, you know, for another few years.
You look very sweaty.
It's very hot.
How was your stint?
I think my stint went pretty good. I was being consistent, and a lot of cars, so there was a lot of traffic, but yeah, we were being consistent. It's a pity how we started, but yeah, I'm happy with the first stint.
I think this was your last stint on the daylight. Now we expect the night shift. How do you look forward?
I think, yeah, I'm very excited for the nighttime. We had practice in the night yesterday, and I enjoyed it a lot. So I think it'll be very interesting, and for sure it's going to be weird driving in the late hours and the early morning. But I'm very excited.
One more thing, you have managed to climb up on a P3 in the overall. At least a little bit happy from the start?
I mean, not too happy with where we are in the position because of what happened in the beginning, but you know, still many hours to go, so hopefully we can get back some more positions.
Temperature is starting to drop a little bit. The heat, it's something if somebody has never seen motor racing before, they couldn't understand the heat just sitting in a car. Plus the fact you're being physical. You've got the two straights here at Barcelona, but the rest of the lap, 12, 14 turns to be fitted in. They're working hard.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
And possibly Budget as well, holding him back. Both definitely worthy of going to the great endurance race, and of a similar age as well, only 2 years apart. Anyway, they're in the same car this weekend, and as he said, been mates for years. Speaking of Porsches, second position for Patrick Kolb in the Herbert car, trying to keep tabs with Gregory Gilbert. He's taking a little bit of time out of him here and there, but actually lost about half a second last time through, so 7.3 is a gap that Patrick and the team at Herbert will be monitoring to a certain extent. We are north of 200 laps though now. As I said, we were working 200 last time I mentioned that distance. It's 2:04.
And who's best of the rest? It's 1 lap down, or around actually more than 2.5 minutes down. So a lap and a half is Mika Panu for Haas RT, the best of the Audis, in 3rd place overall. CP is Mika Panu for Haas RT, the best of the Audis, in third place overall. CP
marker, so that will significantly change.
Yeah, well, they're quite generous points as well. From 1st to 15th in your class, if you've got that many people. 20 points for first, 18, 16. And you can see a lot of these groups, championships, categories are separated by a handful of points. So if you get 20 points and one of your rivals is a fair bit further back, you're going to steal a real march. And then, of course, full points at the end of the race as well.
So Holmgaard Motorsport and the Hoffer Racing by Bonk Motorsport TCE trophy teams, there's a 40-point deficit there, which is significant despite the 12-hour points that will be added. And Wolf Power Racing are in third, a further 12 back. Great movement from the camera that's been mounted into the Krone Racing RPM Run Porsche. Just tilting from left to right. I'm not entirely sure it's meant to be doing that, but it nevertheless gives us a good view of the forces at play, particularly these corners that go on, it feels like forever. Turn 3 and then turn 4 as well, as you end up facing completely the other direction after those right-handers. Then finally the track does turn left, so you can relax the neck muscles on one side. And this portion of the track, 5, 6, 7, all of a sudden very, very busy indeed, Bruce.
Yeah, this is the point where drivers can be late in their stint. We've heard so many complaints about just trying to get the cars to behave, to turn in, but if you suddenly find yourself feeling a little tired with more understeer than you'd like, very easy to slide a little wide and catch the tail. So all the drivers, you've seen their lap paces going up and down there, certainly working very hard at the moment, but they're taking a fair degree of caution. Gap between first and second now 11 seconds. Gilbert continues. Maybe the flags are waved most vigorously, the blue flags, to clear the back markers as he comes through, and he's just receiving it well. But you feel fairly sure Patrick Kolb will not let a great deal more go out. They're how far into their stints? 44 minutes in their stints. They've got another half hour or so apiece before they need to come in. Haas-RT in third place, so it's the two Porsches, then the Audi, all actually lapping at relatively similar pace. Maybe Mika Panu losing a little bit of time for Haas-RT. Far less experience, though, at this level. So in fact, I've been very impressed with Panu. I think he's come in and really settled down. You know, there's a hybrid combination, a team from Aruba with a Finnish driver. Indeed. We were talking about the spread of teams and drivers. We were mentioning Michael Pitamba and Lees of New Zealand and South Africa, not respectively, quite the other way around. But yes, so it is a global series, the 24H series.
Thank you, Bruce, for the last couple of hours. We'll allow you to step away, and we'll concentrate in a moment or two on hour 8 of this year's 24 Hours of Barcelona. We are live from Montmelo in the northeastern corner of Spain, in Catalonia, for yet another edition of the 24 Hours of Barcelona, live on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, both sound and vision as well, but radio only for your convenience. If you'd like to take us with you, that may well suit your plans for the weekend a little more than sitting in front of a TV or indeed a device these days. But I would hope that you can reserve some segment of your weekend to enjoying the very picturesque circuit that we're at this weekend. And of course, in the next hour or so, we will be plunged into, well, it'll be a gradual thing, but I'm rather envious of Joe Bradley and Ben Constanduras, because you'll be now enjoying that lowness of sunlight, the golden sunset that we so typically get in this part of the world, and then into darkness. We'll be back, Bruce and I will be back for 2 hours of that or so, but this is where a lot of the kind of gun drivers really earn their money, because there's probably about 3 or 4 or 5 laps where you're going to be blinded by that low sun, and then you better hope that you've learned the entry well enough, because you'll just be dazzled by headlights for many, many hours.
Well, this is the time of day that people write songs about, isn't it? It's the romantic hour. But as you said, Johnny, it's also a tricky hour, because, you know, those windscreens are pretty dirty by now. We've had some tear-offs, we've had some wipes every time we come in the pits. But that low sun absolutely causes all sorts of problems. And it'll be, as we go through turn 3, the sun will catch these drivers right in the eye line, and smeared, any sort of smear across the windscreen will be magnified and just make the windscreens opaque for just a second, till we then change direction and head down towards turn 4 out of the sun. Still plenty of racing left, just under 17 hours then. We've clicked by the 17 hours to go mark, and we've got a race, haven't we? The IMSA Group Performance Porsche, 212 laps completed, just under 12 seconds is the gap, and the trade-off of lap times is absolutely intriguing. Gregory Gilbert at the wheel of the number 76 leading car, 146.648 last time through. Patrick Kolb in the 91 Herbert car, both Porsches of course, 1 minute 46.745. There is nothing in it, so we have a race in our hands with the Milka Panu Audi Haas-RT car 21 holding down third, just off the lead lap by my estimation. Then 2 laps behind them comes the CP Racing Mercedes. Charles Espelot now at the wheel of the number 85. They're lapping in the 1 minute 47s. The Haas-RT last time through 1 minute 49. We'll keep an eye on that. But right now, the battle at the front of this field is intriguing. Ben Constanduras joins us. And Ben, Johnny and I were just waxing lyrical slightly there about this twilight hour, the golden hour. It's what people write songs about, isn't it?
It's lovely, isn't it? Especially in Spain, this part of the Mediterranean. for some reason, and I'm sure there's a scientific explanation as to why sunsets are better at this latitude, but they really are. It takes longer for the sun to set. That sounds mad, but...
Well, the closer you get to the equator, it kind of just plummets, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. The roundness of the Earth, and yeah, it's beautiful. We haven't got that oranginess yet, but with a bit of cloud and whispers in the sky, I'm sure we will this evening. What a difference a day makes, eh? Sheltering for them storms last night at dinner, and this evening able to eat my... we were able to eat my cordon bleu outside. So riding on board with Patrick Huisman, as I said in my first bit of commentary, a very recognised and well-known pilot, Dutch pilot in that RPM car with a great team of people. Now, a very special moment for you all, because we've been talking a few times about how exciting a launch we had yesterday of a brand new vehicle that will be making its debut in Kuwait in just a few months' time. And Nick Damon is down in the paddock with the new Vortex 2.0.
Hopefully you can see me, hopefully you can hear me. It is the new Vortex 2.0. And anyone who's a Creventic fan knows all about Vortexes. Now, the first thing you'll notice is this is not bits of glass fibre. This is a full carbon car. It is absolutely, it is a unique machine. They designed it from the ground up themselves. It does actually, if you strip off the orange paint, look quite similar to the old car, but now completely in carbon. Again, they've been working with a couple of people, including Dassault in, I think they're based near Manicourt, to do for the aero. If you look in the large pieces of carbon, I must admit, I thought these large pieces of carbon were quite a risk. But actually, if you look at this kind of streak back into the wheel arch, it's exactly the same as the current car. So they have done some testing. Now, I'm not sure. I'm going to give this a go. I'm not sure it's going to work. Is their car locked? No, look, I could break into their car. I've stolen the car. It's Gullwing and ready to go. So it's a Gullwing, fully carbon machine. They are doing some testing on it. Effectively, what they've taken is their design, the DNA of the Vortex. They've brought it forward 15, 20 years. They've brought all the modern materials. It's going to make it lighter. It's going to make it better. It's going to make it easier to service. It's going to make it stronger. However, I can't open this, but underneath this, it's the same Chevrolet LS3 600 horsepower, 650 nanometer engine as before. So it'll be as quick, but more reliable. You can see by looking at it how much more smooth it is, how the aerodynamics are much more worked out. So this car is going to become much more of a rival for the SPX people like the Lamborghini, and of course our new joiner in SPX, the GT2 Mercedes. Could this be the secret weapon to take Vortex from also-rans to front of their class?
It's very attractive.
Certainly looks the part, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And remember the motor that you've got strapped to your back there. That's
a piece of engine.
It's like a fire. That would be like driving a firework, that thing.
I wonder how much lighter it is than Vortex.
Just about to think that.
1.0.
Yeah.
That's one for you, Nick. To try and work out how much lighter the car is than 1.0, because and it'll be a lot stiffer as well. Yeah.
Fibre, there's not much difference in weight. Glass fibre is super
you're getting
light,
rid of the,
but it's
you're
not
getting
doing
rid of the
anything.
skeleton, the frame as well. Yeah.
Some of the skeleton, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Well, I'll try and find out. Obviously, there's a limited amount of English in the Vortex, so let's just guess and say quite a bit lighter.
Quite lighter, and as we said earlier, this was revealed to the public yesterday, about 24 hours ago, before the rain came, and this was the response.
I'm Philippe Bonnel. I take care of the communication of the French racing team called Vortex. And today for us is the presentation of our new car, the Vortex 2.0. The main change, the main difference between the two cars is the full body work in chassis in carbon, certified FEA, for the chassis, for the crash box, and for the frame on the top. For the moment, the engine is still the same between the two cars. It's a Chevrolet V8 6.2 liter, 550 horses. The car has been designed by our family, Gomez family, with Arnaud and Olivier, and with the help of two main partners called Oxal and Migal in France, mainly for the body parts in carbon. The first race will be with the team in Kuwait in 3 months, and Arnaud, Olivier, Lionel and me will be in the car at this occasion.
It is still unmistakably a Vortex.
Yes, that is quite an undertaking. That is quite, I mean, just by looking at the way those components have been put together, carbon fibre tub, all right, the engine's hanging off the back on a frame, but it's a stress member. That is quite an undertaking and quite an investment.
Yes.
And that's a prototype, of course. That is a prototype sports car. There's no other way to describe that. Nick said it's unique. Yes, it is, which is the very essence of prototypes. That's what they are. They're, you know, all right, I don't know how many orders they're going to get, but, you know, if we have, can you imagine half a dozen of them in the field at the moment? Just, you know, part that would certainly, you know, give us a massive GTX class, and that's what the GTX class is all about, that kind of project. I wish them well. I'm really looking forward to seeing that car on track at Q8, and then moving forward into 2024, the full season, full European season. We'll see it in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, of course. But Vortex have been a big part of this championship, and the big bright orange livery of these cars that go around. I remember Mugello, was it Mugello last year when they brought 3 cars, and, you know, space frame chassis that were looking a bit aged. They still have developed them, they've been working on them, they've been looking at the reliability. There's a lot of energy going through that little space frame chassis from that Chevrolet V8. And I'm not surprised that, you know, attrition has become a bit of a part of the running of these cars. But recently, certainly the last few races, they've gone and had some cracking runs and are a big part of the GTX class. I mean, if you look at the GTX Championship standings, and I'm going to be quick on the fingers that I can get this, standby caller, I'm getting the GTX class up, because they're a massive part of GTX. They're currently in 2nd place behind the RD Sainz Lamborghini. So there you've got a Vortex V8 challenging Lamborghini, the might of Lamborghini. It's in the middle of being a Lamborghini trophy car, but that Vortex there could easily become European champion in the GTX class.
And it is very similar to the Ginetta story in the UK, as we see the GSR Motorsport Ginetta parked up at turn 1, not stuck in the gravel, so waiting to see whether they can re-fire this car up and get back going again. But obviously Ginetta with a one-make series, multiple one-make series in the UK, probably a bit further down the road than Vortex, certainly with a huge amount more investment than Vortex has. But Vortex from 2016 building that car, so it is 8 years old, the Vortex 1.0. The dream of Arnaud and Olivier Gomez, who are brothers competing in various silhouette racing series. And we go code 60. Oh, and look at the reaction of the Urba racing machine there. Unbelievable, just diving into the pits at the very last moment. We've got the 76 already in, so Greg Gilbert, that has fallen beautifully for IMSA LS Group Performance, because this now really resets the field. We haven't had a code 60, would you believe, for over 3 hours. It was our mid-hour stint last time that it happened, and so lots of green flag running, lots of green flag pit stops. We now go to a code 60 pit stop for Patrick Kolb in the 91, but a 76 clean full tank. And Haas RT missing the Bowsers and straight to Nick Damon.
No, they were already in the fuel stop
beautiful.
before code 60 was called. So they've got a full tank. Half of it, or 2/3 of it was done under green flag. Now doing a full service. Mika Panu getting out, sorry. Not quite sure who's got in. I was too excited about the... But that's a quick stop. Oh, no, stall, but it's gone. But all that part of the pittery, the driver change, the tyres, that was all done for free, effectively under Code 60, and most of the fuel stop as well. So the gods have smiled kindly onto Haas RT.
Yeah, Haas RT, and you would say the...
everyone actually took advantage of that one.
Greg Gilbert, IMSA LS Group, actually Renault's and the Herbert machine having to only take half a tank. They're pitting now. That will take effect in 45 minutes time when they will have to pit again and the others will be able to stay out. The Bowsers aren't completely full, but there is a lot of cars making their way around the final turn, so maybe they will get fuller. Ginetta obviously with a little issue, not stuck in the gravel, now being pulled away. The IMSA's with Nick now.
Either Simon Temmer or Lauren Urgen, but I didn't quite see which one it was. Currently, obviously, in the car was Gregory Cuivert. He's out, and it's already cleaned down the way now. Of course, they've only got half a tank, so they have less fuel added than Haas RT. Oh no, just say down the way, it was down, but it's not away. Only a few seconds. They've still got a lot of their cooling, the kind of the hip cooling you have on the Porsche 911. They've got quite that blanked off. I expect to have it blanked off for the obviously the much cooler damp weather, but it stayed blanked off. So obviously they've got their temperature very much under control.
We've got a bit of a traffic jam, I'm afraid, in the pits. The Ferrari has got blocked in by the Seat Cupra, the 125, trying to find space and couldn't find space, so basically parked up and blocked the 22 Ferrari in for a few seconds. That has now cleared, the Ferrari coming in to have the rest of its service done. But everybody wants to get a service done at this point, I think. And IMSA heading out back into the race. Nick is still watching pit stops.
Yeah, down the way already, the Herberth car, they've done a driver change. I'm wandering down there now to see whether the driver change they've done is someone who's arrived from Valencia, or is on there is either Alfred.
It's Ralph
or
It's Ralph Bonnick. Yeah,
Ralph, they are here. They have arrived. That's exciting. Well, I have to see whether Robert Renault is around, because the whole team should be there. Worth a chat. But yep, so that just goes. They said they'd be there for 7 o'clock, and 7:15, Rolf's in the car.
And Trussers has decided to keep the 903 out and not come and fuel it right now. Not very many teams choosing to do that.
No, the 909's in for fuel, Ben.
Sorry, it was the 903 that's gone past then, which
yeah, that's
is
the Red Ant car.
Red Ant car.
Yeah, different animal.
Different animal.
Same colour.
Yeah, and not dissimilar liveries, just a bit more orangey.
And I'm not sure an ant's an animal, actually. It's an insect, isn't it?
Isn't an insect an animal?
I think so.
Oh, it's still early
I
in the race.
think so.
The ants are animals, says Nick Damon on air. I don't know why you're still on air, Nick, but you are. Thank you very much.
That's down to you. That's down to you.
And so, yeah, interestingly, the 955 and the 903 both missing the pits and carrying on. Not because the fuel bowsers were full, but that's obviously playing into their strategy.
Well, it's a way of gaining ground, isn't it? If the other car, the car that is ahead of you, it's a way of gaining ground, and while that car pits, you are gaining on it all the time. And if you've got a good chunk of fuel still on board, your tyres are good, your driver's good, then it's a way, you can miss a pit stop out and gain some time back. However, the 909, let me just have a look at the 909, is on its outlap. Fabian Dance now at the wheel of the Red Camels car, still in the lead of the 992 class. And I'm not, actually, you know what? It's not really a surprise for those cars to stay out, Ben, because they're trying to make up a lap.
Yeah, absolutely. They're trying to get back into contention, aren't they? Let's go down to Nick, who's got Patrick Cole with him.
Patrick, I mean, it's a convenient time to stop, but had you already had a call saying, OK, Rolf's here, you better get out of the car?
Yeah, it was, the Eagle has landed, so it was, get the fuck out of my car. No, kidding. We were basically 6 laps to go on the fuel, so it was relatively good timing for us. Ralph is here, Ralph is on fire. He got a bit of a warm-up this morning already, so that's good. And now he can go hunt down the leader.
And how is the car out there? We were hearing a lot of issues about grip for those Porsches.
Yeah, well, I mean, in the end it can't be that bad because we're at the front of the pack, which is good. We're struggling, we're driving around a bit around the problems. I think it's a new tire for everyone. Feels good, it seems to hold, which is nice. And yeah, other than that, it's just adapting the driving style to the new tire.
Great stuff, thank you Patrick indeed. And apologies for language, but he's just out the car and he did need to get out of it.
The rest of Europe don't mind, it's only us English. So, to explain then, Ralph Byrne and Alfred Renauer... Robert?
Yeah, Alfred's been here.
Okay. Have been racing in Valencia today in the sprint series of the SRO Endurance Championship, and that's about 4.5 hours drive away. Haven't clarified how they've arrived here.
Planes, trains and automobiles, eh?
Yeah, because I think a helicopter would be a lot faster. But they have now arrived. Valencia race was at 2 o'clock local time. So they gave themselves half an hour of a shower. And if they did drive, then they have got here bang on time. They're going to do the night stints and all their duties here. But they then have qualifying tomorrow morning in Valencia and a second race. So double bubble in an IndyCar, NASCAR, Daytona, what is it? Coca-Cola 600, Indy 500, kind of speck of a way.
Yeah, we've had people flying over from America to do the Le Mans test day, for instance. They've done the Detroit race on the Saturday and then flown across the Atlantic, private jets, private planes, in any way, shape or form they can get across, and drivers taking part in the Le Mans test day. So very, very, very international motorsport-y that.
Crucially, Urban Motorsport coming back into the pits to get the second half of their fuel done. Just seen that underneath me. So has the 76 LS Group Performance car. So they must have felt as though they'd missed the green flag. I thought they're getting a full tank of fuel. We're going back to green flag racing now. Nick, did you have anything else to add?
Just that Robert and Rolf came fourth in their class in Valencia. Fourth in the Bronze Cup.
Oh, good.
So it was probably worth it for the points. They're going for the championship.
Yeah, very good. Nick, you need to clarify how they've made it from Valencia, which form of transport. Was it a very high-speed motorcycle?
I went and had a look. No sign of Robert at the moment, but I will carry on hanging around that pits like a bad
Probably
smell.
parked in the car. He's probably just dropped Ralph at the garage.
Oh, it's a nightmare here parking. Yeah, absolutely.
Ralph Byrne, by the way, it's a very special race for him. It's 50th race with the 24-hour series, so it's something to celebrate, no question. And it's great to have both Robert and Ralph having made it from Valencia. No pressure at all, is it? There you go, Ralph. Oh, you've arrived. Get in the car. Where are we in the field? You're leading, mate.
Yeah, and look at the traffic that he's got to contend with here. Already cleared 4 cars. He's got another 4 to get through. I think he's also leading still, despite the fact that they were kind of caught a bit short, I think, by the Code 60.
That is real iRacing in real life, isn't it? It's like when you get sick of a track, so you come off the track, you put the kettle on, have a cup of tea, sit back down, I'll try another circuit. Here he is, having been to Valencia, here he is now driving around another circuit. That really is real life iRacing.
Apart from he's jumping halfway into a race, which is not something you can do.
Yes. Yes, we'll see just how much of an impression he can make on that car. 1 minute 44, they were lapping in 1 minute 46s. Patrick Kolb was. So we'll see if Rolf can get straight back on it and straight on the pace.
Now,
we know the car's good. We know what the car's capable of.
We spoke about this a little bit earlier on, but the greatest difference he's going to have to adapt to is the tyres.
Yes.
Because he's on the Pirelli tyre in SRO. It's the same car that he's driving. Obviously not exactly the same car, but it's going to feel very different because of the Hankook tyres that we have in this series versus those Pirellis. Probably not as different as the Michelin, because the Michelin, inherently, the French build quite strong, stiff tyres. Whereas I know the Hankook and I know the Pirelli, but the Hankook is quite a soft sidewall, so it moves around a lot more.
The Pirelli's a softer compound as well.
As well, yeah.
So you'll not be able to lean on the Hankook like you can with the Pirelli. You can really lean on the front end when you've got a softer compound. You've got to be much more delicate to get the tyre to bite when you've got a more robust compound, which the Hankook is.
And of course, you'll compromise the chassis setup around that tyre. So with a stiffer tyre, you'll soften the suspension to try and get the same feel as but the softness of a tyre will be. Oh, and there's also, sorry to interrupt myself. Sorry, Ben. Sorry for interrupting. It's coming to the end of the evening. 91 Herbert Motorsport machine has a 10-second penalty for not respecting the refueling regulations.
I'm not sure what that is. I'm not sure what that is. Maybe you remember you described, Ben, how that car, very last minute, darted into the pit lane. Did he cross the blend line?
Is there a blend line?
Well, that doesn't come under fueling regulations as well, does it? That's more track infringement.
So putting too much fuel in or something like that.
Yes, something like that.
Alvaro Fontes here in the Scuderia Faron is facing the wrong direction at turn 11. Sorry, turn 12. So that is almost the penultimate turn. And we didn't see what happened there, but presumably we get going again because it didn't look like there was any contact. They're saying that he hasn't moved.
No,
there we go.
Yeah, he re-fired it back up. Alvaro getting the car back on track, and it looks like there isn't any apparent signs of why that may have been just a harmless spin. Car showing no signs of damage as it comes through turn 13 onto the final corner of the track to complete a lap, and he's getting now under speed. Cars are going to just go past him, and he'll be getting back in, trying to find his composure, getting his heart rate down after that little spin. Certainly the heart rate goes flying up, doesn't it, after you've made a mistake like that. And baptism of fire because he's right into the mid-pack.
Nick, down to you.
Yeah, we just saw the Lithuanian Ginetta being delivered to pit exit. A few of the engineers ran down to it and started pushing it back up the wrong way at the pit lane, which is fine in Creventic, and they had a...
Oh, yes.
Good point.
I didn't notice that. Yeah.
Good point.
There's a lot of 991s, 992s, 9912s, 992, 992 class.
This
GT3.
is a 991.
This is a 9912.
Yeah.
This is a 9912.
9912. Yes, it is. Yes.
Only our boss man Heinhoff would know.
Yeah, we need a Porsche expert. Do we know any? John would be able to tell us exactly the differences from the, even the thickness of the steering wheel.
Nick, the next thing is to find out what the word for Y is in Lithuanian and ask the Ginetta boys that word, because it does seem a bit odd that they need to have a code 60 towed all the way around the circuit to pit it out.
It had all the appearance of a Control-Alt-Delete, didn't it? I'm not sure exactly what went on there, but if, as Nick said, they just fired it up and then went back out, that's a bit intriguing.
So, gaps-wise then, we're watching the leader of the race, Ralph Bont, in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche 9912. Ahead of Simon Thurman in the IMSA LS Group Performance Porsche 992 GT3, I think.
Can I just say, Ben, I did say, let's see if Ralph Bont can get straight on the pace. Look at that, a 1:45.7.
Oh, wow. He's on the pace.
He's on the pace, straight away. His first flying lap past the pits and a 1:45.7. In comparison, 1:46.4 for the number 76 second place Porsche.
And 58 seconds is the gap.
And 58 seconds is the gap. 1:49.5 for Chris Jules in the Haas RT Audi. 1:47 dead for Yannick Mettler in the car collection Porsche. So straight on the pace. In fact, he's gone quicker. 1:45.3 that time.
What we are waiting for, we do now have quite a significant gap, don't we, between first and second, and then third, fourth, fifth.
Yeah, spacing out.
Chris Coles in the Haas RT Audi now, 220 laps completed versus the 223 that the number 91 car has done. So, big gap. Then Yannick Mettler in the car collection Porsche number 23 sits just under a lap from Chris Coles. and then just 11 seconds back is Charles Espenlaub in the CP Racing. So that reset of pit stops after that little code 60 has really changed things quite a lot in the top order. In 992, it is the 909 that still leads, and the objective of the last code 60 was to try and get 955 and 903 onto their lap. I'm not sure whether they've achieved it or not.
I don't think they have been there. So the 909 is on 217 laps. The cars behind them in class. Sergio Nicolai in the Willy Motorsports Porsche on 216, 35 seconds behind in third place is Hoop van Eindhoven in the Red Ant car, and a further 18, just over 13 seconds behind is has that jumped onto the same lap?
So it is 45
they
seconds.
Have, yes,
yeah.
Yes, they have. They've proved me wrong.
But
so
Red Camels have that pit stop advantage, don't they?
Yeah, 34 seconds is the gap in the 992 lead. So that tactic did work, and now if we get another opportunity to pit, and everybody does so, the Red Camels car, our friend Paul Truswell, can decide whether or not to and stay out. So, as ever, tactics coming to the fore. I've always said it, Ben, endurance racing is won on the pit wall. It
Absolutely.
is a pure team effort.
Half a minute between Sergej Nicolai and Huub van Eindhoven, but does mean that no, they're all three on the lap, and HRT Performance 930 is also on that same lap, 1 minute 30 back. So the top four in 992 are all on the same lap, which is great news. Patrick Huysman is the man we're watching right now in the 907 RPM Racing Porsche, that distinctive chrome green, and they are the best AM competitor in 992, but they are a lap back.
We are looking at the European champions in the 992 AM class elect in the form of the RP Racing team.
Little spin for Audris Navikas in the 72 Jutta Racing Audi. 5th position in GT3 AM, 11th in GT3. Penultimate position in GT3 now that the Ferrari of Jochen Krumbach has got going again, but they are at the tail of the GT3 field. In GTX, it's the KTM Crossbow that we jump aboard every so often with. 10 seconds to the good over RD Sainz's Lamborghini. So there's a battle to watch. Whether it goes out or in, we're not so sure. And then a lap back is the VDS Racing Adventures Mark II V8. And Rafael van der Straten is aboard that car right now. And they are third in class, ahead of the first of the Vortexes, which is 701. GT4 is led by Atlas BX, and they are a good chunk ahead of the Hoffa Racing by Bonk BMW now. I say a good chunk, let's be more specific. Nearly 7 laps. And that is basically all the information on our first page. Apart from TCR, which is led by Hongard Motorsport, Magnus Hongard aboard that car right now. 3 laps to the good over Jos Stevens in Baz Couten's Cupra.
Got a question for everybody out there in 24 Series land. What is the connection between the Haas RT team and the Van der Straten team?
I don't think anyone would know.
No one's going to know the answer to that. Yeah, one's running a Mark Cars V8, the other one's running an Audi R8. It's not the number 8, that's not the connection.
One's based in Antigua, the other based in Holland.
Say that again, Nick.
It's all Belgian. Everything's Belgian. They're all Belgian. It's a Belgian
it's an Antiguan entry, the Haas RT. Well, that's not the answer, though, Nick. Belgium, yes, but Belgium isn't the answer. No, I'll tell you the answer. Sandrine Haas, the name above the door, is family connected, second cousins to the Van der Straten family, is how she explained it to us. And she's only realised that. Did she say she only found that out this week? When she's been chatting, or just recently?
No, it was recently though, yeah.
Yeah, fairly recently. And the 758, the car that's modelled on the Ford Mustang, it has got a Ford engine, and that's a tube frame car. And if only we could get, what, 12 of them They sound phenomenal, like any V8 on full pipe sound. They absolutely sound beautiful. It's music. I'm all for loud racing cars. I'm old school.
Have you seen the new Ford Mustang GT3 car?
Yes, exactly. And have you heard it?
Oh, even the GT4 car sounds pretty good.
Absolutely. Yeah. Talking of sounding good, the Wochenspiegel team Monschau Ferrari 296 doesn't sound too bad either.
Did we get to the bottom of what the problem was there?
Well, we were told gearbox issue.
Well,
weren't
yeah,
we?
yeah.
There's a one for Nick then. Let's find out. All right, gearbox issue isn't enough for Ben and I. We're geeks. We want to know exactly what the issue is, because they came in, they obviously played around with some sort of software with a laptop, reprogrammed something, car went out, wasn't rectified, came in again, spent a little bit of time. Let's bring Nick in there, Ben. What you say, Nick? Did you find out?
No, I'm still working on the previous thing, which is Sandrine Haas. I brought Sandrine to answer that question. Sandrine, we understand you discovered you're related to Rafael van der Straten, or the Mark VDS team this week.
Yeah, well, I kind of knew, I guessed, and a few races ago, I did ask him if one of his aunts was, and yes, we are family related.
Is it just because you're all basically Belgian, and all of Belgium's related?
No, not all Belgians are related, but all Belgians know each other, yeah.
Now, you've got yourself a special T-shirt. If you look on the back, this is the T-shirt. It mentions all the teams. Now, the key point is, how do you qualify? You told me how myself and Joe and Ben could qualify to get on the T-shirt. How do we get on your T-shirt?
I think first, have to spend more time with us, and have to drink rum after the race.
It's the rum after the race. You're on. We're all fine. The race finished at midday. We've nowhere to go for 5 hours. Let's drink rum.
No probs.
Hey, Nick, I may qualify because I've worked in the same race team as Chris de Donker, Chris the boss.
Ah, yes.
Yeah. So I might be in there, and I can drink rum too.
And I visited Antigua, so does that count?
I think we're in, mid.
Yeah,
I think we're in there. Yeah.
I even knew the bar that she was talking about. Hello to Cloggies, if you are still watching over in Antigua. I've had a drink in your bar before.
Fabulous. Cloggies.
Yeah.
Owned by
a Dutch person.
Dutch guy.
Unsurprisingly.
Yeah, a Dutch person, yeah. Hello, Cloggies. They apparently are tuning into the race, Ben. So when we go back to Antigua, well, when I go to Antigua, when you go back to Antigua, we can pop into Cloggies and see who we are.
Well, and also, if you are a fan of the 24H series and you find yourself in this dilemma that your partner or your friend has booked you a holiday in Antigua over a clashing 24H series 2024 race, for instance, let's say Mugello, you know that you can still tune in Cloggies and enjoy your holiday at the same time.
Great
to be
point.
fair, I can't think of anything better than hanging out in English Harbour, drinking rum, and watching the 24H series at the same time.
There's no pirates there now, is there?
Oh, yes, lots. Almost certainly. Almost certainly.
And parrots?
Parrots?
There's got to be parrots there if there's pirates.
I suppose there's parrots.
Don't spoil the illusion,
They
mate.
might not be as colourful as a parakeet. Is that the right word?
I don't know. What do pirates have on their shoulder? Parrots or parakeets, aren't they?
Yeah. Could choose.
If there's pirates, there's going to be parrots. But that's great advice. That's great advice.
Oh, it's a macaw. Yes, you're so right, Nick. Yeah. Shame.
What was... Sorry, whilst I was getting Sandrine, you were witching on about another thing you wanted me to do. What was it?
We are, Ben and I being geeks, we're not just happy with the expedition on the Wochenspiegel team Ranchal Ferrari as having a gearbox issue. We want to know exactly what the issue is, because the car's going splendidly now. The car's well back in it. It's on 218 laps, yes, 10 laps down off the lead. However, 146.6s, car's back on the pace.
How did they fix it?
Yeah.
And actually, you could go to BUGGYRA and ask the same question as well. We've got a yellow flag because there's a car facing the wrong direction that we've just decided not to look at turn 7. There it is, 917, and that's Antonio Garzon. of Orchard Racing Team. They've actually got an onboard camera in that car that we sometimes go and have a look at. They're second in AM right now, but they are only a lap ahead of MRS GT Racing. Wow, this is going to be a bit of a tricky manoeuvre. Reversing into the racing line down there at turn 7. Don't like it. Go forward.
Yeah, it's
you see?
Yeah, it's causing some consternation, this, isn't he?
This is like my bum cheeks are literally squeezed together.
Now then, hasn't quite got the lock. He
No, that's
has got
perfect,
the
lovely.
lock. Yeah.
No
Great
code
recovery.
60 needed, and I can relax.
Yeah, great. It was.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
Gearbox actuator.
There you go.
Yeah, paddle actuator. Great work.
It was a flappy paddle issue.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we've got a puncture on the 929. We've got a car that stopped. What was the number on the car that stopped? I didn't quite see it.
90.
Oh, there he is.
31st.
7 what does that say? 709.
It's Alvaro
709.
Fontes.
Yeah.
Who spun a little bit earlier on in our last stint, I think.
So the 929 has now made it back to the pits and has gone straight through, fueling, and will be heading down to their pit garage. Harley will take the car to the pit lane. HRT Performance will be ready for it, 7th in the 992 class. So not in contention certainly for a class podium, but that will not do their race any good whatsoever, that puncture. Strange. We've seen a couple of deflated tyres, but not that many, so I'm not quite sure how that car's picked that one
There's
up.
a lot of bits out there, isn't there? Whether it be
by now there
marbles
is, yeah.
or bits of carbon, there's a lot of stuff on track. And because we've not really had a long code 60 period, there's not been the opportunity for the marshals to go out and do a big sweep. We had that earlier on. I mean, this is the start finishing straight, and on the right-hand side there is a border of chunks of rubber that have been left on the side of the circuit. And we've seen a couple of tyres deflate on the main straight, haven't we, earlier on today?
They've kind of give up. I think they've probably got the damage
and
earlier on.
there could have been damage from contact, which we established.
I mean, what you don't want to do is run your tyres across those marbles, and because all of that rubber will stick to the tyre, and then you'll have a horrific vibration for the whole stint, because it'll be very, very hard to shed that amount of pickup. Lots of pickup there just off the racing line, literally inches off the racing line on driver's left, heading down the main straight. So we will not want to be doing that for any of our drivers. The rest of the track looking as fabulous as ever. Sun beginning to just disappear behind the clouds on the horizon, so it'll not be long before we start seeing the darkness creep into the sky. Last few moments of light here. Actually looks very light on our camera. It's not as light as that in real life, everybody.
We have got tinted windows.
Ah.
Yeah.
There it is.
Clever.
Have we really?
Yeah, we have.
Slightly. Great view there, Circuit of Catalunya. There's that iconic shot, head on the pit straight, just going into turn one, and then just see the speed that the cars carry. Yes, it's a heavy braking area, but it's not a stop, is it? It's a carry speed into that section of track. The right, left, and then into the never-ending turn three. What a great view there, just looking back down the pit straight. And that undulation in the track is quite a steep entry. The CP Racing Mercedes in 5th place overall, just off the lead, couple of laps by about 3 or 4 laps at the moment. Charles Espinal at the wheel of the car, and this car just being run like clockwork. It was out of position on the starting grid, but as was perhaps 80-90% of the grid, to be honest, after the wet weather truncated the qualifying yesterday. Only had one of the 15-minute sessions for the AM drivers. The AM drivers played an even bigger part in yesterday's qualifying, because that's how the grid lined up. So CP Racing way down the order, and they've just stealthily made progress, just kept to their plan, and have crept up the order, and are certainly in contention to be seen on the podium as they're leading the GT3 AM class from the E2P Racing Porsche just behind them. Pretty sure they're a lap ahead of the car in the GT3 AM class. We're currently 5th overall for the number 85, 6th overall for Javier Mochello.
And Javier's just approaching turn 5 now, as we've got Anton Garzon facing the wrong direction once again. Mr. Damon, what have you got for us?
I've got Robert Renau. Robert, you've had a hell of a day.
Yeah, it was a bit busy today, coming from Valencia after the sprint race today. Now we are here, try to support our teammates, Ralph, Patrick, Bredel, and Daniel a little bit during the night. So looks good at the moment. Really enjoyed it.
So how did you get from Valencia to here? Did you plane, helicopter, or just drove really fast?
We just took the easy way by car. Yeah. Going to Valencia, to Barcelona from Valencia was not a big deal. Gonna be a bit harder going back to Valencia this night, so yeah, we will see. We have one guy with us from our team driving us later, or in the early morning hours, and then we see.
So the car that's here, is this your GT Open car, is it?
That's true, yeah, it's the GT Open car.
Now, obviously Ralph's just jumped in the car and doing a brilliant job, but it's a different track, it's different tyres, it's even a different type of Porsche. How difficult is that?
It's true. It's complete different from driving side. The steering is completely different from the new car compared to the other one. So, to be honest, it's harder to get from the 992 into the 991 than from 992 to 991 into the 992 tomorrow. So the step today now back to the old car is much harder than, for example, tomorrow back to qualifying.
So has the trip so far been worth it? I mean, we know you guys came 4th in the Bronze Cup earlier. Is that enough points to make it worthwhile going to Valencia?
Not sure at the moment. Our sister car, the Pure Racing car, was really strong today. They are still leading the championship. Cross fingers at one of both cars winning the championship.
Robert, have a good stick when you get in a minute. Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
Great to see Robert making it from Valencia and sharing in the duties in that Herbert Motorsport car. Ralph Bon, who was his co-driver in the car from Valencia, like he says, no big deal. I'll take his word for it. 230 laps, 34 laps completed, and Ralph putting in quite a sterling stint here, lapping very, very consistently in the 1 minute 45 seconds, and the fastest car, from what I can see on the timer screens, the fast car on the track.
And a shout out to Ian McCarthy, who fed me that information about the GT Open car being the same livery as the Lionsby car they run over in GT Open, and that's where suspected it was the same car, and it is. But interesting, he talks that the steering is completely different.
Yeah, interesting.
So it might look quite similar to us, but you know, underneath the covers, big changes happen every time they upgrade these machines?
Well, of course. I mean, it makes sense to evolve and develop and make the car better. And certainly, I remember first impressions of the 992 from drivers who sort of took the car out first, even when it was here as a prototype, were that the car was a massive improvement on what was already a very, very quick race car. Got the hole for Mercedes in the pits. That looks like Chantal Kroll getting into the car, sharing the car with her husband, Alex Prince. Chantal Prince, of course, maiden name Kroll. Former ladies champion in the 24H series. Not sure who got out, but I think Nick's down there. Nick, are you able to tell us and maybe even get a word?
Carsten Tilke got out. He's sitting down. I'll see if I can, he's having a chat. And it looks like he's drinking either an energy drink or some very cheap Asda lemonade. So I'm guessing it's the energy drink. He's chatting with Alex Prince, and there's Carsten. I'm going to get a very nice helmet. You guys look lovely. It's very. Carsten, how was that stint? You look quite warm.
Yeah, it was warm. Actually, it was a bit cooler than the first stint I did today, but still quite warm in the car, yes.
How are you finding the circuit of Catalonia? People are saying it's quite different from normal.
Actually, it's my first time here racing, so for me everything was new. I like it. It's a challenging circuit. Many fast corners now with a new modification at the end. But it's fun, but challenging, yes.
And how's the car going? Because again, we've been hearing from all the drivers. It's been very uneven grip. The cars are kind of not really gripping well.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
How is the grip on the car? Because a lot of drivers saying it's very uneven.
Yes, the grip is very difficult. At the beginning, it's quite good for a couple of laps, and then especially in the first stint, it was very difficult. Now, when the temperature goes down a little bit, it felt better. But at the end of the stint, it's very slippery out there with the tires.
Great stuff, thank you indeed. Yeah, it's a pity he hadn't driven his dad's version of the circuit as well, wasn't it, Ben?
we were just saying that.
Yeah, that's very good.
We were just saying that it was his dad's version that he was brought in. Herman Tilke, his father, was brought in to slow the cars down through that final turn. And to be honest, he achieved that objective.
He was given an objective and he achieved the objective.
He achieved it, yeah.
And the other idea was to try and encourage overtaking. So bunch the cars up closer through the chicane so that they could then follow easier through the final turn and then outbrake each other at turn one.
That was the problem, because the cars, we're talking Formula One here, weren't able to follow each other through the final turn because it was so high speed, so you had disturbed air. So they wouldn't be able to follow each other through at all, which negated this 1 kilometre straight into a heavy braking area. So, yeah, in fairness, certainly suits endurance sports cars, and certainly GT3 sports cars and under.
Yeah, the circuit itself not built by Herman Tilke's organisation, built in 1991, around the time of the Barcelona Olympics, in fact, and formed part of various events that year. But it was the Tilke organisation that was brought in to modify the circuit later on. In fact, doing a little bit more research on that, the first Herman Tilke circuit built was not until 1999. I expected, considering Herman's age, that he'd been building circuits for 20, 30 years. He was a racer himself and actually really got involved in modifying the A1 ring, but the first track he built, Nick Daneman correctly says, was Sepang. There's a Christmas quiz question for anybody to add to.
Yeah, didn't he also design the Chinese track at Zhuhai?
He's done many at
Shanghai.
And what's more, he's responsible for the Singapore night race circuit. And I had a beer with him in Singapore, and he just sat down and started chatting to us. And it took me, after talking, so what do you do here? And he asking the same question.
Yeah.
Took good 20, 25 minutes to get to the point where I was going, I'm having a beer with Herman Tilke. Oh, right. Because he didn't come over, I'm Herman Tilke, I built the circuit.
Right, yeah.
Just can I sit here? Yeah, you can. Chat about motorsport. And he was such an understated gentleman. It was a lovely discussion to have with him. But there's a lot of circuits that you've never heard of that he's now built. One in Kazakhstan, I noticed. It's the theme of the weekend, weird racetracks.
Yas Marina. Where, you go to Yas Marina, which is where we'll go for the Abu Dhabi 6 hours in January. And that really is, when you go to a facility like that, that is 21st century motorsport. You know, I grew up standing in a muddy field up against a wooden fence. And then you go to somewhere like Yaz, and it's like, this is what modern motorsport facilities are. You know, fully paved, brick paved, concrete, tarmac, seating areas everywhere.
Don't forget they built a marina there as well as part of the build product. The marina wasn't there before the track was there.
So it was just called Yaz?
Well, it was just a piece of scrubland, marshland. Yeah. They built the marina into it to create the Monaco feel that it now has. Nick Damon? Nicholas?
That was was saying that my lovely Di was coming early after my dinner.
Does that mean that you can replace Di earlier on later?
That would be a great idea.
It's a fantastic idea. Oh, thanks, Nick. We owe you. Goodbye, then.
Nick deserves a lovely dinner after working out what the issue on the Ferrari was. Exactly. We knew it was gearbox issue.
And his Vortex tour.
And the Vortex tour was fabulous.
They'll be clipped up and used forever and a day until we see that car in December. You'll hear more from Nick Damon before the end of our broadcast at 11 o'clock local time this evening. We'll take a rest overnight. You'll be able to watch what's going on the live timing, of course. We will rejoin you with pictures at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning for the last 5 hours of this race. Very odd. I don't think I've ever started a 24-hour race so early on in the day and having so much of it before the second day. Actually, we're having completely equi hours of time because it's starting midday till midnight and then midnight till midday. A lot of the time you'll have a 3 o'clock start traditional with Le Mans. Spa 24 hours tends to be a 4, has been a 5:30 one year, and that's painful because you get to the second day and you go, hang on a second, I've got a whole day to do. Tomorrow, 2.5 hours for you and I.
Yes.
We're done by 9:30.
And when we're back on air at 7 a.m. Local time here. And what we'll be able to do at midnight, we award half points. We award half points towards the championship. So going into the final 5 hours of not just the Barcelona 24 hours, but the 2023 24H Series European Trophy for GT and TCE, we'll be able to bring you up to date, massively up to date with the championship standings. If you can't wait till then, it's all going to be updated as it goes, as it evolves organically on the website. So go to 24H Series on the internet, 24hseries.com, and check out the championship standings, which, as we go through this race, are updating all the time. So as we change positions, as cars drop or improve, the championship situation differs ever so slightly. Just to give you an overview, GT3, well, let's start with the overall trophy. It's still got the Atlas BX Motorsports Mercedes at the head of the championship table on 180 points. Behind them in second place jointly is the RPM Racing Porsche team on 172, with the RD Sainz Lamborghini on 172 also. Vili Motorsports by EB Motors overall on 166 points in fourth place. And the BUGGYRA ZM Racing, that car came into this race in massive contention for overall honours with the European Championship. They're in fifth on 162 places, and that's purely down. The reason why they've dropped down the table is because of that problem starting the race. Homeguard Motorsport lead the Touring Car Endurance Series, and if they are still where they are at midnight, they will actually take the championship. They cannot be caught going into the final 5 hours of this race. So if at midnight Homeguard are there where they are now, they will take the European Championship for the Touring Car Endurance Series, which is indeed the last time we'll be racing for the Touring Car Endurance Series. It'll be coming to a halt next year, 2024. We amalgamate all of our GT and Touring Car classes into just one big series. It's the way we did it before. We're going back to that, and so it'll be the final award of our Touring Car Endurance Championship tomorrow, or indeed at midnight tonight if Homeguard Motorsport can stay where they are. Our class championship, GT3, is being led by the Haas RT Audi team. They're at 130 points. That's on your screens at the moment. There is your GT3 class championship leader. The GT3 Pro-Am championship is being led by the Shira Sport Audi. The GT3 AM category being led by CP Racing, as is the class in this race. CP Racing leading the class, as well as, or am I wrong? Have they dropped down behind the Ferrari? No, they haven't. No, they're still ahead of the Ferrari. And then the 992 class, Vili Motorsport by EB Motors, they're on 166 points. Red Ant Racing's in second on 156, and then just behind them, Red Camel's Jordan on 152. That's the 992 class honours there up for grabs still. 992 AM, you've got RPM Racing there in contention for the overall European Championship trophy. They're leading the 992 AM class by on 172 points, and it looks very likely that they will be our European 992 AM champions. We'll see them tomorrow night at the presentation, or tomorrow afternoon. RD Sainz Lamborghini, they are leading GTX European Championship, and GT4 Atlas BX Motorsport, the team that's leading overall. We've mentioned Holmgard, TCX, SK Racing's leading that one, and TC Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport looking likely to be awarded the European Championship trophy.
Let's take a look then at the results as we click into 8 o'clock local time, 16 hours to go. It is Herbert Motorsports leading by just over a minute over the slightly newer Porsche 911 GT3R of IMSA LS Group Performance, with Haas RT's Audi 4 minutes and 15 seconds back, so that is about 2 laps back. Car Collection, though, in their Pro-Am GT3 911 GT3R is about a minute and a half behind Haas RT, and then 40 seconds back is CP Racing leading the AM category of GT3. Shera Sport have just overtaken E2B Racing up to 6th position, and Jutta Racing's 71 with Jonas Gelzenis is aboard that car at the moment, 8th spot. 9th Saland Motorsport, and 10th is the first of the 992 category cars. It's Red Camel leading, but look at the gap now, just 5 seconds between themselves and a pedalling Willy Motorsport by EB Motors. Second in class, third in class is the 930 HRT Performance machine, and fourth in class and best AM is the 907 RPM 992 with Patrick Heusman aboard that car. They're all on the same lap as well. Tasty. 903. Red Ant is 14th overall, 5th in that 992 class. And then we have the troubled Ferrari down in 15th now, slowly making its way back up through the field, the 296 GT3 machine. Red Ant Racing, the second car, down in 16th, 6th in class. The 72 Jutta Racing, 17th, 929 HRT with Harley Horton aboard that car, 18th. It's been facing the wrong direction quite a few times, that machine. 30 seconds behind them is another teammate of theirs, the 967 HRT Performance 992 new spec GT3. It's not a GT3, is it? Because it's in the 992 category car. Hofer Racing is down in 20th spot, and then we get the best of the GTXs, which is still the KTM Crossbow, but only 10 seconds ahead of the RD Sainz Lamborghini Super Trofeo that sits second in class. Third in class is VDS Racing Mark V8, which is about 2 laps back from that. And then Orchard Racing Team 917. We've seen that car facing the wrong direction a few times recently as well, with Seblajou Racing. They had a problem with Laurent Cochard, didn't they, early on in the race? A good few spins for that car. 928 had power steering issues early doors, down in 26th spot. And then the first of the Vortexes, untroubled, touch wood so far. 4th in class, 27th overall. MRS GT Racing never really showing in 28th, with Atlas BX Motorsport the best of the GT4s in 29th position overall, and a good chunk of time ahead of Hofer Racing by Bonk, the second of the GT4 category cars. Onto our final page, and we have The 709 car, which has had an issue with Alvaro Fontes out on circuit, back in the fuel zone now. Richardson Racing maybe in the pits, down in 34th spot. BUGGYRA still not really recovering after their early fuel issues, and GSR Motorsports Ginetta is overheating. That's the issue that they have got, and they are struggling to get that working properly. They're the 3 TCR cars. Hongard 7 minutes ahead of Baskuten, with Wolf Power Racing a long way back after breaking a drive shaft in hour 4, I think it was.
Thank you, Ben. Let's head straight down to the pits where Dynabix has got something for us.
I'm with Razoon Racing, and the 714 has just come in. Christian just jumped out from behind the wheel. Christian?
You are talking to me?
Yes.
I did. Unfortunately, I didn't understand because it's too loud.
It's too loud.
Yeah.
How would you describe your race so far?
Oh, I'm really happy and satisfied. It was a 2-hour stint, and yeah, for me it was more than I expected. It ran well.
How challenging was it?
Oh, it is really challenging because of the very fine weather. The temperatures are high, and in the car the temperature, of course, is also very high. And because we are in the GTX, so we always have also to take care on the faster cars behind us. So it is really challenging.
How much are the characteristics of the car changing as the hours go by?
I mean, it starts to become more slippery, and that's all. So the rest, it's the same as the beginning. The car itself works very well.
Are you enjoying the event here in Barcelona?
Oh, very much. It's very funny. It's my first time, so I enjoy it very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Always a tricky role, I think, being in a GTX machine, because you are a pretty fast car, but you're still needing to look in your mirrors most of the time. Well, no, sorry, not most of the time. You're kind of in the mirrors half the time, and then the other half the time you're looking in front to try and pass the likes of TCR cars. You're not a GT3 where you're only focusing forwards and not expecting anyone to overtake you, and you're not a TCR car where you're just sitting there being overtaken the whole time.
No, yeah, it is tricky to be in the middle classes, isn't it? We've got the leader in the pits for fuel station.
This is curious. So, in the last Code 60, that car pitted twice. Both under Code 60, so would have got half a tank and then another half a tank. In theory, full tank. But Ralph Bond's only been out there 42 minutes, and they've pitted again under green flag conditions. Nobody else is on that kind of strategy in the top positions. So
I tend not to question Herbeth Motorsport's strategy, to be honest, Ben.
No, but it may.
I know what you're saying.
What does it suggest went on in those two pit stops? That's what I'm implying. It was only a 1-minute stop, the last one. Maybe they decided to stop refueling because they went back to green conditions, and therefore they didn't get a full tank in. Here is the NM Racing Mercedes, which was also in the fuel bay a bit earlier on. That's the GT2 car heading back out onto circuit. Is the Porsche in the pits there, or is it just driven straight through? I think it might have left. I can't see. Can't see. The timing screen says he's in the pits. He must be behind. He must be behind a bridge, because I absolutely cannot see him in the pits.
Nick may be able to shed some light.
Oh, now he's out.
He's gone straight out, so just in for fuel. A top off. He's got
3.5 minutes of fuel.
And he's dropped out of the lead.
It's a huge amount of fuel.
He's dropped out of the lead for this. I'm not sure what the tactic is, and I'm not sure anyone at Herbeth Motorsport will tell us.
No.
But he's handed the lead to Simon Thurman in the IMSA car. That's now taken over, and by my estimation, the Herbeth car may have gone a lap down here. I'm trying to find track position.
Yeah, where are they on
Where's
circuit?
the 76? The 76 just coming through turn 12, into our side now, through 13. The 91 just coming into turn 7, heading down the hill towards turn 7. So when the 76 comes through,
it's going to be a lap.
It is. He's a lap down. The 76 is just about to click 245 laps, 245 laps now. Crosses the line any second. There it is. and then Ralph Bond will come through and complete 244. So that pit stop for fuel only has put the Herbert car off the lead lap and behind. Now the stint length for Simon Tierman is 50 minutes. Ralph Bond's stint time is there or thereabouts, 48 minutes. They've got very similar. They've had very similar amount of time at the wheel of that car.
Yeah.
Of their respective cars, I should say.
But it wasn't a. They did the first pit stop that they did was exactly the same time, 2 minutes 48. The second stop under code 60, a 2-minute stop for 76 and a 1-minute stop for 91. But now we've just seen them do a 3.5-minute stop. That's a huge amount of time, and fuel, if it was just fuel.
Yeah, you're right.
So, as I say, I couldn't see if they'd stopped in the pit lane. And sometimes my strategy computer understands where the fuel zone is and differentiates it from the pits. But for some reason today, it's not doing that.
Oh, that's a shame.
Which is a bit annoying. But that's curious. For me, that's an early stop for Ralph Bond. And now, if he's going to go again, he's going to have those tyres on for a long time.
He's dropped off the lead lap of the leader. Chris Cools is in third. He's a further lap down on 243. Chris Cools at the wheel of the number 21 Haas RT Audi. Behind them, Yannick Mettler in the number 23 Car Collection Porsche. Still, I find that very tricky to say, Car Collection Porsche. So easy to say Car Collection Audi, which we've been saying for years. And then that is only 50 seconds behind the Haas RT car. So they're on 243 laps, a further lap back, and then we've got the CP Racing car. Number 85, Charles Espenlaub, 242 laps. They've got a lap ahead. They're a lap ahead of Elie Earhart, currently at the wheel of the number 1 Shearer Sport Audi. As into the pits has come the RPM car.
Yeah, Tracy Crone being bolted into that car.
Yeah.
I don't know whether we've seen Tracy on circuit yet. You have a quick spool through. I certainly don't feel like I've said his name. What's his car number? RPM. Oh, spin again. 71. That's the second spin in as many corners for the 71. We just picked him up facing the wrong direction. Unless that's a replay.
I'm not sure it is. That's a different part of the track. That's live. So we've got Jonas Gelsenis in the 71 Audi. That's the Racing car. Where is the 71? It has dropped down the order slightly, hasn't it?
That's on the inside of 13, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, 71, currently 8th. And a few laps off the car, in front. He's struggling. I'm wondering if he's got a problem that's causing the car to spin. He's trying to get it refired. The lights are on. He is pointing in the wrong direction. We're going to get another look at it. So he did have a spin. He's regained his composure, and then the car just snaps right.
Well,
the
rear
car just
axle
snapped to the right.
No, the rear axle locks up.
Yeah, as if that's. I think that's a problem. I think that's a.
We might be getting another code 60 here, because if that rear axle is fixed, no, he's got going.
He's got it going. Yeah, I'm wondering if a
that
drive
was
shaft.
literally like he went bing with the handbrake.
Drive shaft has gone or something.
Into the very well. He's going to come straight to the pits.
Yeah. Di's already down there with something, Ben, but that's going to be with her very soon.
Yeah, she's going to have to go to Jutta Racing, Di. But firstly, let's speak to Patrick Huisman.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm with Patrick. He's just jumped out of the car. Patrick, how would you describe your race so far?
Well, the car is running faultlessly so far. First stint, I did the start of the race. It was difficult because we were way too high on the tire pressure, so that was a bit of a nightmare. But the second stint now was a lot better. Still,